Hey everyone. Welcome back for the 7th part of What If Naruto Had Soul Powers. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 40 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 3, Battles of the Natsu-Chunin. So Squad 7, who's up first? Tsunade asked with a smile. Sasuke and Naruto smirked before looking at Sakura. Ladies first, they said in unison. Sakura smiled, like always. You two are too chicken to do anything without me looking after you, she said with a laugh before leaping high into the air. From the other side of the arena, a green blur mirrored her movement and together they landed opposite each other in the arena. They turned and smiled to each other. Guy gave nice guy pose. Hello Sakura. I see your flames of youth has let you grow into a full kunoichi. I hope our battle will be a youth-filled one, he said before standing in his strong fist taijutsu stance. Sakura laughed. Yeah, I certainly have flames. But I'm not sure youth is the right word to describe them, she said with a smile. Shizune chose this moment to yell out, begin. Guy stood confidently while Sakura mirrored his stance except with her back arm dangling loosely instead of behind her back. The two stood in silence for a moment before Guy raised his arm in a block. Doof. Sakura's afterimage faded as her straight punch collided with Guy's forearm. The green beast grinned, my Sakura. You are as fast as Lee is, he said happily before kicking out at her. Sakura lifted her arm and caught Guy's ankle. Really? You think he's as fast as me? She asked with a giggle before using his leg and throwing him away. Guy rolled with the throw and landed on his feet. At the moment you are Sakura. But when he uses the 8 gates he's as fast as the speed of sound. And as fast as I am, he said giving a thumbs up. Sakura smiled and channeled chakra to her feet in her skating technique, causing Guy to gasp as he barely raised his arms in time to block her next punch. What's wrong Guy-sensei? Getting slow in your old age? She asked before grabbing his arms and using them as a pivot point, skated in a circle around Guy and landed a kick to his back. Being the taijutsu master he was, Guy used the momentum of the kick to start him in a forward roll. He came up into a handstand and kicked back at Sakura, who ducked under the split kick and skated away with a smile. Guy flipped onto his feet and looked at Sakura in a new light. She's extremely fast. I can tell from the way she's moving she is used to fighting at even higher speeds. The question is, how fast is her limit? He thought before smiling widely. Well Sakura, we both know that speed is the forte of our opponent, so why don't we kick it up a notch? He asked as he took off his cement weights and a chakra weight from each wrist. Sakura grinned and took off a seal from under her shirt. She pulled her chakra from it and placed it in her pouch. At Guy's raised brow she explained, there are no weights that are enough to slow me down at full speed. So I use a chakra seal. When it's active I am under 10 times Earth gravity and this is the second time I've deactivated it since my second year of training. She explained before settling back in her stance and facing off the fastest man alive other than the Raikage himself. Guy grinned, this will be a blast, he said before disappearing in a blur of speed as did Sakura. The arena was quiet since no one could see anything other than a movement of dust here or there for over 30 seconds. Sasuke, who had his 3 Tomoe Sharingan active, squinted in concentration as he followed their movements. Barely seeing them as it was, Guy-sensei has already opened the first gate, and Sakura-chan is using her skating ability near constantly now. Boom! Nearly 10 seconds later, the ground exploded with a huge uprising of rocks surrounding a crater. Sakura appeared in a blur breathing heavily in front of the crater that Guy's body had made. Hash! The whole room was shaking from the clash of the two taijutsu users. And from a high shelf fell a container of pens. One pen fell onto the new electric board inside a room in the arena, turning on the hyper cameras of the arena and sending the signal out to all the new ultra screens set up around the village. Hash! Guy pushed himself onto his feet with a grin. Sakura, you have grown, he said seriously before crossing his arms in front of him as Sakura took a lower stance that reminded some of the 4th Hokage. Second gate open. Third gate open. Flash step, Kayakin. As Guy's skin became red and his eyes lost their pupils, Sakura began glowing slightly red and an aura grew around her. Once again the two disappeared, but now at least twice a second, sonic booms sounded around the arena as each of the two clashed, matching punch for punch and kick for kick. Naruto whistled, At this speed even you and I can barely keep up with her, Naruto said to Sasuke. Sasuke just nodded as his Sharingan span faster. This is amazing, I wonder if I can learn to open the 8 gates. He thought. In a split second, one sonic boom was suddenly much louder and Guy slammed right into the crater once again. The green beast just smiled. 4th gate. 5th gate. Open, he shouted. Sakura appeared once again, panting heavily as her Kaioken deactivated. Geez, that's much harder to hold after a long time. Now I know why Yondaime-sama only used it for single strikes. She thought before taking a deep breath as Guy's chakra resonated around the arena. Guy leapt into the air and kicked forward at Sakura. Dynamic entry, he yelled. In the 1/13th of a second Guy moved forward, Sakura's legs glowed rainbow. Guy watched in awe as for the first time, someone dodged his kick while having more than a single gate open. Sakura leant back and let Guy fly past her face as she clapped above her. As Guy passed her, she clapped her hands under his arms and using her magnificent chakra control, adhered herself to the ground so she fully caught all of Guy's momentum, bringing him to a stop in mid-air. Guy gasped as he was flipped overhead and thrown back where he had originally started. He flipped over expecting to get a moment before he attacked her again, only for Sakura to have taken charge. He dropped to the ground as Sakura's kick whipped at his chest. He then was using all the speed given to him by the 5 gates just to stay ahead of Sakura and radical good speed. Sakura was smiling as she finally got to go hard with her boots, never having to actually try once they were activated. Sakura was thrilled for the challenge. After nearly 20 seconds, and over 800 attempted strikes, Sakura had comfortably ingrained Guy to reacting to her kicks since she had only been using her legs to attack. Which is why he was caught so off guard as Sakura reached out and punched him square in the face. Guy flew back and barely flipped around in time to land on his feet against the arena wall. He quickly folded his arms as he unleashed his restrictions. 6th gate. Open, he yelled before jumping forward at Sakura once more. Sakura was getting pushed back as she dodged every single punch and blocked every single kick, all with a smile on her face as she truly had to fight for speed. Guy suddenly feinted a punch which turned into a handstand so he could kick at Sakura, who blocked the kick with her arms. He used her block as a springboard and flipped back before lifting his arms into the air and punching forward. Morning Peacock, Guy yelled as he threw hundreds of flaming punches at Sakura. All of the spectators watched in awe as Guy's flaming fists made a colorful array of a peacock tail as his punches were about to connect with Sakura. Phoenix Strike, multi-kick, Sakura yelled as her legs were set ablaze and she leapt at Guy. Two clashed in a display of fire and power, causing massive explosions and sending surges of chakra throughout the arena that shook the audience and the cameras. More than 80% of the village stared at some of the giant screens in awe as the young pink kunoichi stood up to the green beast of Konoha in an amazing display of power. A hunter nin in training gasped at Sakura's yell and flicked through his bingo book. Burning speed. The Phoenix user is Sakura Haruno? Boom! Sakura and Guy were launched apart from the explosion and in unison. Sakura used her flash step to push off of the air while Guy did the same with the pure force of his chakra. He swung a final flaming punch as Sakura threw her fiery kick. Once again they were pushed apart and this time they landed opposite each other in the arena. Guy crossed his arms once more as Sakura's entire lower body up to her stomach and her upper back disappeared in a rainbow glow. 7th gate. Open, Guy yelled before leaping up to the arena wall. Sakura leapt into the air, dispelling the rainbow cloud as she rose above the arena, taking flight with her wings. Guy and Sakura paused for a moment, knowing this was the last attack to decide the match. They nodded to each other before channeling their respective powers. Guy formed an odd hand sign as he leapt up, afternoon teaser. Sakura's feet set ablaze with blue fire before she dove bombed at Guy, flipping over feet first as she yelled her strongest initial bullet kick. Exterminating blast bullet. The white tiger met with the blue cone of flames and caused a sonic boom that echoed throughout the village, cracking a lot of glass and in some cases shattering some. As the smoke cloud disappeared, Tsunade looked on worriedly. Even I could have been killed by either of those strikes. Are they even alive? She thought worriedly. The smoke cleared to show Sakura standing over an unconscious Guy in the center of a large crater. People looked on in awe as the fiery pinkette made 6 hand seals and tears fell from her eyes. Phoenix art. Healing tears, she said quietly. The tears on her face rose into the air before dropping into Guy's mouth. Mere seconds later, he began coughing before he sat up, looking completely re-energized. Guy looked around before looking up at Sakura. What happened? he asked. Sakura smirked. I won, she said before falling to a knee. The arena broke out into cheers, as did most of the outside village, causing Sakura to smile as Guy pulled her to her feet. Guy smiled brightly. Sakura. Your youth is overflowing so brightly. I feel so youthful. Guy cheered as he hugged her and leapt up to Tsunade so that she could be healed. Sakura laughed as Guy dropped into a seat, letting her fall into the one between him and the Hokage. Tsunade-sama. Please let Sakura go in the Jonin exams. Her youth is easily at Jonin level. And her flames glow so bright He cheered in excitement. Suddenly, his mouth was taped shut, courtesy of the masked ninja standing behind him. Quiet time, Guy. Tsunade-sama, could you please heal Sakura for me? I don't want my fastest student to be too worn out to watch me fight, he said with an eye smile as he ruffled Sakura's hair. Sakura smiled up at him. You're late, sensei, she said with a chuckle. Tsunade smiled. Looks like it's your turn, Kakashi. Your Uchiha is waiting, it seems, she said while placing green hands on Sakura's shoulders to let healing chakra through her system. Kakashi looked up to see Sasuke on the other side of the group smirking at him. In the same second the two leapt through the air and landed in the arena facing each other. Kakashi, I smiled. Well, Sasuke, it's been a while. How did your training go? Kakashi asked. Sasuke smirked as he blinked on his Sharingan. Pretty good, sensei. I may not be as fast as Sakura-chan, but I have my own specialities, he said. Kakashi nodded. Let's get to it then. Shizune, who was shaking nervously at the last show, waved her slightly singed hand through the air. Begin, she said before using the Shushin to appear behind the Hokage. Kakashi lifted his headband, revealing his Sharingan before he took a low stance which Sasuke mirrored. The two locked Sharingans as they formed hand seals. Chidori. Reikiri. The two held their lightning jutsu for a second before charging each other. Kakashi smirked. My Reikiri is 10 times more powerful than the Chidori. I'll knock him back before starting a taijutsu bout. Kakashi thought as he pulled his fist back. Sasuke smirked as he slammed his hand into the ground. Chidori current, he yelled. Kakashi hesitated in confusion before the electricity shot from the ground up to his electric charged hand. The two electrical charges collided and formed a spark that shot through Kakashi's system, causing him to lose control of the Reikiri and giving Sasuke the opportunity to kick his sensei in the chest. Kakashi was pushed back, but he skid to a stop and looked at Sasuke with wide eyes. You remade my jutsu? Kakashi asked in shock. Sasuke smirked and threw his arms out, letting his cloak fly in the breeze as his kusarigama came from his sleeve. More than that, sensei, he said as he grasped the kusarigama, which suddenly solidified into a scythe shape. Kakashi looked on in worry. Well, I guess it's time then, he said before unzipping his Jonin flak jacket. Hey, that's Sasuke Uchiha. A Chunin said pointing to the large screen. One of the Jonin stared in awe as Sasuke stood, the breeze blowing his cloak as he held his scythe to the side. But that's the Reaping Hunter. How is a Chunin the A-ranked Reaper? He yelled in shock. The people around the Jonin murmured in shock and amazement as a Tokubutsu Jonin landed amongst them. Booyah! Kashi-kun's unleashing the chakra armor, Anko yelled with a cheer, causing everyone to look back at the screens. Sasuke looked on with wide eyes as Kakashi revealed chakra armor. The masked man, I smiled as he reached behind his back, and last but not least. He muttered. He whipped out a small sword that glowed white lightsaber, Kakashi said before charging at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes spanned to keep up with Kakashi's movement as he and the Jonin clashed. Sasuke's scythe whipping through the air and Kakashi parrying the strikes and trying to get in close. Sasuke frowned before stepping up his level, causing Kakashi to be pushed off. How is that blade still around? I thought Kakashi destroyed it in the Third War. Sasuke thought before moving his chakra into his blade. Kakashi was taken off guard as Sasuke's scythe went limp into its kusarigama form. Sasuke caught the blade under his foot with chakra, then sweep kicked at Kakashi, forcing the copy ninja to leap back. As Sasuke used the momentum of his kick to spin, he launched the blade at the retreating Kakashi. Kakashi parried the skilled strike, barely saving himself from having the kusa stabbed into his chest. People watched in awe as Sasuke and Kakashi clashed in such an amazingly display of skill. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed, until Sasuke changed tactics and pulled the blade close, launching out the weight in a wide sweep. Kakashi didn't have time to move far, so he stepped forward and began ducking. The weight passed behind him, but he wasn't fast enough to let the chain move over him. he ended up getting hit in the head and being pushed to the side. Kakashi rolled with the momentum as he stabbed down at the chain, lodging his sword between the chain links and stabbing it into the ground. He rolled to his feet and ran at Sasuke, using the chance to get in close. Sasuke frowned as his kusarigama was made near useless. He threw the weight at his sensei to stall for time, forcing Kakashi to leap over it. In the split second Kakashi was in the air, Sasuke reached down to his belt line that had multiple sealing capsules on it. Kakashi threw a handful of shuriken to stop Sasuke, but his shuriken were stopped by a large cloud of smoke. Kakashi landed in front of Sasuke and the smoke before charging forward as his Sharingan span, hoping to see as much as he could see once the cloud dissipated. Kakashi's eyes widened before he leapt back and whipped out two kunai, using them to defend against the sudden storm. Ninja Art, Needle Rain. Sasuke's umbrella that he held overhead began spinning, and from the portion facing Kakashi 100 needles shot out at high speed. Kakashi managed to parry or dodge most of the needles, but ended up resorting to the armor. A flash of chakra and there was a bubble around him deflecting every senbon easily. Sasuke frowned as his eyes analyzed the armor. Damn, Naruto's design completely eradicated the weakness of the other armor. The only fault I can see would be overpowering it with my own through a jutsu. But there seems to be a manual backup of some sort. He thought as he sat his umbrella on his shoulder. Kakashi leapt back. So Sasuke, how has your ninjutsu come along? I hope your time with weapons training didn't hinder it, he said as he began forming hand signs and a symbol on his armor glowed, showing the jutsu to be amplified. Sasuke smirked and subtly channeled the necessary chakra into his umbrella as Kakashi threw his hands forward. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Wind style, Wind Dragon Jutsu. Sasuke thrust his umbrella forward as Kakashi took the moisture from the water collection underground. Two opposing dragons formed that clashed in the air. Kakashi's may have been bigger and more powerful, but Sasuke's is sharper and faster. It flew into the mouth of the water dragon and expanded, blasting the water out of shape and causing it to fall around the arena. Kakashi formed more seals as Sasuke once again showed off his mastery of seals by forming a jutsu with the umbrella. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Air Fisher. With a simple gesture of holding forward his umbrella, the fireball cut in two around him before Sasuke pulled his umbrella back and threw it up into the air while forming seals. Wind style, Upgrade Blade, 1000 Needle Rain, Sasuke yelled as his umbrella began glowing green and shooting needles all around the arena. Kakashi channeled chakra into his armor, forming a protective bubble of chakra that deflected all of the needles. Kakashi frowned as he watched Sasuke, who leapt up and grabbed the handle of his umbrella before attaching it to a clasp on his back with a simple movement. Kakashi deactivated the shield and frowned. He already knew that wouldn't work, even with that power boost. All that the extra boost succeeded in was covering the field in his needles. Kakashi thought as Sasuke formed hand seals and began falling to the ground. Uchiha Fire Sealing Style, Ultimate Flame Field Technique. Tiny unnoticeable seals glowed from every single senbon and lines of fire connected the points of each one, causing the arena to look like a web of fire. Kakashi had to leap and land carefully between a cluster of the flames lines to be safe. He looked up to see how Sasuke was faring only to see the Uchiha standing on his board about 2 meters above the field. Sasuke smirked as he pulled out a seal that Kakashi couldn't recognize. My new technique. Thanks to me finding my own personal blood seal. Sealing art, fission technique, body split, he yelled as he channeled chakra through the seal and slammed it onto the chest of his cloak. Kakashi's eyes widened as Sasuke literally split into 4 Sasukes. What? Those aren't clones. What's going on? Kakashi thought in fear as the 3 new Sasukes landed in a gap on the field while the original floated above the field. The original Sasuke swung his hands past 3 of the sealing capsules on his belt and threw the unsealed items towards the other 3. Kakashi starred with a frown as the 3 Sasukes on the ground caught the weapons and took battle positions. This can't possibly mean well for me. Kakashi thought as he got ready to use substitution/sunshine/run like hell or use his armor. The leftmost Sasuke swung around his naginata that Kakashi noticed had many seals on it while the Sasuke on the right held a spike club. The one standing in the middle held a battle fan in a ready position by his side. The Sasuke on the board smirked and began forming hand seals. Let's make sensei run, alright Uchihas, Sasuke yelled. The other Sasuke smirked. Yes, they said before whipping around their weapons. Naginata wielding Sasuke swung his weapon to his side, pulling on the water around the arena and some from seals on his weapon. Water style, Giant Vortex Jutsu. The one with the fan swung it forward, wind style, vacuum sphere jutsu. The one with the club slammed it into the ground, earth style, mud bomb jutsu. The Sasuke up in the air finished his hand seals, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Kakashi stared at the awesome display of elements. He was cornered as the vacuum sphere sucked in the fire which set ablaze the mud ball, forming a blue flamed mud ball that was burning towards Kakashi. Behind the flaming ball, he could see the water vortex boring down on him as well. Well, only one choice. I doubt even my armor could hold this off, he said as he closed his Sharingan eye and held a hand seal. Sasuke smirked, nothing can stop this. It even managed to damage a Toto's half-turtle shell. He thought in victory. Kamui. Sasuke stared in shock and disbelief as his unstoppable combination was sucked into a tiny black hole along with all of his senbone. The black hole collapsed on itself to show Kakashi kneeling with his Mangekyo Sharingan watching Sasuke. All of the Sasuke stared in shock, until the original ripped the seal off of his chest. Within seconds, the other Sasuke seemed to be sucked towards the original before they melded together while Sasuke caught each of the weapons in his hands and mouth respectively. In a puff of smoke, all of Sasuke's weapons had been sealed away and he stood on his board while crossing his arms. You have unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke stated. Kakashi smiled, so you've noticed, he said before forming hand seals. I don't have much chakra left Sasuke, so this is how I'll finish it, Kakashi said as his body was enveloped in the white chakra of the Hatake family. Sasuke's brow furrowed, unsure of what Kakashi was up to. Guess I'll take this seriously, Sasuke muttered as the tattoo of his stage 1 curse seal spread over the left half of his body. Kakashi held his hand out and formed a jutsu that many were shocked to find that he knew. Rasengan, Kakashi exclaimed as his white chakra formed a glowing white sphere. Sasuke was about to form his jutsu when Kakashi rose his other hand over the Rasengan in a way that reminded Sasuke of Naruto's second stage Rasengans. White Rasengan, Kakashi yelled as his electrical chakra merged with the ball and formed a purpley white disc around the white Rasengan that cracked with lightning. Sasuke stared at the evolved Rasengan. White Rasengan, well shit, Sasuke thought before forming hand seals and holding out his arm which had another seal on the palm. Dragon Fist, Sasuke exclaimed as his arm was enveloped in dragonic gold flames. Sasuke leant forward on his board and shot down at Kakashi as Kakashi leapt up at Sasuke. Ha! The two attacks caused an explosion of white lightning and gold fire in the shape of a dragon to form, pushing against each other in a struggle of power until the dragon's mouth opened and from it, one final energy push. Boo-oom. The explosion launched the two apart, destroying the main walls of the inner arena as opposed to the ground like Sakura's battle did. As the smoke finally cleared, both Kakashi and Sasuke were seen lying on their backs on the ground. Kakashi looked over at Sasuke. Wow. Why you sure are strong Sasuke, Kakashi said with a weak eye smile. Sasuke scoffed, why yeah. Unfortunately though, he said as he reached under his sleeve. This is only half of my strength. Kakashi glanced past the Sasuke that was nearly unconscious next to him to see that another Sasuke now stood on his board and came to a stop between the two combatants. Kakashi stared at the perfectly clean and capable Sasuke reach down and grasp hands with his fission clone. The two morphed back together as the weakened Sasuke pulled off the seal from under his sleeve. Kakashi chuckled, so, you're more than double the strength of a Jonin. I think you'll do fine in these exams Sasuke, he said before taking a deep breath and relaxing. Sasuke placed his hand on Kakashi's chest and Kakashi finally felt Sasuke's new sunshine. It's a combination of genjutsu and ninjutsu, he thought as the two melted from existence and appeared in front of Tsunade. Tsunade crouched and began healing Kakashi. Congratulations Sasuke, you are definitely ready for the exams, she said as she gave Kakashi enough strength to be able to walk. Sasuke nodded, thank you Ba-chan, he said with a bow before helping Kakashi into a chair. Naruto leapt into the arena and glanced around. Wow, with this much destruction I wonder how this place is still standing, he thought with a smirk. Are you ready to fight me Naruto? Naruto turned and stared in confusion as Hiruzen Sarutobi walked into the arena, looking surprisingly stronger than he did just 3 years prior. How? Naruto asked in awe and happiness. Hiruzen smirked in his battle armor that was completely covered in chakra armor, prosthetic from my knee down. And I finally learned a certain gift from my monkey summons. I'll be kicking for a while longer, Hiruzen explained before doing an oddly limber cartwheel to show off his healthy body before leaping away with a backflip. You ready Naruto? He yelled as he landed. Naruto smirked and leapt back as well. Okay Gigi. Let's go. Hiruzen smirked as he formed hand seals, fire style, fireball jutsu. Naruto laughed, a B rank? So easy, Naruto said while pushing his arm forward, decapitating airwaves. The center of the fireball was blown into oblivion and Naruto hopped into the air and through the gap in the jutsu, letting the fireball pass around him. As he fell back to the ground, his eyes widened as an even higher fire jutsu flew at him. Dragon Flames Bombs. Naruto channeled Orochimaru's fire chakra and flowed it through the tubes in his arms, flame streams. Naruto swept his arms across his chest, cutting off the dragon flames and causing them to explode as they collided with Naruto's plumes of fire. Naruto smirked as Hiruzen launched another jutsu, Earth Style, Mud Flow River. A river of mud spewed from Hiruzen's and launched at Naruto, who formed two hand signs before channeling his Earth Chakra through his feet, Earth Style, Deep Pit. A deep pit appeared in front of Naruto which all of Hiruzen's attack flowed into. Naruto then smirked as a shadow grew in front of him. Naruto whipped Kubikiri Bocho out in his now standard reverse grip and used its flat edge to block the Sandaime's Bojutsu strike. Hiruzen used the momentum to flip before swinging at Naruto from the side. Naruto held his sword out on an angle so that the attack bounced over him as he pushed his hand forward. Universe. Hiruzen bent backwards and let Naruto's punch fly over him as he let go of his staff and yelled, Enma. The staff suddenly grew arms that grabbed Naruto from behind. He used his loose grip on Kubikiri to swing at Hiruzen, and push the older man away. Naruto then stomped with his wood chakra, wood style, forest call. A large tree grew from under him, giving him the opportunity to throw off the staff. He then knelt and placed his hands on the small tree as its branches bent to face Sarutobi. Wood style, bullet nuts. Sarutobi channeled chakra into his armor and created a shell that deflected all of the nuts as he formed hand seals, wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto leapt behind his tree as all of the iron-hard nuts and seeds shot back at him with a wind boost. He waited a moment before glancing to his right to see his sword only just out of reaching distance. The second the seeds stopped, he leapt towards the sword, only to have to stop as a huge-ass ape grabbed it. Naruto frowned as the ape threw Kubikiri across the arena, stabbing it into the opposite side of the arena. Naruto smirked as the ape became a staff once again and was grasped by Hiruzen. Well played Gigi. Hiruzen swung the pole. Extend. He ordered. The pole grew so that it could hit Naruto, who decided to show off his strength. Naruto lifted his arm and grabbed the fat end of the weapon under his arm as he trapped it against his ribs. Naruto then span, ripping the pole from Hiruzen's grasp, then completing the spin, he easily knocked his tree over and picked it up with the pole before swinging both at the aged cage. Hiruzen leapt up and over the tree before taking the water in it for his jutsu which he launched while in mid-air, water style, water dragon jutsu. Naruto let go of the pole and span in place, Kaiden, he yelled, completely destroying the dragon upon contact and surrounding him in a ring of water. Hiruzen landed and formed more seals, water whirlpool, he said as he ran at Naruto forming more hand seals. As Naruto's spin came to a stop, the water rose around him and closed in. Just as Hiruzen pushed his hand at the whirlpool, lightning style, thundershock. The weak electrical attack surged through the whole water attack, and would have rendered anyone inside unconscious. Sameda. With a swing of his bandaged sword, the whirlpool was cut completely in half and the electrical chakra was absorbed into the blade. Naruto flipped before holding a single seal. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. The airborne water became three sharks that fell towards Hiruzen, who used a high-speed shunshine to appear far away. Hiruzen panted as Naruto landed amongst his splattered sharks. Well Gigi, getting tired yet? Naruto asked. Hiruzen smirked while subtly pulling out a kunai shadow clone jutsu, he yelled as he pitched the ninja tool at Naruto. Naruto quickly let Sameda rest on his back before throwing forward one of his large battle shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The two ninja tools clashed, Naruto's breaking through but the kunai being enough to knock them all off course enough to miss Hiruzen completely and some of the kunai fit between the shuriken completely, forcing Naruto to leap out of the way or be stabbed. Hiruzen and Naruto had a small stare-off before Naruto smirked. You know I've won this don't you Gigi? He asked. Hiruzen nodded, you have. But I am determined to make you fight for it, he yelled as Enma landed next to him once again in staff form. As Enma turned back into an ape, Sarutobi formed hand seals, ninja art, summon synchronization, he yelled as he and his ape began glowing. Naruto covered his eyes for a moment before lowering his arm, staring in shock as Hiruzen now stood just under 5 meters tall and was fully ripped with muscle. His feet now resembled a second pair of hands and he had a tail. Naruto smirked. "So, is that your clan's equivalent to Sage Mode?" Naruto asked. Hiruzen Monkey nodded. "Yes, it is Naruto. I am also infused with Enma's abilities," Hiruzen said before swinging a punch. His forearm and bicep extended like Enma could and Naruto leapt over the punch. He then flew high into the air while Hiruzen Monkey formed hand seals. Earth style, flying earth knives. Naruto stood in the air as the small blades of earth tore towards him. He smirked as all the secret flaps on his outfit opened and bones grew out. Larch dance. Naruto span and flipped through the air, using his extended bones to knock away every single earth blade. After nearly a minute of doing so, he came to a stop to show that not a single one had gotten past him. Hiruzen Monkey brought his hands up, monkey style, mock punches, he yelled before punching his arms through the air in a blur. The punches were hard enough to punch a block of air at Naruto each time, causing Naruto to channel his wind chakra as a defense while spinning. Wind style, Suiga. The resulting green tornado was battered by the punches, but it tore its way down towards the monkey, who crossed its adamantine-covered arms over its head. They clashed in a contest of power before Naruto stopped spinning and slammed his palms onto the monkey's arm guards. The resulting shockwave from his slap separated the two and gave Naruto a clear shot at Hiruzen Monkey's stomach, which he took as he thrust his hands forward in the completely evolved form of his flame Rasengan. Rasenova, he yelled as the red ball of flame impacted his opponent's stomach. The red ball expanded like a sun would when it becomes a red giant, then the side facing Hiruzen exploded into a firestorm that pushed his back and through the arena wall, completely destroying it. Naruto pulled his hands back and channeled healing chakra through his arms. "Damn, that hurts. Burning every muscle in my arms is a bitch," he thought before wondering about Hiruzen. "I hope I didn't hurt you too much, Gigi." "I'd say not." Naruto turned to see that Hiruzen Monkey was mid-kick. It launched Naruto out of the arena through the hole Hiruzen Monkey had made. Naruto landed to see that it was in fact a shadow clone that puffed out of existence as he slammed into it. Naruto growled in frustration before flying up into the air. "That's it. I'm using my new combination," Naruto yelled as he held his palms up towards the sky. Hiruzen Monkey frowned. "With him at that height I can't hit him with any of my jutsu, especially since I don't have the chakra left for anything major," he thought as his synchro jutsu began to waver. Water style, condensation. Hiruzen Monkey stared in confusion as Naruto used the most basic water style jutsu to form a little water, before his eyes widened at what he saw. Naruto wasn't making water, he was making dark storm clouds appear over the village. Within a minute it was raining and lightning was cracking across the sky. Hiruzen, his jutsu collapsed and Enma kneeling by his side, stared in awe. "Naruto, he's even able to change the weather with such a simple technique," he thought as suddenly it got cold. Naruto was shivering as he formed hand seals for his self-developed jutsu, ice style, frostbite, he yelled. After a few seconds, it began to snow. "Hash. Mommy. It's snowing," a little child said with a cheer. Everyone in the village was either looking up at the clouds or at the screens in shock. Ebisu stood next to Genma and proclaimed, "That kid Chunin is changing the weather itself. He's making it snow in the middle of summer," he shouted. Genma nodded. "That kid is amazing. He's literally managed the impossible," he agreed in awe as he stared at the dot in the sky that was Naruto. Hash. Naruto smiled as he finished 38 hand seals and thrust his fists towards the arena. "It's over, Gigi." Ice style, Black Dragon Apocalypse, Naruto yelled as he sent his chakra through the clouds and yelled in exertion. Hiruzen stared up in amazement as exactly 100 giant black dragons the thickness of a house dove at the arena. Impossible. This is impossible," Hiruzen thought, thinking that he and everyone else in the arena was about to die. Hiruzen's life flashed before his eyes as the menacing dragons shot at him, only for a small glint to enter his vision. Hiruzen looked at the glint and gasped as a single tri-pronged kunai flew past him and stabbed into the ground behind him. Flash. Everyone in the village stared in shock as in a yellow flash of chakra, Naruto appeared with the kunai in hand, making them realize he was the final flash that had recently become infamous. He smirked as he placed a hand on Hiruzen's shoulder and looked up. "So I win, Gigi?" he asked with a chuckle. Hiruzen just stared as Naruto took a step forward and leaned back, aiming his chest up at the oncoming storm. Naruto chuckled as his body shook as he ripped his shirt apart, showing his gray-colored chest. better stop that then. Naruto ninja art, violent tendril storm, he yelled. From Naruto's chest shot exactly 100 gray tendrils that sprouted bones while becoming enveloped in a spiral of wind chakra. Each tendril stabbed through the heads of each dragon, causing them to burst into simple snow mere meters from destroying the arena itself. Naruto screamed as the tendrils drew back into his body and the fire from them hit him and spread across the ground in front of him. He fell to his knees and began buttoning up his shirt before falling onto his back. Hiruzen took a shaky few steps and fell down next to Naruto, who he couldn't even hear breathing. And Naruto. That was. He started before glancing at Naruto's face. Naruto was holding his mouth, before he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Gigi. You looked so freaked out. Ha ah, Naruto said while rolling around happily. Hiruzen took a deep breath before laughing himself. You brat, he said before sitting down next to the still laughing Naruto. Shizune turned to Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, I think it's safe to say Naruto is more than Jonin level. I don't think we should send him to Kumagakure for the exams though, he could kill everyone, she said worriedly. Tsunade smiled widely, sorry Shizune, but all I can say is fuck that idea right off. The Lightning Village declined my offer for a treaty? They can sit in fear as my squad of Super Chunin fuck their shit sideways, she said before standing. Naruto, get up here now. That was insane. Everyone in the arena laughed at her behavior while they all let off some nervousness about the fact that they almost just got killed by giant dragons made of ice from the sky. Later that day. Two things. Firstly, you three are ridiculously powerful. I mean seriously, how the hell did you get so strong in just 3 years? Tsunade asked with an awestruck voice. The Chunin of Squad 7 glanced at each other before smirking and answering in unison, training. Tsunade barked a laugh, ha. No shit. It wouldn't surprise me if the pervert put you guys on steroids or something, she said before calming herself. The second thing, I am sure you guys are more than ready for the Jonin exams. You can enter the one in winter in 5 months, it will be taking place in Kumagakure. And seriously, do not hold back, she said with a slightly evil smirk. The three nodded and bowed, hi Ba-chan. They chanted in unison. Tsunade laughed, get going you three, and welcome back officially, life is gonna be interesting with you three here, she said with a smile. Sasuke and Sakura nodded and moved to leave through the door. They hesitated as Naruto didn't move. He smiled at the couple. I gotta ask Ba-chan some stuff, you guys go ahead without me, he said. Sasuke nodded while Sakura waved goodbye. See ya Ni-san, she said as they left the door, closing it as they went. Naruto turned to Tsunade and smiled. So, how's everything been Ba-chan? He asked as he flopped into a chair, resting either of his blades on either side of his seat. Tsunade raised a brow. Really? That's what you wanted to ask me? She asked. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, and chuckled. Not exactly, he said. Tsunade smiled. What do you need Naruto? Naruto leaned forward. Well you see, thanks to Kisame's memories and Zabuza's memories coming together in my mind, I have put together a piece of vital information concerning the 7 swords. Zabuza's memory. Zabuza bowed. Thanks sensei, he said before standing straight, showing him to be wearing a Chunin vest and the standard camo clothes he always wore. I told you not to call me that. Mangetsu Hozuki said with a sigh, and there's no need to thank me. It's just a book that I think you should read. Zabuza nodded and adjusted Kubikiri across his back so it wasn't touching the ground. You've taught me more about the 7 swords than anyone else has. Even if you're younger than me. Zabuza justified before lifting the book. I'll read it between missions. Zabuza sat reading the book as he read the end of the last page, when the swords come together, they can form something greater. This has no recorded history, but it is said the swords can fuse when they. What the hell? Zabuza turned the page, expecting it to be double-sided, but the sentence just cut off there. Zabuza threw the book to the ground in frustration. Damn it. How the hell do the swords join together? He thought angrily. Kisame's memory. I don't get it, why do you practice your chakra control so much if Seimata just gives you the chakra it's taken from others? Kisame asked with a frown. Fuki Suikazan stood and turned to Kisame, because when I can take the other swords for myself, I will have to join them together to use them as they were meant to be used. And this is why you will be practicing with me. It takes 2 people with incredible chakra control to regulate the fusion correctly. But once it is done once, it is a very simple matter to do so again. He explained before waving to Kisame. Kisame sighed and took a seat on the water next to Fuki, letting the waterfall pour over him. Stupid fat ass with his stupid plans. The swords can't fuse, so what the hell is this geezer talking about? He thought in annoyance. I've been talking to Seimata about it, and she told me what to do. I was hoping you would help me? You have the best control in the village after all, Naruto said with a hopeful smile. Tsunade blinked widely before nodding. I will do my best, Naruto, so what do I need to do exactly? She asked as she stood. Copy me, Naruto said as he rose to his feet and placed the two swords across her table, resting them so that the handles faced him. He patted Seimata once. Now remember, you wanted this so that you could be my main blade. So don't hurt Ba-chan, okay? Naruto asked. Seimata vibrated a little. Gigi. Naruto smiled and looked up at Tsunade. She's safe now, Naruto said with an encouraging nod. Tsunade nodded and placed a hand on each of the blades. Alright, next step? She asked. Naruto placed his hands on the handles. Okay, so we want to keep the form of Kubikiri Bocho but gain the attributes of Seimata. So I will pass my chakra up through Seimata and you just have to divert my chakra through your system and into Kubikiri Bocho. I'll receive the chakra and the cycle will start again. Understand? He asked. Tsunade nodded. Just like healing, sharing and moving chakra, she said resolutely. Naruto smiled. Okay then, ready? He asked excitedly as he began forming the chakra in his hand. Tsunade nodded, and the chakra flowed. At the start, nothing appeared to be happening, until Tsunade began to feel the chakra start to flow, needing less and less of her guidance. After nearly a minute of this, the two swords began glowing a dull silver. Tsunade gasped, keep in control, Ba-chan. Naruto reminded while he concentrated on the task at hand. Tsunade looked at Naruto. Wow, this technique takes a lot of control. I can do it with little difficulty, but for someone with Naruto's reserves this must be a strenuous task. She thought before feeling movement under one of her hands. She looked down to see Seimata was becoming thinner under its bandages while Kubikiri Bocho was glowing brighter and brighter. Nearly a minute later and Tsunade had to close her eyes due to the brightness of the glowing. Suddenly, the glowing was gone. She looked down to see that Seimata was nothing but bandages and that Kubikiri Bocho looked completely different. It still maintained its shape, but instead of the sleek metal it used to be made of, it had Seimata's teeth. The only other noticeable change was that the handle now ended with a skull like Seimata once did. Naruto smiled as he lifted the blade, admiring its quality. Wow, you're beautiful, he said. The new sword vibrated. Gigi-gi, it said happily. Tsunade looked down and noticed that the flat side of the blade was now covered by a giant mouth that sat in a grin, with teeth and everything. Naruto grinned. So, what do I call you now? He asked. The mouth opened and closed. 5 gigigi, it said before the mouth stayed closed and the sword compacted on itself, making all the teeth close inwards so that it resembled Kubikiri Bocho but with a dark blue metal instead of a silver steel. Naruto smiled. So, Seimata Bocho. The shark skin carving knife, I can live with that, he said before resting the blade on his back, letting it grab on by attaching to his chakra. Tsunade smiled. So, mission accomplished? She asked. Naruto smiled and nodded. Perfectly, Ba-chan. Though I'll have to get this sheath edited for her, he said while placing his sheath on the desk. Tsunade smiled. I'm shocked, Naruto, you really are grown up, she said happily. Naruto grinned and was about to reply when the door burst open and in ran a disheveled Shizune. Tsunade-sama. Gaara was kidnapped by the Akatsuki. Naruto stared at Shizune in horror before turning to Tsunade. How did this happen? Tsunade asked Shizune. The brunette spluttered as she talked. He was on a diplomatic mission to the Sand Village. Apparently he and the two Chunin with him were attacked. One of the Akatsuki took away Gaara while the other one attacked the two Chunin. One stayed behind to stall for time while the other rushed back here to tell us about Gaara-san. She explained in a rush. Tsunade asked with a frown, and the Chunin that stayed behind? Shizune looked down sadly. We haven't heard from Dende at all. She informed. Tsunade nodded sadly before talking to Naruto. Find a team as fast as you can then get going. You're in charge, Naruto, she said. Naruto nodded. I will save him, Tsunade-sama. He promised seriously before turning to Shizune. Does the Sand Village know? He asked. Shizune nodded. Apparently Temari-san already chased after them, but she was poisoned and then left for dead. Naruto nodded, alright. I'll be gone in 10 minutes, he said seriously. Flash. Hash. Flash. Anyone here? Naruto yelled. He received no answer from inside the house. Damn it, where next? Naruto thought with a frown before his eyes lit up. Those two, he yelled before flying out the back door and up to the Uchiha flats. He stopped at the window and smiled as he saw the back of a gray-haired male teen, Kimimaro. Naruto yelled as he hit the window. Kimimaro turned in alarm before quickly moving over to and opening the window. Naruto-san, welcome back. What can I do for you? He asked politely. Naruto took a deep breath. Mission, now. Gaara's been kidnapped. Naruto explained. Kimimaro frowned as he nodded. Where are we leaving from? He asked. Naruto thought quickly. Main village gate in 5 minutes. I need to find more help. Be ready for full combat situations, Naruto said before flying out into the village. Kimimaro nodded and ran to his room, grabbing his Tokubutsu Jonin emblem and grabbing his gear before running towards the gate. Naruto skidded to a halt in front of the girl's house. Why the hell didn't I come here first? He yelled to himself before knocking on the door loudly. Is anyone home? He yelled. The door opened to show Tuya, looking ready for a mission. Oh, hey Naru-kun. Hina-chan and I were about to step out for an early dinner. You want to come with? She asked happily. Naruto reached forward and grabbed her hand. I need you two for a mission, it's really important. I'll go get her now. Can you meet us at the main gate in 4 minutes? Be ready for full battle situations, he said. Tuya nodded. Of course, I'll be there, she said. Naruto nodded with a smile before kissing her on the lips. Thanks Tayu-chan, where's she waiting? I'll go get her and then head to the gate. He explained as he stepped back out the door. Tuya hummed, she's coming from her mansion, she said with a nod. Naruto nodded, okay, see ya soon, he said before leaping into the air and flying along the path needed to get to the Hyuga mansion. He sent chakra to his eye seal and his face glowed under his hood. He looked for a moment until he saw her. Hinata-chan, he yelled as he flew down at her. Hinata looked up and smiled. She channeled chakra to her feet and leapt straight up into the air, letting him catch her before he turned towards the gate. Hinata-chan. I need you for a mission, he said over his shoulder. Hinata nodded and reached into her ninja pouch. I'm ready Naruto-kun, she said before pulling out a sealing scroll. After a minute of flight, Naruto landed just as Tuya landed next to Kimimaro. Alright, first you'll head north towards the furthest connection between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Try to look for any signs of the Akatsuki. I will go to the Sand Village to get some info on where they're going, before retrieving you guys. Then we'll track them down together and save Gaara, okay? Naruto asked. Hinata had unsealed her ninja equipment and a survival pack and put them on. Hi Naruto-kun. Tuya tightened her headband around her cap and nodded, got it. Kimimaro nodded, we're ready Teiko, he said in affirmation. Naruto nodded and gave each of them a tri-pronged kunai. Hold on to these and if you need me just channel chakra into them. Now, let's go, he said before jumping into the air and shooting off with his wind funnels propelling him forward, hoping to do the 21-hour journey in less than a day. The girls let Kimimaro take lead and then followed after him through the trees, intent on making it to the border as soon as possible. Chapter 4, We're coming Gaara. There it is, Naruto yelled as he spotted with his enhanced sight the outer walls of the hidden sand village. Good thing I was able to follow those train tracks all the way here from Konoha, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find it. Naruto thought as he came to a stop in mid-air. Pulling out one of his kunai, he pegged it as hard as he could before feeling outwards for his other seals. Got it. Flash. Hash. Feeling a pulse of chakra from Naruto's kunai, Hinata lifted it out of her pouch. Flash. Just in time as Naruto appeared next to her. Have you guys found anything? Naruto asked as he looked over the trio. Kimimaro nodded. Tuya used her enhanced sound jutsu to hear over long distances for conversations. In that direction, there were two voices talking about the Ichibi about 2 hours ago before the loud sound of rocks clashing cut off their voices. Hinata used her Byakugan to determine that the voices were coming from somewhere in the Land of Rivers. Kimimaro reported. Naruto nodded. Alright, we will go to the sand first then I will take us back here. That's 13 hours of travel both ways in about an hour. We'll make it on time. Naruto calculated out loud. Tuya raised a brow. On time for what exactly? Who are these Akatsuki anyways? She asked. Naruto frowned and looked to Kimimaro as he dropped one of his tri-pronged kunai. You've been informed. Tell them when we arrive at the sand, he said before holding out his arms. Grab on, he said. Tuya and Hinata grasped either of his hands and Kimimaro rested his own on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto frowned in concentration as he reached out to the kunai which he felt just impacted the sand. Flash. Hash. The Chunin waiting for the leaf ninja stood at the gate with a sigh. They can't possibly get here for another 15 hours. Why the hell do I have to wait here for them now? He thought angrily. Thunk. The Chunin looked to his right at the odd kunai that just stabbed into the wall. Huh? Who threw the flash? Naruto Uzumaki reporting for duty. Get me to the poison girl now. Naruto ordered as his three teammates shook off the disorientation of demolecularization and traveling through a spatial rip. The Chunin spluttered in shock at the sudden arrival and demand, Temari-san is at the hospital? He squeaked out. Naruto facepalmed, no shit Sherlock. Where is the hospital in this village? Naruto demanded. The Chunin shook, caught completely off guard. Kimimaro took a step forward and sighed, grabbed the guy's shoulder he asked, take us to the hospital now. The bone user said slowly and clearly. The Chunin nodded, all right, he said before turning and leaping onto a nearby building, the others following after him. Hash. The ICU door slammed open as Naruto walked in. Move. Tell me what happened, Naruto demanded as he pushed two doctors out of the way and leaned over Temari, placing a green hand on her forehead and stomach. The doctors were too stunned to say anything, but Baki was there. Naruto. She was injected with poisons that are far more advanced than anything we know. We don't know what to do. He informed. Naruto nodded, get me 2 large bowls of water, I'll be ready to finish this in 3 minutes, Naruto said as he lifted his hands away and reached into his ninja pouch. The doctors watched in confusion as Naruto brought out a belt pocket and unraveled it to show over 50 different types of seeds of medical herbs and 10 poisonous herbs. He ran his hand along it as he lay it on a bench next to Temari's bed. Naruto pulled out 7 different seeds and placed them along his left forearm as he grew them with his wood chakra. The doctors watched in amazement as the herbs grew into existence on Naruto's left arm while he used his right to push green chakra into Temari's stomach. After a moment, the semi-conscious girl coughed up a small purple glob that Naruto instantly grabbed and brought to his own mouth. The doctors gasped as Naruto licked the poison. Ah, damn it. He muttered before grabbing 2 more seeds and placing them on the back of his left hand, causing them to grow at a faster pace. Here is the water, Naruto-san. One of the nurses said as she placed the water down next to him. Naruto nodded in thanks before grabbing the leaves from each of his self-grown herbs and clasping them between his hands. Medic art, anti-poison serum, Naruto exclaimed as his hands glowed green. He dipped his hands into one bowl of water before lifting it out and pulling them apart. The water slowly turned a dark green from the herbs molding into it as it stayed on his left hand. He then lifted a needle from the bench and filled it with the liquid before dropping the init poison into an empty bowl. He injected it into her lower torso, and then stepped back. That will attract all the poison to one spot, then eat it, leaving some uncomfortable but safe liquids behind. The only problem is that the end result is gonna feel uncomfortable, he said as he placed Temari's hand in the other bowl. The doctors watched in shock, having been completely shown up in the field that they dedicated their lives to. Baki frowned before asking, and why does her hand need to be in that bowl, Naruto? Naruto nodded seriously, my anti-poison is smart on its own, but it gathers everything in the bladder for expulsion. Ever slept with your hand in cold water? Naruto asked with a smirk. Baki sighed, well, you have quite an unorthodox method, but I am told that no matter what you do I should trust you, he said with a frown. Naruto nodded, now, we just have to find Gaara, Naruto said before walking out of the room. Wait. Naruto turned to see Temari glaring at him with all the hatred she could muster up. You took one of my brothers away, you better save my last one, or I swear I'll kill you, she said before breathing heavily. Naruto walked back over and placed a hand on her head. Firstly, I will save Gaara because he is someone important to me. Secondly, he said before his hand glowed green and her breathing relaxed, you threaten me one more time. And I will destroy everything you've ever cared about before taking your life. Drip. Bye. Drip, he whispered into her ear as he put her into a deep sleep. Naruto turned and walked out. We're heading to the land of rivers. Are you guys ready? Naruto asked as he held his arms out. Hinata took his left hand and Tuya took his right. Kimimaro stood behind Naruto back to back. "We're ready, Teiko," Kimimaro said as he glared down the people who were glaring at them. Naruto nodded, "We will win this. We have to." He muttered with his eyes closed as he channeled the necessary chakra. Naruto felt a sudden grip on his chest. Flash. Hash. Flash. Tuya fell to her knees. "Fucking hell." She muttered with a moan. Hinata leaned against one of the few trees nearby while Kimimaro looked perfectly fine, but subtly was using his bones as an anchor for support. "What now, Teiko?" he asked with only the slightest look of discomfort as the three glanced at the newcomer. Naruto sat with his hands folded together as he stared at the person who had hitched a ride by grabbing the front of his coat. A poison of that extreme level has to be from Sasori of the Red Sand. And according to Uro-sensei, his partner is Datara the Bomber. This'll be hard. He thought before sighing, "I guess having a fifth person along won't be too bad, though I'm not sure about this granny." Naruto thought with a frown. An old lady, older than even Hiruzen, stood calmly with a soft smile as she turned to Naruto. "So, you are the final flash. The rebirth of Hokages," she said with a nod. "I do not like your village, but I like you," she said before laughing a bit too loudly. Naruto frowned as he stared at her. "Rebirth of Hokages?" he thought before turning serious. "Who are you and why are you here?" he demanded. The lady smiled, showing her lack of teeth. "Well, with a poison like that." She trailed off before beginning in another way. "My title is the honored sibling, Chio. If what they say about you is true, then that should be enough," she said with a stubborn nod. Naruto's eyes widened. "The great master of the Chikamatsu puppets. You want to reign in your grandson, I assume?" Naruto asked as he stood straight and unfolded his hands. Chio laughed. "Hit the nail on the head," she said happily if not a little crazily. Naruto nodded. "We will accept your help. Girls, are you ready?" Naruto asked as he turned to the group. Tuya and Hinata nodded as Tuya turned in the general direction of the land of rivers. "Follow us," Hinata said before following after her, the group leaping behind them. Hash. 2 hours later and the group arrived at the top of a large hill in front of a large river. "This is where we last heard them," Tuya said while looking around. Naruto's mind raced. This is the Akatsuki, so their hiding place must be extremely hard to get to. He thought as he looked around, somewhere hidden so well that no one would look for it. He thought before feeling something. Naruto looked around, noticing that Chio was looking at their feet expectantly. He looked down and stared at the floor beneath him. "There's chakra running through this hill," Naruto realized. He channeled chakra into his hand, shocking everyone as he threw a downward punch. Universe. The impact zone of his fist was covered by a small purple shield of chakra, causing Naruto to scowl. "Damn it. There has to be a seal nearby or someone holding the jutsu," Naruto said in frustration as he began looking around again. Byakugan. Naruto turned to Hinata with a smile as she ran to the edge of the hill and leapt off, flipping around as she landed on the opposite shore nearly 50 meters below. The group followed behind her as she nodded. "There's your seal," Hinata said with a soft smile of victory. Naruto nodded as he stared at the seal. "I'm kinda out of my depth here," he thought. "It's a multi-seal, focused on an area lockdown." Naruto turned to Tuya who was staring at the seal and thought, "By the looks of things, it'll have 4 corresponding seals similar to this one." "Can you see them, Hina-chan?" she asked before looking at her harem sister. Hinata flared her Byakugan. "Yes, I see them," she declared. Naruto nodded. "Great, let's go get rid of the seals and..." "We can't, they have to be taken off at the same second or else a backup seal will activate. I'm unable to tell what it does until this seal is removed," Tuya said, cutting off Naruto. Naruto nodded. "Easy enough solution, water clone jutsu," he declared. From the nearby river walked 4 Narutos and he turned to them. "Listen up. Hinata-chan will tell you each a location. Go to that location and wait for the signal once you find the seal. Go," he ordered. The water clones nodded, then suddenly fell into puddles as they were pierced with a handful of kunai and shuriken. "I'm afraid I cannot let that happen." The group looked up to the top of the cave to see the silhouette of a man with glowing Sharingan eyes. "Itachi," Naruto exclaimed, "I don't understand. Uro-sensei said that all of them were needed for the sealing process, so are they already finished? Or was he wrong?" Naruto thought with a frown. Kimimaro stepped forward. "I will handle him," he said cockily before reappearing next to Itachi in a sunshine. Naruto's eyes widened. "No, Kimimaro," he yelled as Kimimaro swiped his bone at Itachi. Itachi easily ducked under the blade and kicked Kimimaro back off the cliff headfirst. The bone ninja smirked while forming hand signs. The moment he fell out of Itachi's line of sight, he moved into a diving position and went underground with a jutsu. Naruto realized Kimimaro's plan, and sought to distract Itachi. He looked up as he pulled his hands back to his side. Flame. Itachi's Sharingan flared and the world warped. Suddenly Itachi stood in front of Naruto, moving to stab him in the chest with a kunai. Suddenly, Tuya appeared in front of Naruto's position and was stabbing at Itachi. The Sharingan user was stabbed through and looked over at Naruto. "You will make the village strong," Itachi said with a kind smile before bursting into a flock of crows, one of which forced its way into Naruto's mouth. Naruto gagged for a moment before Tuya brought her hands together and dispersed the genjutsu on Naruto. The world warped again, and he stood back in position as if the moment hadn't happened at all. Thugged by the way Hinata and Chio were slightly roughed up proved that was wrong. Rasengan. The fiery Rasengan shot forward from Naruto's hands thanks to his wind funnels, and he stared in confusion at the slightly smirking Itachi, who burst into crows as the attack almost hit him. The crows flocked down and morphed in front of the group to form Itachi, who was holding a hand seal, Uchiha fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. He yelled as he spat the largest fireball Naruto had ever seen. Quickly, he went to dodge when Tuya landed in front of him and played a few notes. The fireball moved up and over them before exploding. Instantly, Kimimaro popped up from underneath the ground right in front of Itachi, making Naruto think they had made eye contact, but Kimimaro's eyes were closed as he focused pulsing his earth chakra to feel where Itachi was. Larch dance, he yelled as he lunged forward, his ribcage extending and growing. Using his advanced Sharingan, Itachi was able to dodge almost every single swipe, receiving only one cut on his left forearm. As Kimimaro finished his dance, Itachi fell to his knees and swept Kimimaro's legs from under him. He rose up with his spin and kicked at Kimimaro, only to have to lean back and use the momentum of his kick to dodge Hinata's palm strike. Hinata followed normal Juken for the first 3 steps, letting Itachi easily dodge them before she caught his off guard with an extremely non-Hyuga attack. She went from a basic palm thrust to pulling a string attached to her thumb, shooting a handful of senbone from her sleeve which stabbed Itachi in the shoulder. She used his momentary hesitation to slam her hands at his chest. But once again, Itachi burst into crows. Reforming back in his first position back up on the cliff, showing that he had only been struck true by Kimimaro and only a few of the handful of senbone. "You are all very strong, which is why I am sorry I must disappoint you all by leaving," Itachi said calmly. "No chance." Itachi looked down at Tuya who had just played a single note. Suddenly Itachi was hit in the stomach by an invisible force. Tuya hit another note, making the force knock the senbone from barely in his shoulder, to buried entirely. Some of them even stuck through to the other side. She went to hit another note when her hand was suddenly struck with a normal shuriken. She gasped in pain before trying to ignore it, only to feel an intense heat when she looked up. Uchiha fire style, Sea of Flames. The waves of flames flew down upon the group, forcing Naruto to step forward as he unleashed Seimata with his right arm. "Time for lunch," he exclaimed as he slashed at the flames. The flames parted around Naruto, protecting the group who stood behind him. Naruto then continued his swing while forming one-handed seals and hit the very edge of the river with his sword. "Water style, Geyser Water Prison Jutsu," he yelled as he channeled chakra through his sword. From the impact zone of Naruto's attack grew a great geyser that shot up at Itachi at high speeds. To the group's shock, he just watched it and was promptly caught by the water which formed a water prison around him upon contact. Naruto didn't waste time and seized the opportunity as he flashed through 2 hand signs before compressing his chakra in the ball. Water style, Deep Pressure. The water compacted and grew dark as the blood seeped throughout it. Naruto let out a sigh of relief as well as sadness. Sasuke was the one that wanted to beat Itachi, but even if I only rendered him unconscious while tearing open his 2 wounds, I have to capture him now that I have the chance. Naruto thought as he let the jutsu collapse. Kimimaro jogged forward and caught the corpse, only to gasp, "Teiko. It's not the Uchiha," Kimimaro proclaimed as he brought the corpse over to them. The group stared in confusion, as Hinata said, "But those fire techniques, he really was an Uchiha." "So who is he?" she asked. Chio gasped as she recognized him. "He was from our village, a councilman even." "I don't understand what's going on," she said in confusion. Tuya snapped everyone back into focus. "Well, that sucks, really it does. But shouldn't we be getting those tags?" she asked. Naruto nodded as he made more water clones while Hinata formed the single seal of the bird, Byakugan. Moments later, each water clone was stepping up to Hinata. 1 kilometer east from here on a rock, she said to the first clone while pointing in the direction. The clone ran off while Hinata finished her instructions. 800 meters north-northwest on a cliff side. 700 meters dead south on a tree. And 300 meters west on another rock, Hinata said to the last clone before it ran off. After a minute of waiting, Hinata smiled. They're all ready, now Tuya-chan, she said. Tuya lifted her new flute, which was a blood-red color, to her lips, and played a high F that echoed loudly while being enhanced by her chakra. The clones looked up in unison at the sound. That's it, they said before ripping the seals at the same time. Kimimaro, who stood over the seal on the cave, ripped it off. Naruto leapt forward at the giant boulder. Universe, he yelled as he slammed his fist forward. Boom! The boulder exploded, causing Naruto to smirk before leaping into the clearing in the cave, only to be met by a small white spider. Boom! In a flash, Naruto appeared behind Hinata once again before pulling himself to his feet. He glared through the falling debris and spotted a large statue which was glowing. What the hell is that? He asked out loud. A sudden flock of white birds appeared and flew at the Konoha group. Hinata stepped forward and began whipping her hands around to guard herself and Tuya while Naruto began spinning in front of Chio while whipping up stones with his earth chakra. Protective 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Earth style, Kaiden. The clay explosives either had their chakra cut from them by Hinata's attack or they exploded upon contact with the stones of Naruto's technique while the chakra protected him from any blowback. After a moment, they came to a stop and saw Deidara standing with a smirk before a large flash of light occurred behind him. He glanced over his shoulder and smirked as the rest of Akatsuki and the statue disappeared. Gaara's body began falling to the ground and landed with a crash next to Sasori's hunched form. Feeling his danger sense tingling, Deidara leapt back towards Sasori, as Kimimaro fell from above the cave entrance and stabbed the ground where Deidara once stood, barely slashing the man's cloak as he dodged. Deidara landed softly next to Sasori. "HN. Seems we finished just in time, Master Sasori?" he asked. Sasori merely nodded. "Deidara, take the Jinchuriki's body away. I will handle the stragglers," he said in a deep voice as he stared at Chio. Deidara raised a brow. "I guess I can do that." "HN, he said before throwing down a piece of clay. Naruto watched on trying to figure out the best way to separate the two. He gasped as he saw Deidara clay turn into a large bird and swallow Gaara. "No! Gaara!" Naruto yelled as Deidara flew overhead and away from the cave. Naruto took a step forward before hesitating. "Out in the open I could easily handle Deidara by myself, maybe not as easily with Sasori. But with Gaara's body being in the way." He then glanced at Chio. "I need to keep her alive, make her use that reanimation jutsu I've read about to revive Gaara." He thought before blowing out air harshly. "Damn it to hell. Kimimaro, Tuya, and Hinata. Go take down Deidara wings and bring Gaara's body back here," Naruto said while reaching behind his back. Kimimaro frowned. "What about you?" he asked as his level 1 curse seal grew across his body. Naruto smirked. "Someone has to help Granny take down this guy," Naruto said as he swung around his bandaged sword. The 3-leaf ninjas nodded before running out after Deidara, with Kimimaro instantly landing a hit through the bird's wing with his bone bullets, causing it to plummet as they disappeared from Naruto's view. Naruto turned back to see Chio and Sasori continuing their stare-off. He walked up to stand by Chio's side. "So Granny, how do you want to do this?" Naruto asked while holding his sword by his side calmly. Chio glanced up at Naruto. "And just why are you staying behind? Gaara should be your main responsibility," she asked before turning back to face her grandson. Naruto scoffed. "Right, 'cause I would feel totally fine with leaving an elderly woman to deal with this S-rank creeper by herself," Naruto said sarcastically before swinging his right arm past his containment seal on his right leg, unsealing a single battle shuriken. Chio frowned. "Well, let me start. Provide cover with that shuriken of yours while I get ready, then you can follow in when I give signal. Sound good?" she asked. Naruto frowned before placing Seimata Bocho back on his back. "Alright, fine, here I go then." Naruto muttered before blowing out a deep breath and spinning. "Wind style, upgrade blade. Shuriken shadow clone jutsu," Naruto yelled as he threw forward his green glowing ninja tool. Sasori scoffed as the one tool became 100. "You think I'm that easy?" he asked as his scorpion tail appeared and arched over his body. Naruto's brow rose. "By the looks of things that's actually connected to his body, does that mean he's hiding inside a puppet?" Naruto thought as his shuriken began to start a barrage on the tail. Poof! Naruto looked to his left to see two puppets floating in front of Chio. Mother and father, Chio said as an explanation before the two puppets flew forward. Sasori glared at the puppets. "You've mutilated my first puppets, Ba-sama," he said as he knocked away the last shuriken that puffed into smoke and shot his tail forward. The mother puppet went low while father went high, the tail moved between them. They quickly circled the tail, tying it up in ninja wire and halting its movement. Chio smirked as she moved her fingers to shred the tail with the wires, only for her puppets to come to a stop as his tail was too thick. "Darn." She muttered as she tried to pull back the puppets before he retaliated. Unfortunately, his tail was already moving to strike back. Wood style, wood spire. A strong spire of wood shot from the ground and cut the wire while knocking the tail to the side, freeing Chio's puppets in the process of defending them. Sasori's wide eyes turned to Naruto. "A wood user? It can't be. You're the Nine Tails Jinchuriki," Sasori proclaimed in shock. Chio stared at Naruto in shock, who was smirking. "Apparently my reputation precedes me," he said before clenching his hands tighter. "Hurry up, Granny, I'll support you with my jutsu, but you're taking lead on this," Naruto reminded her as grass began growing around his feet. Chio nodded. "This boy's is the Jinchuriki? How is he like this then? I thought all Jinchuriki were like little Gaara," she thought as she moved her fingers in complicated maneuvers. "Damn, this may be more of a challenge than I thought, better not pull any punches," Sasori thought as his jaw dropped open from underneath the cloth on his face. Naruto's sensitive ears heard the click and he quickly stepped in front of Chio and slammed his hands down, earth-style, mud wall. Two poisoned senbon managed to get past the rising wall while the rest of them turned it into a pincushion. Chio watched on, amazed that Naruto managed to deflect the two senbon with his headband to protect her. Chio moved her hands and her puppets came back to life on the other side of the wall. Father raised his arms and shot a ring of explosive kunai at Sasori. Sasori redirected the last of his senbon and aimed at the kunai, causing them to fly off course and hit the wall behind him before exploding. Mother quickly gave its hand to father, who pulled. Mother's arm extended and blades flipped out, forming a metallic spiked whip that she swung towards Sasori, who knocked the whip aside with his tail before lifting his right arm up forward and having it launch off from his body, and punched the mother puppet away. With the chakra strings of mother pulled away, father was forced to hesitate before it could move, thanks to the chakra strings being entangled. Sasori used the opportunity by having a seal on his midair hand activate, causing a small slim arm to shoot out from the first hand's palm. The smaller hand slammed into father's chest before exploding loudly, destroying it from the lower torso down. Chio stared in shock as her puppetry was pretty much squashed by Sasori's. "When did he surpass me like this?" she thought. Naruto growled. "Granny, use these, wood clone jutsu," he declared and made two clones from the wood. Chio's eyes widened. "How do you know of my human puppet control techniques?" she asked. Naruto raised a brow. "Is this really the time to ask stupid questions?" he yelled before leaping up into the air as either of his clones grabbed one of Chio's arms each and leapt away, avoiding the needle storm that broke down his wall and hit the area where they once stood. Chio snapped back into fighting mode and landed on the cave wall, using chakra to adhere herself to it while she attached chakra strings to the wood clones. "If you get an opportunity, don't hesitate to strike by yourself, but before that happens, just keep your body limp," she ordered. The clones nodded before closing their eyes and relaxing. Suddenly, they started to move, thanks to her chakra strings, and they sprinted at Sasori. The real Naruto just sent chakra into his eye seal. "Now let's have a look," he thought as he got an extremely detailed look at Sasori in action. The two clones and the puppeteer clashed in battle, and Naruto used the opportunity to watch, seeing the barest glimpses under Sasori's cloak, but noticing things of vital importance. All his joints are mechanical, so this is a puppet, but Sasori's voice was clearly coming from it, so either he's nearby using the puppet and some kind of voice-throwing seal, or he is in the puppet like I suspected. Time to find out, Naruto thought as he began forming hand seals. Sasori's tail battered aside a wood clone once again, then lifted his remaining arm to block the other clone's attack before skewering it with his tail, making it fall into wood, leaving Chio with one clone. Wind Scythe Jutsu. Hearing the shout, Sasori looked up to see Naruto swinging his sword through the air and shooting a single blade of wind at him. He was about to slash the wind blade with his tail when Chio used the clone to grab the tail and hold it in place. Seeing the blade about to slash him, Sasori simply closed his eyes. The wind blade completely shredded his Akatsuki cloak, revealing the large Oni mask sitting upon his back. The puppet flexed and showed off its true form. Chio frowned as she pulled the clone back. "That's Hiruko, his unbreakable defense puppet," she said. Naruto landed next to her. "That's nice, do you want me to smash it?" Naruto asked. Chio looked at Naruto with a diffuse expression on her face. "What part of unbreakable don't you get?" Naruto scoffed and whipped forward Seimata, causing Chio to gasp as he easily held Sasori's tail off with one arm. "Probably the he said with a chuckle before swinging his blade aside, throwing the tail off and pushing Sasori off balance. Sasori reeled in shock before turning his tail back to stab Naruto in the back as he sprinted at Sasori. "The hell is this kid?" Sasori exclaimed as his tail curled around intending to split Naruto's spine. Naruto leapt into the air horizontally and slashed with his blade, severing the tail in one clean swipe before landing back on his feet and charging at Hiruko. Sasori shot Hiruko's remaining fist at Naruto. It dropped small rectangles as it flew at him in a punch. Naruto threw his own punch forward, which obliterated the fist and destroyed the last container in it, letting Naruto see that they held explosive senbon. Naruto moved his chakra into the seal on his sword and swung as the senbon shot up at him. "Water style, water shark bomb jutsu," he yelled as he shot the chakra-eating shark forward. The shark was thick enough to catch all of the senbon before they exploded mere meters from Naruto's and Sasori's faces. Sasori opened his eyes from the blast to barely catch a glimpse of Seimata's bandaged form as it slammed into Hiruko's face, shattering it. Naruto smirked as the puppet was obliterated. He caught a glimpse of a shadow that moved away from the area before he leapt back to Chio's side, panting heavily. "Why am I feeling so tired?" he thought as his vision got a little blurry. Chio gasped as Naruto fell to one knee. "Naruto. What happened?" she asked before setting her sights on the smoke of the explosion. Naruto was unsure, but then he felt a twinge on his left arm. Looking down, he saw the slightest scrape from where a senbon had slashes him. "I must have been slightly poisoned." "I'll handle it," Naruto said before forming a hand seal, wood clone jutsu. 3 more clones appeared for Chio to use and she quickly attached strings to them as the smoke finally cleared as Naruto placed a green right hand over the scratch. "Medic art, extraction," Naruto yelled, forcing all the poison and a large amount of blood to begin flowing from his arm. Chio's eyes widened. He's gonna drain the liquids of his body until he has no poison left. That could easily kill him. "I have to stall for time," she thought as she moved the clones into a fighting position, now having 4 at her disposal. Chio looked at Sasori only to gasp in shock as his face is revealed. "How? You haven't aged a day," she exclaimed. Indeed, Sasori merely looked like a red-headed young teen. He smirked lightly. "Let's just say I've truly mastered my art," he said in a completely different voice from before. Sasori calmly reached into his coat and pulled out a scroll that he unraveled. "I must say you two have impressed me. Thanks, I will show you my favorite puppet. The 3rd Kazekage of the Hidden Sand." Poof. Chio stared at the 3rd Kazekage in complete shock. "Why, you're the one that killed the 3rd? You turned him into a puppet?" she asked. Sasori chuckled. "Oh yes. And it's time for this puppet to show you its power," he said as he made a single-handed seal. "Puppet art, 1,000,000 strikes." Kazekage lifted its arm and from a compartment that opened up on it, a single arm rose, which let out 2, both of which let out 3, until there was 1,000,000 hands aiming directly at Chio and her Naruto puppets. Chio whipped her fingers about, causing the wood clones to run their hands past the seals on their thighs, causing all of them to pull out 2 battle shuriken. She used the clones as close combat fighters to slash and cut through each and every arm. Unknown to her, it only took Sasori the single-hand seal to use this technique. So while she was busy for the next minute forming complex maneuvers, Sasori was building the necessary chakra for his next technique. Magnet style, iron sand release. Chio cut down the last arm before raising her head in horror as Kazekage spat out tons of iron sand, forcing her to pull back her puppets and dodge. Bang! Chio looked up to see a huge pyramid made from the sand carving through the inside of the cave wall, bearing down on her position. "It's too big. This is the end for me," she thought as she made the clones throw their shuriken at Sasori in a last-ditch effort. Sasori moved his arms, making a small wall of the iron sand lift up and catch the shuriken, but to his surprise, the last shuriken of the bunch was covered in the green hue of a wind upgrade and slashed through the sand and stabbed into his stomach, just as the sand was about to crush Chio. Ultimate wind combination. Chio stared in shock as the real Naruto plowed into the pyramid of iron sand surrounded by a huge hurricane that shredded the pyramid apart before pulling it all in behind him. He continued through the wall of the cave, taking half of the iron sand with him into the air before he and his whole jutsu suddenly disappeared in a flash of light. Chio stared up after him with wide eyes before looking at Sasori, who stood with merely a frown. And the battle shuriken stabbed halfway through his body. Sasori looked around the cabin and smirked. He didn't have time to drop any of those kunai. I will finish this now and go join with Datara. Although I can't do the strongest techniques with only half the amount of sand, it'll have to do. He thought before turning his attention back to Chio, who was staring at him in confusion. Sasori looked down and noticed the shuriken. Ah yes, I forgot about that. The benefits of not being able to feel pain, I suppose, he said before pulling the shuriken out and letting his destroyed cloak fall to the ground. Chio gasped as she saw Sasori's body. Sasori? What have you done? She asked, causing the clones to open their eyes for the first time since the puppet technique took hold. Sasori chuckled. I guess I have some time, let me explain. He muttered with his eyes closed, not noticing that in that split second a clone had dispelled, giving Naruto its memories as he flew back at full speed. Naruto blinked as the memories assimilated. I'll be there in less than a minute now, so there's. A kunai flew into his vision, but not just any kunai, a tri-pronged kunai. Flash. Naruto was kicked in the face, launching him at the ground as he thought, what the hell? Who is using my technique? How are they using my technique? Naruto flipped and landed on his feet before looking up at seeing him. The mid-air Naruto had a dead expression and Naruto frowned as he pulsed out his chakra to dispel genjutsu while analyzing his opponent if he was real. A moment later, Naruto had his answer, that's a copy. Identical to my water clones, so how did it use my jutsu? Water clones aren't stable enough to handle things like that. Naruto thought as the water loan was joined by 3 more. The fuck? The clones each held their hands by their sides, causing Naruto to pale slightly. Well damn, he said before holding his hands above his head as eyes flashed red. Come on Fox. You with me? Naruto thought into his mind. Finally. I get to let loose. The Kyuubi thought in return as it flowed its chakra throughout Naruto's system. The 4 clones lined up. Flame Rasengan. Whirlpool Rasengan. Wind Style, Rasengan. Giant Rasengan. Each clone held their red, blue, green and oversized Rasengan forward as they dove at Naruto, while the original blonde held a larger crimson Rasengan above his head. Naruto threw his Rasengan down at the oncoming clones. Demon Pulse, Massive Rasengan. Boo-o-o-o-um. Sasori's speech was interrupted as the ground shook. That was as powerful as Datara's so-called art. I wonder if they've caught him. He thought. Sasori turned back to his grandmother. Alas, we must end this now, Ba-sama. It was nice seeing you again, he said before forming another hand seals with the Kazekage. Iron Sand, unleash. The sand formed a ball in mid-air before shooting out as spires, although there weren't that many considering the small amount of sand available. Chio tried to maneuver the clones out of the way, but all of them were pierced by a spire. She then looked up to see the last spire shooting down at her. Puppet technique, mechanical shield. She announced as she raised her arm. Her arm revealed itself to be mechanical when its compartments flipped open and activated a shield which completely stopped Sasori's attack. He frowned before moving his fingers, causing Chio to stumble from the sudden lack of pressure as the iron sand spread apart, giving Kazekage direct access to her. Chio looked up as the puppet lifted its arm, revealing a blade that it swung down at her. Clang! Suddenly, Naruto was there using his sword to hold off the puppet. He smirked as Chio looked up at him and noticing the small lacerations on the back of his hands. Seems I got back just in time, he said before blocking the puppet's other arm then kicking it away. Sasori frowned. How are you back so soon? Even I cannot move that quickly. Sasori asked as he pulled the Kazekage to be back between him and Naruto. Naruto scoffed, as if I'd be as slow as you would-y. Now shut the fuck up and bug off, Naruto yelled before throwing Seimata like Kubikiri could once have been thrown. Sasori got Kazekage to raise a wall of iron sand which caught the blade, but his eyes widened in shock as the blade ate the chakra in the sand, causing it and the sand to fall to the ground just as Naruto's next weapon flew over it. A tri-pronged kunai slammed into Kazekage, and in a flash Naruto appeared mid-spin in the air, wind style, Suiga. In the single quick move, Naruto shredded Kazekage to smithereens, making it useless before he stopped his spin and turned to take on Sasori while he kicked up his sword into his hand, purposefully leaving his kunai underneath Kazekage's remains. So, guess who's next, Woody? He asked with a smirk. Sasori yelled in frustration, that was my favorite piece of art. My best puppet, he yelled before jumping back, landing on a wire that came from his stomach and stabbed into the ground behind him as his metallic blades on his back fanned out. I'm through playing, he yelled as he threw a large scroll into the air. Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Naruto frowned as he looked up at the massive amount of puppets that were glaring down at him and Chio. Now I understand why Uro-sensei said your skills were a bit understated. He muttered before gulping and throwing one of his unsealed kunai back towards Chio. He appeared in a flash next to her as she slammed her hands onto a scroll she had unraveled. White secret technique, Chikamatsu's 10 puppets. She announced as they appeared. Naruto smirked, this will work out how I planned it by the looks of things. He thought before refocusing on the storm of puppets that charged them, but for now, I gotta kill this evil doll. Naruto thought before resting Saimata back in her position and pitching forward a battle shuriken. Massive shuriken shadow clone jutsu. The single shuriken became 100 and Naruto aimed them all straight at the center of the group. He counted himself lucky that over 20 seemed to be damaged out while the others spread to the side of the cave where his was now aiming his palms. Flame streams. From each of his palms launched a stream of fire that took out nearly another 20 puppets each and caused a fair few more to be set alight. He jumped into the air as Chio barked orders, Naruto. I will handle close-range defense while you shoot off as many techniques as you can. Take them down, she yelled as her 10 puppets clashed with the many more that were trying to overwhelm her. Naruto nodded before forming hand seals and blowing, wind style, great breakthrough. The puppets that were nearby were blown back to behind Sasori, who had anchored himself using the wire. He growled before facing his hands forward, flamethrower, he yelled as flames just like Naruto's flame streams burst forward. If Naruto was caught off guard, it didn't show as he began making more hand seals while Chio swung her fingers around. White secret technique, mechanical force field. 2 of Chikamatsu's 10 puppets leapt away from the battle against Chio's many opponents and clapped their hands against each other. From their backs grew 2 large semicircles that came together to form one giant shield that the flames bounced off. Naruto dropped behind it as he launched one of his new techniques, summoning, earth style, fang pursuit jutsu, he said as he slammed his hands on the ground. Seeing his flames were doing nothing, Sasori sent forward his puppets once again, using the poisoning puppets to take the lead. As soon as the puppets passed halfway, 6 large snakes shot out of the ground and began tearing apart the puppets with their fangs, forcing Sasori to focus on saving his puppets instead of attacking. Naruto flew up over the snakes while forming seals. He landed amongst them as their mouths began to emit an ugly green cloud that stopped mere meters from the group, just as Naruto threw his hands forward, snake style, acid poison fangs. Thanks to Naruto's chakra, the acidic poison clouds began to solidify before the solidified parts shot forward as acidic needles reminiscent of the snake's fangs. Sasori quickly began dodging frantically, unable to put as much focus on saving his puppets. This caused the acidic fangs to tear through them and destroy a large portion of the group. Naruto smirked until from the clouds of acidic burning smoke came a larger stream of flames than previously seen, completely smothering Naruto and his snakes. Chio stared as she saw their silhouettes began to be burned through, that is until Naruto and the snakes appeared from the ground behind her shield before the snakes disappeared in a poof of smoke. She looked at him questioningly while he just smirked, snake skin substitution. It makes the enemy think they actually got me for a few seconds, which gave me the chance to set up this, Naruto said as he began forming seals. Sasori watched the remains collapse in his fire, until he noticed something odd, they are not moving. They should be writhing in pain. He thought before his eyes widened, then that means. His thoughts were cut off as he saw water rising from a hole in the ground and putting out his fire. As he realized that Naruto and his snakes had escaped underground, he also realized that the snakes had used their larger size to dig into an underground water source, which Naruto was about to use to attack. Uzumaki water style, pulse whirlpool. The water formed a violent whirlpool that moved horizontally at Sasori, who could do nothing more than anchor himself to the ground while the remainder of his puppet army was crushed by the pressure that slammed them against the cave wall to smithereens. When the water finally passed, he opened his eyes in shock to see a large puppet head flying at him while Chio's voice rang out throughout the cave, lion-headed cannon, she yelled just before the lion's mouth opened. Sealing technique, lion closing roar. The head enlarged and picked up Sasori before slamming him into the wall of the cave. The kanji for closed appeared on the back of the head and Sasori moved no more. Naruto smirked and turned to face Chio. Mission accomplished, Granny, he said with a smile and a thumbs up. Chio smiled at Naruto's happy face, while on the inside she was crying. I guess it was for the best, though I wish Sasori didn't become like this. She thought before closing her eyes and sighing. Granny, look out. Chio's eyes snapped open and she saw Sasori had taken over a different puppet with a sword. He was seconds away from plunging it into her stomach, when she felt a gentle push from her right. Chio looked back to see Naruto had pushed her out of the way, the sword mere millimeters from his head as it sailed above his shoulder, seemingly moving in slow motion. Naruto leaned his head back as far as he could, buying him the few extra milliseconds needed as his outstretched arm barely touched Sasori's arm before the blade could cut his face. Flash! Chio watched the sword clatter to the floor in relief. Flash! Chio turned to see Naruto slamming Sasori face first into the ground a meter past the tri-pronged kunai he had left under the third Kazekage's puppet corpse earlier. Naruto brought his fist back. It's over, Sasori. Universe! Naruto yelled as he slammed his fist into the back of Sasori's head, shattering it into thousands of pieces. Chio closed her eyes as the fist impacted, letting Naruto rip Sasori's heart containment unit from the puppet as he placed it in his seal pocket without her noticing. Naruto stumbled over to Chio as she finally looked at him. That was intense, Naruto said before falling onto his ass. Chio took the few necessary steps to get to Naruto and fell to her knees, examining him with her medical chakra. Naruto, you have lost over a quarter of your body's blood. You could die, she proclaimed in worry. Naruto waved her off. Don't worry about me, Granny, I got a demon in me. As long as Kyuubi wants to live, it won't let me die from something as simple as blood loss. He explained before reaching up and touching the bridge of his nose where the sword almost impaled him, felling a minuscule scratch that luckily enough didn't penetrate enough to inject the poison again. Chio looked on in worry before glancing at the puppet that was last Sasori. She looked away as she noticed his eyeball looking right at her. Naruto shakily got to his feet. Wow, okay, I do feel a little woozy. He admitted before flashing to the single kunai he had used and lifted it up before floating into the air. We better go see how the others have managed Datara the bomber now, he said as he flew over to her and grabbed her arms, letting her dangle below him as he flew out of the cave. Hash! Katsu! Boom! Kimimaro's bone wall stood strong against the barrage. Do it to ya, he yelled as he leapt up and used his bone bullets to buy an extra few seconds time by exploding the bird barrage. Tuya slammed her hands on the ground, summoning jutsu, she yelled before the entire area she stood on became covered in smoke. Up in the air, Datara halted his attack. These two are quite a handful and I'm running out of clay. He muttered before glancing down at the bird he originally flew on to see Hinata pulling Gaara's corpse free. I guess I've stalled long enough, I'm tired of waiting for Master Sasori, he said before something in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Datara's visible eye widened as a doki stood with its head just below his height. It swung its club, forcing Datara to abandon his bird as it exploded upon contact with the club, pushing it back a few steps. So, the boss summons for the ogre clan. Didn't think I'd be seeing this thing, he said to himself as he made a decision. I'm not prepared for this battle. I'm heading to the checkpoint now, he said before throwing the last of his clay out to the side. As Datara landed on his bird he yelled out, fine. You can have the Jinchuriki. I'm done with you. He said before flying up and towards the sun, disappearing in its glare. Tuya stared after him for a moment before screaming, what the fuck does that mean? You are done. I just wasted nearly all of my chakra on summoning this great motherfucker and you're leaving? She shouted in frustration. Kimimaro sighed in relief, I'm exhausted, I don't think I've ever had to remake my bones so fast for so long just to combat his explosives. He thought before dropping his bone wall and limping towards Hinata, who had just laid Gaara softly on the ground. He collapsed next to her. Hinata? He asked. Hinata shook her head as she moved her hand from Gaara's neck. Nothing, no pulse, she whispered. The two looked down at Gaara's face sadly while Tuya dispelled her ogre and looked up into the sky. Her frown disappeared as she spotted Naruto and Chio arriving. Hey! Naru-kun, Grandma, she yelled out while waving them down. The two landed and Chio instantly ran over to Gaara's body while Naruto fell lightly onto Tuya, who caught him and helped him stand straight. You alright? She asked. Naruto nodded, yeah, though I'm starting to wish I didn't leave my sheath at Ba-chan's place. I only had one blood replenishment pill on me and I got no water. I usually keep all my stuff in that, he said while leaning against her for support. Tuya reached into her pouch and pulled out a small canteen. Here, tough guy, drink up, she said, passing it to him. He nodded in thanks and began drinking as the two hobbled over to Gaara's corpse. As they arrived, they noticed Chio resting her pale blue glowing hands on Gaara's chest. "Yo grandma, what type of medical jutsu is that?" Tuya asked. Hinata wiped a tear from her eye as Naruto fell down next to her. She turned and began crying into his chest as he hugged her tight. Naruto and Tuya turned to Kimimaro, wanting an answer. He didn't look up from Gaara, but he began talking. Chiyo-ba-sama said this is an animation jutsu, capable of giving life to things without life. She's bringing him back. The bone user said quietly. Tuya raised a brow. "So what are you two sad about?" she asked. Through her crying, Hinata sobbed, because she's giving her life force to do it. The group looked at Chio as her chakra flared. Ninja art, one's own life reanimation technique. In a large flash of blue light, Chio's chakra flew into Gaara, causing him to take the first breath of his new life as Chio took her last. As Chio fell to her side, she smiled. "At least with this, I'm able to pay you back, Gaara. I'm so sorry for sealing that monster in you. Have a good life with your friends," she thought as her last glance went from the unconscious Gaara to the crying and sad faces of Kimimaro, Tuya, and Hinata. Her smile fell and she stared in shock at Naruto. Since everyone was either looking at her sadly, or Gaara in hope, she was the only person to see the expression on his face. His red-slitted eyes glowed gleefully as he watched her fall. His malicious grin stretched across his face as if in some huge victory. For just a split second, it was as if Chio could hear his thoughts along with him hearing her last thoughts. "I've won. Please no." And then, everything went black. Chapter 5, Konoha's Growth. Ugh. He groaned as started to feel again. What happened? My body, it's so heavy. He groaned again as he momentarily opened his eyes. Gaara. Are you okay? Naruto? Is that Naruto? Gaara thought as he once again tried to open his eyes, only to be blinded by the light of the sun. Give him some space. Gaara heard another voice yell. Tuya? Is that you? He thought as he lifted his heavy arm, feeling someone grab his hand. He opened his eyes once more as he looked up at the person covering him in shade. Gaara stared in shock as he saw Naruto's smiling face. "Welcome back, Gaara," he said. "Yeah." Naruto pulled Gaara into a sitting position, allowing the redhead to look around him, seeing people from the Sand Village cheering in excitement that he was alive. "You all came for me?" he asked in shock as Naruto helped Gaara sling his arms over his shoulder, pulling him to his feet. "Of course we did. Can't just leave one of my best friends hanging now, can I?" Naruto rhetorically asked with a wide grin as he walked Gaara through the large group of people. Gaara was stunned silent as people swarmed around him, asking more questions than he could answer, touching his face to make sure he was okay, then passing him through the crowd. Eventually, Naruto slinked away, letting Gaara be passed between people as he arrived back next to the teary Hinata. She won't say anything, Naruto thought as he knelt down next to Hinata. Hinata looked up from the ground and turned to Naruto. "What are you doing, Naruto-kun?" she asked as Naruto began to frisk Chio's corpse. He glanced at Hinata before getting back to work. "I need to find the scroll with Chikamatsu's puppets in them. It's very important. You don't need to help me, but this needs to be done discreetly," Naruto said seriously. Hinata grabbed Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto-kun, you can't just take something from someone's dead body. If anyone from the sand notices, you'll be in huge trouble," she whispered to him. Naruto frowned. "Hinata-chan, I have to have it, they won't notice me yet," he said before moving to Chio's chest pockets. "Damn, where is it?" he whispered. Hinata shook her head. "And no, Naruto-kun, I'm saying that you can't do it when people would notice, so I thought that just in case." She trailed off as she sat back, finally releasing Naruto's shoulder. Naruto looked back at her, wondering at her behavior, before she embraced him in a full hug and whispering in his ear, "Some people have started looking. I have the scroll in my right jacket pocket, take it before anyone notices," she said softly before sniffing loudly, putting on the act of crying. Naruto's eyes widened before he smiled. "I could never have found a more perfect person for me," he thought as he returned the hug, swiftly taking the scroll as they parted. "Hinata-san, are you alright?" Kimimaro asked as he knelt next to the two. Hinata nodded before sniffing once more. "Why yes, sorry I just, Chiyo-ba-sama." She trailed off sadly. Naruto looked at Hinata in hidden amazement. "She's truly amazing," he thought before holding her hands softly and pulling her to her feet, Kimimaro standing with them. Tuya approached the trio. "I think Gaara has become a little overwhelmed with all of this, pretty sure he wants to go home," she said with a gesture to Gaara, who was still being passed around like some sort of prize. Naruto smirked and took a step forward. Listen up, he shouted. Everyone in the vicinity turned their attention to Naruto. I am the person who the Gaara rescue mission was assigned to. And I'm sorry, but I have to get him back to the Hokage ASAP, so please stand back for a moment, he said loudly as he walked through the large group of people and stopped by Gaara's side. Naruto looked at Gaara, who smirked slightly back at him, causing Naruto to smile before looking around the large group. Unfortunately, I have some bad news for those of the Hidden Sand Village, he said, bringing the crowd to a hush. Naruto took a deep breath before slowly beginning. As most of you know, the person who captured Gaara had an accomplice. That accomplice was Sasori of the Red Sand, the grandson of your village's honored sibling, Chio sama. She joined this mission in hopes of reining in her grandson and bringing him back to the village as either an ally or a prisoner. But things did not go to plan. With me by her side, the two of us managed to kill Sasori, though just barely with our lives intact, Naruto said, causing many people to gasp in shock and disbelief. Naruto then looked down as tears built in his eyes. Granny Chio was amazingly strong, but when we finally got Gaara back, he was already dead, Naruto said sadly, causing many people to mumble in confusion. Naruto looked up at the group, and Granny Chio used her animation jutsu, and gave her own life to save Gaara, Naruto said while gesturing off to the side, making people turn in horror to see Chio's lifeless corpse barely hidden near a tree. People of the sand, please treat her body with respect. I beg you, he whispered as his team stepped up to him and placed a hand on his body as he spoke his last line. She called me the reincarnation of Hokages, and I will not let down her expectations of me. Will you? He yelled. No. The sand shinobi cheered. That's how she wanted it. And that's how we will be, Naruto yelled to the cheers of everyone in the clearing. Flash. Hash. Flash. Izumo shouted in shock as he fell off his chair, causing Kotetsu to wake up and see Naruto. Oh Naruto. About time you're ready. Gaara's been kidnapped, Kotetsu said urgently. Everyone looked at Kotetsu with a disbelieving expression. Are you serious? I left for that mission late last night, bro. It's been, like 15 hours or something, Naruto said. Kotetsu nodded slowly, while Izumo looked to Naruto's left and saw Gaara. So you alright, Gaara? Why were they after you? He asked. Gaara smiled softly. It was the Akatsuki, he said. Naruto frowned as he took in the sad reactions of the two Chunin. So, Akatsuki is common knowledge now, this will make things a little easier. Naruto thought while nodding to himself as Gaara signed the group back into the village. Naruto placed a hand on Gaara's shoulder. Well, time to go see Ba-chan. He turned to the rest of the group. You guys coming with? He asked while holding out his arm. Kimimaro nodded, as did Hinata and Tuya, who grabbed his arm. Naruto Teiko, I think you'll have to come with me and a few others later on today, Kimimaro said. Naruto raised a brow. Flash. What for Kimimaro? He asked as the five of them arrived in the Hokage office. Kimimaro shook his head before stepping away as Tsunade slammed her hands on her desk. Naruto. What happened out there? I just sent Team Guy out as backup for you. I only just got their arrival letter by messenger bird? She yelled as she waved the supposed letter through the air. Naruto raised a brow. Will this be an official report or just a basic me talking about stuff? He asked. Tsunade fell back into her chair and pinched the bridge of her nose. Damn it to hell, just tell me the short version, you damn brat, she said with a sigh. Naruto smiled as he walked forward and fell into one of the chairs. Short version. We went to Sand and I healed Temari. We tracked down Gaara and fought of an Itachi impostor. Chio sama and I killed Sasori of the Red Sand. Kimi, Hinata-chan and Taiyu-chan fought Datara and forced him to retreat while saving Gaara's corpse. Chio brought him back. Mission complete, he said. Tsunade looked at Naruto skeptically. Do you honestly expect me to believe you four and an old lady fought off two S-rank criminals? She asked. The room was suddenly heavy with killing intent as Naruto's eyes flashed red and he ground his teeth together. Her name was Chio. He growled out as his raw anger slowly was pulled back. Tsunade nodded. Okay, it seems Naruto's changed a little over these past years. At least he's learned a little respect. She thought with a soft smile. Right, can you do a written report for me, Naruto? At least once all this is over. Naruto nodded. It'll be done by morning tomorrow. He answered sharply. Tsunade sighed. seeing that she had made a mistake by insulting someone he thought of as precious. After a moment of looking around the room, she sat back again. Thank you all, and congratulations on a successful mission. Now I need for Naruto, Kimimaro and Gaara to stay. We will be meeting with the others outside before we head to the council room. Naruto groaned before looking over his shoulder at Kimimaro. So this is what you meant? Naruto asked. Kimimaro just nodded calmly. Tsunade stood as she waved her hand. The rest of you are dismissed, except for Hinata actually. Your father wanted you to attend with him. Something about some clan business. Tsunade trailed off as she picked up the Hokage cloak and put it on. She grabbed the hat as she walked around the desk. Let's get going then. She ordered. So what do you think this is for? Sakura asked the group near her. Standing outside the door of the council chambers was Squad 7, Paikon, Kimimaro, Gaara, Suigetsu, Fu, and Jiraiya. Jiraiya spoke up, I'm pretty sure we're here to report on the major incidents of our training mission. The others I'm not too sure about though. He explained. Suddenly, the door opened slightly as Tsunade's voice rang out, come in now. Jiraiya stepped forward and pushed the door open, allowing his juniors to enter first. Naruto raised a brow at the group of seats set in the middle of the open floor as they all walked in and sat down. Naruto smiled up at Iruka and Mayoshi, who were still temporary seats in his place for the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans respectively. The entire group sat down and Tsunade spoke up, first piece of business, the temporary transfers. Gaara, Paikon, could you two please step forward? Tsunade requested. The two ninjas stood and walked up to the long table facing Tsunade and her advisors, the Shinobi Council along the right side of the room and the Civilian Council on the left. I want you two to know, right now in your original villages the other transfers are having the same conversations with their councils and Kages. Since the Sand suggested this agreement, why don't we begin with Gaara? Tsunade asked and received a nod in return from both Gaara and Paikon. Alright then Gaara, just a few basic questions, Hiruzen said as he pulled out a piece of paper. Name? Gaara of the Sand. Rank? Tokubutsu Jonin, Defense. How do you find Konoha in reference to the Alliance's agreement? The Leaf Village has completely fulfilled their ends of the bargain and even gone further than requested with no extra reward. I find the contract fulfilled. Gaara finished. Clapping echoed throughout the council hall, mostly from the ninja side while the civilians seemed to do so more out of courtesy. Gaara bowed politely as the last few questions were asked. Would you prefer to stay in the Leaf? Or return to the Sand? Hiruzen asked. Gaara looked up to the right side of the room, straight into a pair of silver-white eyes. I wish to stay here, he said, conveying deep emotion through his voice. Hiruzen smiled. In that case the village can't put up a property for you anymore. Do you have preparations for where you will live now? He asked. Gaara smiled softly as he turned back to face the old cage. I have a place where I am welcomed. He answered. He nodded knowingly while Naruto secretly raised an eyebrow. I feel like I've missed something important. He thought as Tsunade turned to Paikon. Now, the stone representative. Paikon? Tsunade asked. Paikon bowed slightly. I am ready Hokage-sama, he said with a smile. This time Hani spoke and took a written record. Name? Paikon Nakatomi. Rank? Tokubutsu Jonin, Weapons. How do you find Konoha in reference to the Alliance's agreement? Paikon smiled. They have lived up to each and every promise. They did more for me than many have ever tried to do. Contract fulfilled, he said. The council room was once again filled with clapping before Hani spoke again. Will you be staying in the Leaf? Or returning to Stone? Paikon openly laughed. Of course I'm staying. As if I'd ever want to leave, he said happily, bringing smiles to many of those in the room. Hani nodded. Do you have a place to stay? Paikon's smile turned into a grin and his eyes trailed over to Iruka, who nodded happily. Yeah, I think I do, he said with a nod. Hani and Hiruzen both stamped their respective sheets before handing them behind them to the Hokage, who placed them in an envelope and stamped it with the Hokage seal, Alliance officially verified. Congratulations everyone, she said as she held the envelope in the air. Gaara and Paikon clapped lightly as many people in the room clapped loudly, with more than a few cheers being let out as well. After a few moments, the clapping died down and Tsunade placed the envelope to her side before lifting up another pair of sheets. Paikon, please take your seat. Would Kimimaro and Suigetsu please join Gaara? Paikon stepped back with a bow as the other two stood and joined Gaara at the long table. the three of you have Kekkei Genkai, as such I am legally offered to inform you that Konoha would benefit if you create independent clans. How do you feel about such possibilities? Tsunade asked. The three glanced at each other. After a moment, Gaara and Suigetsu seemed to be waiting for Kimimaro, so he bowed first. Tsunade-sama, I would like to restart my clan here in Konoha, he said. Tsunade nodded. In most circumstances, you would now be offered the chance to initiate the Clan Restoration Act. How do you feel about that? She asked. Kimimaro stood completely blank-faced in silence for nearly a minute before he spoke softly. I think I would not like to initiate the CRA for the Kaguya clan, he said, to the shock of many males in the room. Suigetsu nudged him. Dude. You're turning down the chance to have multiple chicks? What gives? He whispered. Kimimaro spoke loudly to explain, as the first of my clan here in Konoha, I would like to spend my time focused on teaching my children the correct ways to live in a village. I do not want to risk them becoming sucked into the bloodlust that comes as a part of my bloodline. I will need to focus on my children until there are a sufficient amount of Kagayas that have complete control. I will not have time to look after multiple wives and multiple offspring, he said before bowing and stepping back. The people in the council room nodded in complete agreement with his decision. We don't want another clan to start killing each other. Many of the clan heads thought in unison. Tsunade looked to Gaara, who stepped forward. Though I have the blood of a user of the magnet release bloodline, I have yet to activate said bloodline myself. Therefore I will be turning down the offer in favor of marrying into a Konoha clan. Gaara explained. Tsunade's brow rose, as did many of those in the council chambers. You have plans to marry into a clan? She asked. Gaara nodded, but his reply was cut off from a low cough on the shinobi side of the council. Hiashi stood. I have already given my consent for Gaara and my daughter. He will be marrying into the clan on New Year's night. Hiashi explained. Naruto stared in shock at one of the people standing behind Hiashi, his eyes locked with Hinata's. No, she wouldn't, she can't. His brain was completely jammed as he tried to think through what Hiashi said. Hinata shook her head and then tilted hers to the right, causing Naruto to look to her right as Hiashi began talking again. Hanabi has been in a hidden relationship with Gaara for 8 months now. I officially welcome him into our home now that he is a Konoha citizen, Hiashi said with a bow to Gaara. Gaara bowed in return, and as he stood tall, he smiled and opened his arms to catch Hanabi, who had seriously broken conduct and leapt off of the podium and into his arms. She kissed him lightly before pulling away. When you said you wanted to stay with me forever, I didn't know you meant this. I love you Gakun, she said loudly. Gaara smiled in return, before the lovely moment was interrupted. Ahem. Gaara and Hanabi glanced at Tsunade who was frowning at them. That's great, congratulations and everything, but we are still in the middle of a council meeting, she said with a gesture to around the room. Gaara disappeared in a sand sunshine, landing him and Hanabi behind Hiashi who had just sat down. Gaara gestured for Hanabi to take her chair again while he would stand, but she pushed him into it before sitting on his lap happily. Tsunade sighed before speaking, and finally, Suigetsu. What would you prefer? Tsunade asked to the water ninja who was chewing on his lip nervously. Of course I want multiple chicks, I mean what normal teenage man wouldn't? He thought before sighing and folding his arms, but like Kimimaro, I have things I need to do. I can't spend time trying to handle a group of chicks and multiple kids, especially if I want to become the world's best swordsman. Ah damn it. Suigetsu thought angrily at himself as he unfolded his arms. I have to decline, I can't look after a group of chicks and kids if I want to fulfill my dreams. I'll leave it to my kids to revive the Hozuki clan, he said with a smirk, kinda liking the idea now that he was getting used to it. Tsunade nodded. Well, that is extremely lucky, because I am actually not allowed to offer the CRA to people who have joined the village from another one. The next generation of your clan can, but you two from the sound cannot, she said with a smirk. Suigetsu frowned. Then why the hell did you bother asking? He yelled, shocking many that he was yelling at the Hokage. Tsunade laughed. Ha 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 ha. I just wanted to know which head you three thought with. The head of a ninja or the head of a player, she said with a grin that made Suigetsu blush. Holy crap, that would have been embarrassing if she knew I was gonna pick the chicks. Suigetsu thought. Tsunade waved her hand. You two may sit down now. Now, would Fu please step forward? Tsunade asked. Fu, who was holding Naruto's hand tightly in fear, was shaking from everyone suddenly staring at her expectantly. What do they want from me? I thought I got to stay here, what if they kick me out? She thought as she began hyperventilating. Naruto squeezed her hand and stood, pulling her with him. Fu-chan, relax, he said as he let some of his demonic chakra go to his hand. Feeling the warmth and familiarity of the demonic chakra calmed her down, as her demon was one of the only constants in her life that she trusted. She walked forward to the long table, pulling Naruto along with her. She looked up at the Hokage. Hi Hokage-sama? She asked. Tsunade smiled softly. Your status as a Jinchuriki has become common knowledge here, and as such there are more than a few opinions on what should happen. Would you like to hear them? She asked. Fu bit her lip and looked at Naruto. Naruto will know what to do, I'll trust his decision. She looked back at the Hokage and nodded as an answer. Tsunade turned to the Shinobi Council. You may speak now, she said. Inoiki stood. Hello Fu, my name is Inoiki Yamanaka. My clan studies the mind and as such, a shared mindscape is something I am very interested in studying. I want you to choose whatever makes you happy, but if you do not mind, would you let me enter your mindscape a few times and analyze my discoveries? I swear I will not venture anywhere private or do anything invasive, he said with a bow. Please consider my request and contact me in the future, he said before sitting down. Tsunade nodded to Shikaku, who merely looked up lazily. I am Shikaku Nara, and it's obvious you care deeply for Naruto. In my opinion, you should live life however you want. Make friends, have a family. It's not our place to decide, he said before yawning. Fu was smiling. They want me to be free? This is nothing like the Waterfall Village Council. She thought with a nod before turning to Tsunade. The Hokage was frowning as she pointed to the person with the last request on the civilian side of the council. I believe the Jinchuriki should be brought in and trained as a weapon for the village. With her at the head of our army we will be able to spread Konoha's influence and make the village stronger, Danzo said with a dead look in his eye. Everyone stared at the man in shock while Fu began shaking. He's like them, he wants me as nothing more than a weapon. She thought, feeling scared at the possibility. That's not gonna happen. People stared at Naruto in shock as he glared at Danzo. I will not let anyone treat Fu like you would, you old geezer. I know how you trained people during your time running Root. And all I can say is fuck that, Naruto said with a snicker. Naruto watched as Danzo clenched his fist. This Danzo guy really doesn't give a shit, he'll do anything to make this village prosper. I guess he and I have something in common. Naruto thought with a smirk. The councilmen and women stared in complete shock at Naruto, causing the chambers to be filled with silence until Fu spoke up. You Hokage-sama? Tsunade nodded, signaling for Fu to continue. Well, I like Mr. Shikaku's suggestion, but I guess I will try to help Mr. Inoiki's studies if I get the chance, she said before smiling softly. Tsunade nodded. Very good. You may take your seat again, Fu. For the next piece of business, I need to request the civilian council vacate the premises as well as the guests who have already said their piece, Tsunade said. With little trouble, the well-trained civilian council got up and left with little conversation between them. The people who had already spoken from the ninjas stood to exit. Will Chunin Squad 7 step forward along with the leader of their 3-year mission? Tsunade said, causing the 4 to stay behind as everyone but the clan heads and Hinata left. The 4 moved up to the table once the door closed. Naruto stood tall in the center, Sakura and Sasuke stood on either of his sides while Jiraiya stepped up to the group's right, next to Sakura. Tsunade lifted up 3 pieces of paper. Each of you had a certain something that needed to be retrieved while on your training trip. I'm sure Jiraiya told each of you what they were? Tsunade asked. The 3 Chunin nodded. Please present them, Tsunade said. Sakura pulled out a basic containment seal from her shirt and placed it on the table in front of her. The chakra meteorite, she said as she unsealed the star she took from the hidden star village. Sasuke smirked. Karen Uzumaki has joined the village's medical corps. Naruto smiled. The Seven Tails is now in Konoha. Hinata raised a hand to her mouth in shock. Did Naruto and Sasuke manipulate those girls into coming here simply because Tsunade asked them to? She thought. Tsunade folded her hands and rested her chin on them. Sakura, you did very well. Not a single trace was left for them to track you, and you even made look as though it was the Akatsuki who did it to gain information on the hidden waterfall village, Tsunade said in congratulations. Sakura nodded. Hi Hokage-sama. Tsunade turned to Sasuke. You managed to not only recruit the grass village's Uzumaki woman, but also brought one of the 7 swords of the mist to our village along with its wielder. You did very, very well. Sasuke smirked before nodded. Thank you Ba-sama. She tilted her head slightly. But how are you planning on keeping her happy here? Tsunade asked. Sasuke's smirk turned into a smile. I have asked her to marry me, Hokage-sama. I have come to care about her a lot, and she loves me. Tsunade's brow rose in shock. Really? That's convenient, she said before facing Naruto. And you, Naruto? She asked. Naruto smirked. Fu-chan sees me as her hero, she's comfortable being with me. She won't be leaving, Naruto said. Tsunade frowned slightly. But do you care about her at all, Naruto? You're not lying to fulfill your mission? Naruto raised a brow. Realistically, should that even matter? I should do whatever it takes for my mission to be completed, he said with a frown. Tsunade nodded. That may be true, but if she was to discover we were using her, she might unleash her demon on us in anger, Tsunade said. Naruto scoffed. I could take her down if that happened, but he yelled to make people quiet so he could finish talking. I do in fact care for her. She's literally the only person I've met who knows exactly what I've experienced in life. So don't worry about me misleading her or anything, he said with a frown. Tsunade blew out a breath of relief while Hinata frowned. Father taught me the very best method of reading people. He's not lying, but there's something else. She noticed before Tsunade talked again. The results are back for your evaluations. We believe you are ready for the Jonin exams in the Lightning Village this year, she said, causing the three to smile in victory as they looked between each other. But there will be some rules for each of you. The three looked at Jiraiya as he spoke up. The main rules Tsunade and I have agreed upon is that Naruto is not allowed to use wood style or the Hirashin. Sasuke is not allowed to show his curse powers or his personal seals. And Sakura isn't allowed to show her full speed. Of course, these rules are void in a life or death situation, but make sure to get rid of all evidence. If people realize that you three are the new trio in the bingo books, it can't end well, he said with a nod of finalization. The three frowned but nonetheless answered, Hi Uro-sensei. Tsunade nodded. All right then. You four are dismissed. Sakura, could you please deliver the meteorite to the research team? They will be analyzing its chakra for something special. She ordered. Sakura nodded as she resealed the star and the four left towards the exit. Hinata leaned forward and tapped her father's shoulder. He just nodded. Go ahead, Hinata, he said softly. Hinata ran out and met Naruto at the door. He took her hand and closed the door behind them, leaving Tsunade, her advisors and the clan heads as the last people in the chambers. Tsunade turned to them. Now, is there any news or requests before we get down to reviewing this month's intelligence reports? She asked, causing many of the clan heads to groan in annoyance. Iruka raised his arm. Yes, Iruka? She asked. Everyone turned to Iruka, who stood nervously. I'd like to make a request that may need me to step down for Naruto's clan, he said. Hiruzen's brow rose. What is it, Iruka? He asked. Iruka laughed nervously. Well, some of you may not know this, but Paikon didn't receive offers to revive his clan because he's gay. He took care of it at his old village, but he wants to spend his time here with the person who he loves and that loves him back. Iruka trailed off, unsure of how to continue exactly. So are you going to ask him to become your partner? That would mean you're joining into his clan, and as such you can't be the stand-in for a different clan, correct? Shikaku said before yawning. Some people looked at Iruka in shock, not knowing that he was gay, while most people didn't seem at all fazed. Iruka nodded. Yeah, pretty much, thanks Shikaku, Iruka said with a nervous chuckle. Tsunade nodded. Well, you'll have to actually propose to him first. If he says yes, then you'll have to tell Naruto that you're resigning, and then Naruto will have to pick a new stand-in until he either reaches Jonin status or comes of adult age, she said before nodding and sitting taller, signifying she was about to make the official reply. Request granted. Anything else? She asked. People shook their heads in reply. All right then, everyone take out their reports. Let's get started, she said, making the ninjas groan in annoyance. I haven't slept in 2 days. Naruto complained from his place on the large couch in his house. Tuya frowned. But you said we'd go out for lunch, Naru-kun, she said. Naruto sighed. Come on, Taiyu-chan, Fu-chan and Hinata-chan don't mind. Can we please go tomorrow? Or let me nap now and I'll take you out for dinner? Naruto pleaded with a yawn. Tuya crossed her arms and huffed. Fine, you can take us out to dinner. I guess I'll go with Hina and Fu. Get to know the greenie a little, she said stubbornly. Naruto rolled around on the couch and had his head sitting on the back on it, so he was looking at Tuya, who was turning away. Taiyu-chan. He whined. Tuya turned back to him. Yeah, Naru-kun? Naruto smiled and puckered his lips. I didn't get a goodbye kiss, he said childishly with his eyes closed. Tuya laughed at his actions and took the few steps needed. She leaned down and kissed his forehead, making him groan. "No lips until you buy me something," Tuya said with a laugh as she left. Once the door closed, Naruto's eyes opened up and he rolled onto his feet. He stretched with a wide yawn as he walked over to the basement door tiredly. He pushed it open and walked down into the basement. He went over to his old table and unsealed the extra contents of his seal. He sat in his chair and turned on his desk lamp while blowing the dust away. "Guess no one has been down here in a while," Naruto said to himself. He glanced over to the wall and where the chests used to be. Seeing it completely boarded up, he nodded. He turned back to his table and rested his hands on the two objects. I'll put up the puppets first," he muttered to himself as he stood. Naruto picked up the small white scroll and unrolled it across the ground. "Release," Naruto said as he channeled chakra into the scroll. Poof. As the smoke dissipated, Naruto smirked in victory at the 10 puppets spread out across the floor in front of him. Naruto dusted his hands against themselves. Time to get started. 40 minutes later. Naruto lifted the last puppet onto its hook. Naruto stepped back and appreciated his work. Naruto had taken all of the puppets and made a line of hooks along his wall with his wood-style jutsu to hang them up on. He had made labels above them for the names of each puppet. Then he had taken some of Sasuke's seals and blocked off the possibility of chakra being sensed from outside the room. He then took a seal that Sasuke had made for him and placed it on either side of the door, channeling the chakra key needed for recognition. Thus making it so that only someone channeling wood chakra and demonic chakra into the one key at the same time could open the door. Naruto nodded to himself before walking over to his desk once more and picking up Sasori's containment jar. He sat in his chair before holding the jar in between his hands. Naruto smirked. "Ninja art, soul drain," he declared, sucking out everything from inside the jar into his mind. Naruto let out a deep breath as he let himself be pulled into his subconsciousness. Mindscape. "Welcome back, brat. What's the next step of this plan of yours?" the nine-tailed fox asked from behind its bars. Naruto smirked as he looked up, catching the container that fell from the roof of his mind. He held it up in victory. "This soul has literally the best level of chakra control currently possible. By using chakra strings directly from his chakra network, he was able to control 100 puppets at once while maintaining a strong enough focus to fight himself," Naruto explained. Kyuubi nodded. "But I thought you just used my chakra when you wanted things done perfectly?" it asked. Naruto's smirk faltered. "Well, I have in the past, but I can't rely on your chakra forever. Especially since I plan on letting you out of here the moment I can find a way to do so," he said with a shrug as he tossed Sasori into the air again and formed hand seals before the container glowed and disappeared. Kyuubi blinked, trying to hide its shock. "He wants to set me free?" Naruto's eyes closed as he rubbed his temples as Sasori's life experience assimilated into his mind. Naruto sorted through everything to do with the Akatsuki, trying to find a visual image of who the leader was. "Damn, I was sure Sasori would have seen his face at some point," Naruto mumbled before thinking through everything else. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he gasped, causing the Kyuubi to look at him. "What is it? This is so infuriating not hearing your thoughts." Naruto looked up at the fox. Sasori was going to meet his spy from amongst Orochimaru's group. "At Tenchi Bridge, it's Kabuto," Naruto explained in realization and shock. Kyuubi lifted one of its massive brows. "The gray-haired combat medic?" Naruto nodded. "He's really pissing me off. Is he loyal to anyone? Or just a spy for hire?" Naruto wondered with a sigh before glancing over to the screen on the wall, which he just heard something from. "You better get going, don't want someone to start getting suspicious." Naruto nodded and closed his eyes. "Naruto, are you down there?" Naruto opened his eyes and quickly slammed his hand on the ground. "Summoning jutsu," he said quietly. As the smoke was clearing, Naruto made a wood clone from his chakra which knelt down to the snake while the original Naruto ran up the small stairs and opened the door, shocking Tenten who was on the other side of the door. He quickly embraced her in a hug, which caused her to laugh. "Ten-chan. What brings you here?" he asked before trying to cover up a yawn. Tenten smiled as he placed her back on her feet. "I heard that you were going to take us out tonight. I know we have 4 hours but I just got off work and thought I'd come here to see you, but you look really tired," she said worriedly as she ran her fingers over the sleep deprivation lines under his eyes. Naruto smiled. "Yeah, I was about to take a small nap but I had some stuff to check on first." Naruto explained before reaching back and locking the basement door with a basic key infused with the 2 opposing chakras, then put the key in his ninja pouch. Tenten smiled softly and took Naruto's hand. She led him over to the couch and sat down, dragging him with her. She slid in front of Naruto and turned to face him as she lay down, so that the two ended up facing each other comfortably. Naruto smiled as Tenten rested his head against her upper chest. "Sleep, Naruto-kun. Hinata-chan said that Tuya-chan will come to get us, so we won't miss it," Tenten said before rubbing Naruto's hair between her fingers. Naruto smiled as he closed his eyes. "Good night, Ten-chan, thank you." He managed to get out before he succumbed to sleep. Hiruzen stretched as he finished reading through mission reports, now to find the most urgent missions and prepare them for tomorrow. He thought as his back cracked. He glanced over to his 2 helpers, his old teammates. He couldn't help but smile as he watched Himura glance at a yawning Koharu, both of whom were doing their roles in mission organization. "Since the 3 of us have been doing these missions independently from the Hokage, there has been a 40% drop in mission casualties. And Himura's secret reports state that Danzo has only failed one of the 100 or so mission Koharu has given to his ninjas. This is working well," he thought with a nod before getting back to his work. SSSSS. On the other side of the room, Himura looked away from his paperwork and looked around in confusion at the noise. SSSSS. He looked down to see a small purple snake with a piece of paper tied around it. He smiled as he leaned down and held out his arm, allowing the snake to slither up his arm and then onto his desk. Himura untied the string around the piece of paper as he spoke. "Hiruzen, we have a request from either Naruto or Anko," he said as he held up the paper. Hiruzen held his hand out as Himura blew a tiny wind jutsu that carried the paper across the room to him. Hiruzen caught it and began reading. "Hey Gigi. I have received intel from a puppeteer." He was red with envy as he was forced to give up the information before he was lost in the sand of the desert. Anyways, one of his spies that he had keeping an eye on Orochimaru was supposed to be meeting him in 3 days on Tenchi Bridge at midday. "I would like to request a capture mission for the spy. The people I want sent are Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura and I along with a 5th person. Someone who knows about the routes of capture and information gathering techniques. I'll expect the papers to be ready by the time we get the mission tomorrow. Hope you get what I mean, Gigi. This'll help me fulfill my promise to you much easier. Naruto Uzumaki." Sarutobi chuckled at Naruto's not-so-subtle secret message. So, Naruto managed to absorb Sasori of the Red Sands. Everyone else seems to think that Chio was the one to land the killing blow, but I guess the only witness is Naruto. He thought as he took a spare piece of paper and began writing basic mission details. As Hiruzen reread Naruto's second paragraph, he frowned. "Roots, papers. Does he mean the root ninja that infiltrated Sasuke's house all those years ago?" Hiruzen thought. Hiruzen nodded. "That must be it. Why else would he be so vague about whom he wants to go with him?" he thought before finishing writing the mission details. Hiruzen subtly opened the drawer next to him and lifted out a folder. He opened it to show lots of pictures of seemingly average villagers of Konoha. The only thing they had in common was their slightly pale complexions. Hiruzen pointed to 3 boys at the top of the page. "This one is dead, so I guess I finally have no choice but to be straightforward in figuring out who it is. The ink user must be one of these 2 people." Hiruzen thought as he tapped his fingers on the pictures. One was an older man with pale blue hair. The other was Danzo's ninja, Sai. "Time to wake up, Naruto," Tenten whispered as she shook the sleeping ninja lightly. Naruto just groaned and rubbed his face against his pillow, causing Tenten to blush at the contact. 5 more minutes, Ten-chan, he mumbled before starting to breath heavily again. Tenten sat up, making Naruto roll off her and off the couch, landing on his back loudly on his sword. "Ow! I'm up," Naruto shouted as he shot to his feet. Naruto turned to Tenten. "Sorry, I didn't keep you too long, did I?" he asked. Tenten smiled. "It's fine, Naruto-kun, I actually fell asleep as well. But you should go get ready, I'm pretty sure you haven't had a shower since you returned to the village," Tenten said with a small giggle. Naruto grinned. "Haha, yeah, I think you're right. Would you like me to do anything for you before I go?" he asked as he picked up his sword and placed it on the coffee table. Tenten shook her head. "No, I'm fine, Naruto-kun. Go get ready, I'll let the girls in when they get here," she said with a smile. Naruto nodded before hovering off. "You're the boss, Ten-chan," he said before disappearing upstairs. Tenten smiled and sat back down on the couch. She relaxed into the cushion and smiled to herself. SSSSS. Tenten's eyes opened at the noise and blinked as she saw the small snake slither onto Seimata's bandages. She sat forward and tilted her head to the side. "Hey little guy, how did you get all the way here?" she asked. The snake danced, showing a piece of paper tied around its body. Tenten blinked in confusion and held her arm out, letting the snake slither up around her forearm and stay there while she pulled the paper loose. Tenten frowned in confusion as she placed the seal on the table next to Seimata. The sword's chakra reached out and activated the storage seal, releasing the Naruto's edited sword sheath. Tenten's eyebrows shot up. She lifted her arm. "How did you get this, little guy?" she asked the snake as she scratched under its jaw. The snake shook its head from side to side happily before nudging its head against her jaw. Tenten smiled happily in reply. The snake pulled back and seemed to look over Tenten's shoulder before it slithered up and looped around her neck like a necklace, letting its head rest on her shoulder. Tenten was curious about the snake's movements, so she looked over her shoulder, just as someone knocked on the door. Knock knock. She blinked in shock that the snake managed to sense people were coming. As she stood, the snake looked around while she moved, a living scaly scarf. Tenten opened the door with a smile. "Hi guys. Naruto's getting himself cleaned up, and I suddenly feel underdressed," she said as she saw Hinata, Tuya and Fu's dresses. Tuya smiled. "No prob buns, we got one for you as well," she said while Fu held up a bag for Tenten. Tenten smiled. "Thanks guys," she said as she took the bag from Fu and then hugged the green-haired girl. Fu gasped at the hug and was too shocked to return it by the time it was over. Tenten smiled to her. "It's great to meet you, Fu. I feel like I've missed so much," Tenten said with a smile before stepping aside, letting the girls in. "I'll be back in a second. I'll go get changed in the spare bathroom," she said before walking off with the bag. Since Tuya was the one that spent the most time in the boys' house, she stepped in and walked over to the couch before slumping into it. Hinata and Fu followed along, but stood at the end of the couch. Hinata frowned. "Tuya-chan, you should stay standing. You don't want to put creases in your dress, do you?" Hinata asked. Tuya raised a brow. "Hina-chan, why do you think I chose one that wasn't as fancy as yours?" she rhetorically asked, causing Hinata to sigh in defeat. Fu smiled at their interaction before noticing Seimata sitting on the table. "Oh. Seimata. Why are you here by yourself?" Fu asked as she knelt next to the sword. Hinata and Tuya blinked as they watched the green-haired girl talk to the sword. They glanced at each other hoping for an answer only to receive it from another source. "Gigi," Seimata said while vibrating lightly. Fu smiled. "Aw, poor thing. He didn't even help you into your new sheath," she said while stroking the handle lightly. Tuya leaned forward and reached out. "Whoa, Naru-kun's blade is sentient?" she asked as her hand was about to touch the handle. Fu pushed her hand away just in time. "No." Schlick. Tuya and Hinata gasped as Fu pulled her hand from the spikes that would have tore up Tuya's hand. Fu closed her hand and winced in pain as her blood dripped into Seimata's bandages. Tenten stepped out of the bathroom, fully dressed and her hair done in her stereotypical buns as the snake was slithering back into position on her neck. "What's wrong? Why did you scream?" she asked worriedly. At the same time, Tuya shot to her feet. "What the fuck was that?" she asked in shock. Fu forced a smile. It's nothing, don't blame Seimata, I should have told you. She doesn't let anyone touch her," Fu said as she opened her hand up and winced at the cuts. Tenten noticed the blood as she stepped over to them. "Fu-chan. You're bleeding." Hinata held Fu's damaged hand in hers as they glowed green in a basic healing jutsu. "It's okay, I've got it, Fu-chan, you were touching the sword before, how come it didn't try to cut you?" Hinata asked. "Grrrrrrrrr." Seimata growled as it vibrated. Fu smiled. "Please don't call her in it. Seimata is attracted to strong chakra, so she doesn't mind me patting her or even carrying her thanks to the Nanabi. But she'll only let Naruto use her in battle." Fu explained as Hinata pulled her hands away, showing little more than a scar on Fu's hands. "Thanks Hinata-chan," Fu said before stepping back to the coffee table. "Seimata, do you want to try and see if you fit in your sheath?" Fu asked. The sword vibrated, somehow sounding happy. "Gi," it said. Fu smiled and hefted the heavy sword up onto her shoulder. "Could someone please help me with this?" she asked before accidentally losing balance and falling back. She landed in a strong grasp and felt the person grasp Seimata's handle around her hand. She looked over her shoulder to see Naruto smiling at her. "I'll handle this." "Thank you Fu-chan," Naruto said, taking Seimata from her with seemingly no effort at all with a single hand while the other stroked her palm, healing the scars away. The girls watched as Seimata vibrated happily again and Naruto slid the massive blade into the partial seal sheath. Naruto then turned to the girls, finally noticing their outfits as he faced them fully. Tuya stood from the couch, wearing a red dress, a shade darker than her hair. It was very tight around her torso, pushing up her breasts while the lower half was short but loose, waving around as she came to a stop next to Tenten. The look was finished with red heels. Tenten was wearing a light brown long dress. It was much more modest than Tuya's, only showing a normal amount of cleavage. The dress went all the way to her ankles, but had a split on the left leg that went about halfway up her left thigh. She wore dark brown high heels that had sparkling pieces of leather across her ankles. Naruto's curiosity was piqued as he noticed his messenger snake sitting on Tenten like a necklace. Fu spun out of Naruto's grasp with a smile, letting Naruto see her loose dress wave around her. Her dress was a lime green much like her hair, and reminded Naruto of a ballerina in the way that the top half was strapless, showing off her caramel skin. The bottom half of her dress was layered in a way that looked like flower petals side by side, stopping about mid-calf. On her feet were simple dark brown flats, making the already short girl seem much shorter. Naruto looked over to Hinata, who was smiling at him from the other side of the coffee table. She was wearing a light violet satin dress, with scale-like properties that caused the light to bounce off her like a lavender disco ball. Her shoes were normal black heels with nothing special about them, but on Hinata, Naruto thought they had suddenly taken on magical properties. Naruto grinned and took the towel off of his head. Maybe I should go get changed into something a little fancier than this? He asked as he gestured to his combat clothes. The girls giggled at Naruto's question while Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand and lifted up a bag in the other. We got you some clothes, they're nothing too fancy but I think you'll handsome in them, she said as she pushed him into the downstairs bathroom that Tenten had used earlier. Naruto smiled as the door closed behind him. The girls turned to each other and Tuya said, he looked at me the longest, she said with a grin of victory. Tenten sighed, it's not a competition Tayu-chan, and besides. He looked at Fu-chan the longest, Tenten said while pointing to Fu. The green-haired girl flushed red, she muttered, unsure of how to reply. Hinata smiled softly before noticing the snake. Ten-chan, isn't that Shashoku Suru-kun? She asked. Tenten glanced to her right shoulder, making eye contact with the snake. Shashoku Suru? She asked. Fu raised a brow. The little snake's name is Constrictor? She asked. The snake nodded then rubbed its head against Tenten's jaw again. Can I call you Shashu-kun? Tenten asked the little snake. Its tongue darted out and it nodded before looking over to the bathroom door, letting Tenten know that someone was coming. The girls turned and watched as Naruto stepped out. I still feel a little underdressed, Naruto said as he straightened out his tie. Hinata smiled and nodded to herself as she looked over Naruto in the clothes she picked out. He wore average blue jeans with a black belt, a long-sleeve white dress shirt which he wore a suit jacket over. He had taken off his headband and brushed his hair out, taming it a little. The look was finished with a blue necktie that matched his jeans and black formal shoes. Fu smiled. Hinata-chan was right, you look handsome Naruto-kun, she said before skipping lightly over to him and taking his hand in her own. Naruto smiled and looked to the other girls. Since I'll be at the head of the booth, can you girls please come here? Naruto asked while holding his arms out. A minute later, Naruto stood with his arms in a wide C shape, Fu holding his left hand and Tuya holding her hand next. Naruto's right hand held Hinata's hand, who held Tenten's. Hinata asked, where are we going Naruto-kun? Naruto smiled, to the Sage of Six Courses restaurant, he yelled happily. Flash, Chapter 6, A Lovely Time, Unexpected Changes. Flash. The girls looked around in confusion, realizing Naruto had used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport the five of them to the fanciest restaurant in all of Konoha, the Sage of Six Courses restaurant. Naruto landed sitting at the head of the table and the four girls sat alongside it facing each other. Naruto grinned as he reached forward and picked up the kunai he had left sitting there. I hope you girls don't mind, I ordered the Hokage banquet for us all, he said with a grin as a waitress approached the table. Hello Naruto-san. I'm glad you made your booking, we were worried you'd forgotten, she said with a smile and a bow. Naruto nodded, sorry about the delay, I was really tired, Naruto said and trailed off, unsure of what to say next. The waitress took this as her cue and turned to the whole table. What would you like to drink? The banquet is being prepared now, she said with a smile. Naruto smiled at the girls, nodding to Tuya. Some water is enough for me, she said with a grin. I'd like some rosehip tea, thank you, Fu said quietly. Tenten grinned as the waitress looked to her. Ginseng please. Hinata smiled. Just water would be great, she said. The waitress turned to Naruto, who was grinning mischievously. 2 bottles of sake, 5 saucers and a jug of water for the table, he said, causing the girls to look at him with wide eyes as the waitress smiled. Be right back with your order, she said before turning and leaving. Naruto smiled and turned to his girls. He watched for a moment as Tenten and Tuya talked about the amazing design of the restaurant. Naruto-kun? Naruto turned to Fu with a smile. Yes, Fu-chan? The caramel Jinchuriki smiled timidly. Thank you for taking us out. This place is wonderful, she said happily. Naruto grinned. I'm glad you like it, he said before turning to Hinata. What about you, Hinata-chan? He asked. Hinata nodded with a smile. This place is amazing. I've only been here once with the clan elders. This is the most asked for restaurant in Konoha, she said. Fu gasped. Really? We can't eat here then, won't it cost a lot of money? She asked with wide eyes. Naruto grinned. Don't worry about that, Fu-chan, since this is our first real date I'll be paying for it all, Naruto said. Tuya tuned into the conversation, as did Tenten. Did you say you're buying Naru-kun? Tuya asked. Naruto raised a brow before nodding, causing Tenten to smile. We get dessert, right? She asked. Naruto chuckled at her question while pulling on his uncomfortable tie, causing Hinata to get a glimpse of something under the neckline of his clothes. Naruto-kun, what's that on your neck? She asked. The girls tried to look at Naruto's neck curiously as he let the tie snap back into place as he chuckled lightly. Well, I got a couple of little things on the training trip, he said before turning to Tenten. My clone told you about Kisame, right? He double-checked. Tenten nodded. The shark guy? Yeah, it said that was where you met Fu-chan, she said. Naruto nodded. Well, other than these, Naruto said as he opened his mouth and ran his tongue along his teeth, which were jagged like Kisame's, I also have gills. Naruto explained with a smirk. The girls' jaws hit the table except for Fu, who already knew. You have gills? Show me. Tuya practically ordered. Naruto chuckled and took off his bow tie and undid the top button on his shirt. He flared his neck muscles, making the gills open up, 3 on each side of his neck. The girls watched in interest as Naruto relaxed his muscles, making the gills seemingly disappear as they closed on his neck. The girls leaned forward as Naruto covered them back up with his tie. Naruto laughed at their heavily interested expressions. What about your neck, Ten-chan? I can't help but notice my little messenger. Naruto asked with a curious smile. The snake shook happily and relaxed its head on Tenten's collarbone as she giggled. Little Shushu-kun delivered your sheath back to the house while you were upstairs. I think he likes me, Tenten said with a smile towards the little snake. Naruto smiled. Shushu-kun? He asked, finding the nickname funny. Tuya had turned to Fu and the two were comparing the old Naruto to the new one that Fu has only known as Tenten, and Naruto's conversation continued. The snake looked up and nodded before hissing a question towards Naruto, who raised a brow. I don't mind at all. I'll ask her for you, Naruto said before smiling at Tenten, who everyone was looking at in interest. How would you like to make a bond with him, Ten-chan? Naruto asked. Tenten's eyes widened. A bond? Naruto nodded. He'll be able to return to your side freely at any time and do the same in reverse. His bond will leave a small mark on your body, and if you channel chakra to it, he'll feel it and respond to your call. Kind of like a single snake summoning contract. Naruto explained. The snake looked up at Tenten as she smiled down at it. Is that what you want, Shushu-kun? She asked. The snake nodded and hissed lightly in approval, causing Tenten's smile to grow. Okay, let's do it, she said happily. Naruto reached his hand out over the table and Hinata leant back to let him pass as she smiled, glad she'd have a close-up view of how this was done. Shushu moved down Tenten's arm and stopped on the outside of her elbow, just above a chakra point. Naruto held his chakra and rubbed the top of the snake's head as it slowly bit into Tenten. She hissed in pain as Naruto's chakra passed into the snake, then through its fangs. In a few seconds it was over and Tenten's skin was marked with 2 black dots that was surrounded by a tiny snake biting its own tail. Naruto leant back and Shushu dispelled. Go ahead and test it out, Ten-chan, he said with a smile. Tenten channeled only a little bit of chakra to the seal, and in a small poof of smoke, Shushu was wrapped around her arm once again. She smiled and cheered as Shushu moved back up to her shoulder. Hinata giggled, which made Naruto's attention turn to her. He smiled as they held hands under the table. A moment later, Their drinks arrived and Naruto poured a shot for each of the girls followed by himself. To us. Let's be together for the rest of our lives, Naruto said as he held his glass in the air. The girls all held their cups up as well. Cheers. Fu, Tuya and Tenten walked out of the restaurant laughing loudly as Tuya and Tenten hung off of Fu's arms while dragging her forward, obviously more intoxicated than the short green-haired girl. A few steps behind them, Naruto was watching with a smile as Hinata rested her head against his shoulder. Naruto watched as Tuya stumbled, thus pulling all three of them a few steps to their left. As they got their balance again they laughed together and continued walking, causing Naruto to smile wider. He looked down at Hinata who was watching the girls with the same expression he was sure he wore. Hinata-chan, why don't you go join them? He asked. Hinata shook her head and cuddled Naruto's arm. No, thank you, it's not often I get to have you to myself, she said with a smile up at Naruto. Naruto grinned. In that case, he said before wrapping her in a one-armed hug, holding her to his side comfortably. Feel free to stay for as long as you want, he said before kissing her on the head. The two walked in comfortable silence, watching the three tipsy girls laugh and talk in front of them. It was a nice relaxing time, somewhat of a new experience for Naruto. His arm trailed up and down Hinata's back comfortably, making her sigh happily and lean into him more. Naruto looked down at her and smiled. I never imagined life could be this perfect. Hey girls, you having a good time tonight? Naruto looked up and scowled as he saw a couple of guys standing in front of the girls ahead of them. Hinata gripped Naruto's arm. Naruto-kun, those two were in Nii-san's graduation class. Hinata informed him. Naruto's eyes narrowed, but I don't see headbands, and neither really have a ninja's air about them, they probably dropped out or quit. He thought as he stepped out of Hinata's grasp, but held onto her hand as he walked towards the group. Fu's insecurity and mistrust was obvious, she was shaking slightly as she gripped Tenten's arm. Tenten was smiling at the man in front of them politely and nodding as he kept talking, but as he stepped closer to them, she would step back slightly, not liking the look on his face. Tuya was openly laughing at the other guy, which he obviously thought meant his attempts at picking her up were working. While in actual fact, she was laughing at him, not with him. Naruto frowned as he saw the guy place a hand on Tenten's shoulder forcefully, holding her from moving away. Naruto nearly growled as he heard the guy speak. Tell you what, come with me tonight and I'll be sure to make it worth your while, he said with a chuckle. Tenten smiled politely. Sorry, I wasn't asking. The guy cut in as his grip on her shoulder tightened. Naruto was about to take action, but Hinata pulled his arm back. Hinata-chan? Naruto asked incredulously. Hinata just smiled and shook her head while pointing back to the group. Naruto turned back to see Shushu wrap around the guy's wrist. Crack! The little snake constricted around his wrist and snapped it painfully, causing the man to shout in pain before Tenten reached up and took a hard grip on his injury while simultaneously letting Shushu climb back onto her arm. He cried out in pain again as Tenten flipped him to face away from her and Fu with the grip she had on his wrist. She then stomped on his shoulder blade, pushing him onto his face and popping the arm out of its socket. The guy cried out again as Tenten dropped his arm as dead weight before literally walking over him, pulling Fu alongside her, who was trying to stutter out an apology. Naruto stared in shock before glancing at the one Tuya was talking to see that he was still having the one-sided conversation to an empty space. Tuya had stumbled over to the other two girls and linked arms with them as she laughed loudly and held up the alcoholic beverage she had taken from him. What a douche. He hasn't even noticed my genjutsu, he'll be here all night at this rate, she said with a loud laugh that was echoed by a cheery Tenten and a timidly smiling Fu. Naruto sighed in relief as the three girls continued back to the Uchiha district, Tenten and Tuya unfazed while Fu was slowly calming down with them. Hinata began pulling Naruto forward by his hand. Come on Naruto-kun, she said with a smile at Naruto's stunned expression. Naruto smiled as he was dragged along. Guess they don't need me to look after them, he thought happily. Hinata-chan. Naruto and Hinata turned to see a somewhat dirty-looking guy running up to them with flowers. Hinata sighed as she turned to the guy, making Naruto scowl. Who's that? Naruto asked. Hinata smiled at Naruto. Just give me a moment, she said as she took a few steps forward to meet the guy. Naruto stood, completely unsure of what to do in the situation he found himself in, as the guy talked to Hinata. After a few moments he offered her the flowers. She declined and shook her head before gesturing to Naruto. The guy stood with a smile then ran up to Naruto, making Hinata look uncomfortable. Naruto turned to face the guy fully as he began talking. Hello, Mr. Uzumaki. the guy said with a polite bow and a smile. Naruto raised his brows. Hi. He replied in confusion. The guy stood straight. My name is Kaiba Yamanaka, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor? He asked. Naruto glanced at Hinata who was standing behind the guy nodding. Sure Kaiba-san. What do you need? Kaiba held up the flowers, which made Naruto raise a brow at their lack of life. Inoiki-sama has hired me to work at the flower shop, and I received some mountain roses from the land of stone just earlier today but they're already dying. They've been ordered by Hiyashi-sama for his daughter's private wedding with Gaara-sama, he said pleadingly. Naruto nodded. Oh, yeah, I can help you with that. These roses don't need much water, so you may have accidentally drowned them. Just make sure they have direct sunlight in a humid environment. But why did you ask Hinata-chan to help? He asked as he leant forward and blew a green mist onto the plants. Kaiba smiled as the plants were suddenly gleaming with life. Thank you Uzumaki-sama. Hinata-chan has been selling some of the rare plants in the Hyuga compound to the Yamanaka shops lately and she's the only one who knows how to look after them correctly other than Ino-chan. I asked for her help because she seems to have a green thumb, he said with a friendly smile directed at the girl. He then faced Naruto again and bowed. I'm sorry but I really have to get going. Thank you so much for this, Kaiba said happily as he ran off towards the Yamanaka flower shop. Naruto watched the guy jog off happily as Hinata stood next to him again. He reminds me of someone, Naruto said with a raised brow. Hinata smiled. He is the son of the first marriage between the Yamanaka and the Inuzuka. The theory was that he could track anyone and then infiltrate their entire group, she said as the two of them began walking again. Naruto raised a brow. Sounds pretty good, Naruto said. Hinata hummed as they entered the district. Unfortunately, his Yamanaka blood made him incompatible with the technique of bonding with animals. And his Inuzuka blood made his senses too sensitive for the Yamanaka techniques. When he'd enter someone's mind he would be unable to function with their lack of senses. She explained. Naruto nodded, but he still had the Inuzuka senses? He asked. Hinata was about to reply but a raindrop hit her nose. The two looked up to see the beginning of a storm coming that would probably last until the next day. A few more drops of rain fell so the two linked hands and jogged through the district towards the house. Naruto turned to Hinata as they stepped under the shelter of the balcony. So, Kaiba has the senses and stuff? Naruto re-asked. Hinata nodded. He does, which is why he was temporarily assigned to the Gen information team of Choji. Unfortunately, once we became Chunin he didn't like risking everything on the higher missions, so he dropped out of the shinobi ranks. Hinata explained as they stepped up to the door as they kicked off their shoes, seeing the girls' heels at the door as well. Naruto nodded before realizing the girls must have let themselves in. He reached for the door handle, but it opened from the inside, thanks to Tenten. Tenten smiled and reached forward, grabbing Naruto and Hinata's hands before pulling them inside the house. What took you two so long? She asked, hinting something more. Hinata blushed, while Naruto didn't even notice the innuendo. Just talking to a friend. How are you guys? Naruto asked as the three of them walked into the lounge room. Tuya was lying across the couch, resting her slightly more than tipsy head on Fu's lap, who was obviously sobered up as she patted Tuya's hair while listening to her rant about her seals and genjutsu. Tenten fell into the love seat and grinned. Naruto-kun, did Sakura-chan tell you about the changes yet? She asked a bit too loudly. Naruto smiled. No Ten-chan, what changes are you talking about? He asked as he sat on the other couch, Hinata sitting next to him. Tenten smiled. We moved in today. She announced cheerfully. Naruto stared at her for a moment in shock. Huh? Tuya rolled her head to look at him. Sakura-chan pulled in some favors and moved our stuff into the 4 rooms here and moved all of your stuff into the master bedroom. And she did the same for Sasuke and his girls over at the other house. She slurred out with a smile. Naruto blinked before turning to Hinata. Is that true? He asked. Hinata nodded. Sasuke would have rather stayed in this house, but he knew that your basement workshop would have been much too hard to move over there without letting people see what you're doing down there, so he agreed to this setup, Hinata said with a smile. Naruto nodded slowly before glancing at the clock. Well, it is 11 o'clock, why don't I tuck you girls in, yeah? He said with a smile as he stood. Tenten got to her feet shakily. Okay, she said before stumbling over to the stairs. Naruto smiled at the two sober girls in the room. Sorry, do I mind if I help her first? Naruto asked. Fu just smiled while Hinata waved him off. Naruto took the few steps needed and wound his arm around Tenten's waist as she stumbled onto the first step. She looked up at him in confusion before smiling. Naruto-kun, she exclaimed as she leant into his warm embrace. Naruto chuckled at her behavior as they walked up the stairs. When they reached the top, she stumbled forward. So Naruto bent down and picked her up bridal style, causing her to squeak in shock before wrapping her arms around his neck. As Naruto carried her around the top floor, he looked in each of the bedrooms to check whose room was whose. After a few moments, he realized that the only he could tell was Tenten's because it was covered in a ridiculous number of weapons on each wall. He nudged the door open with his foot and stepped in. Looking down, he noticed Tenten had been smiling up at him the whole time while stroking his hair softly. This made Naruto smile happily, which she mirrored. Naruto lay her down on her bed and moved to kiss her forehead, but she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him down to kiss her lips. They stayed together for a moment before he pulled back and smiled as she didn't let go. He reached up behind his neck and unwound her grip, causing her to pout cutely. He smiled before standing up again. "Come on, Shushu," Naruto said. The little snake sound its way up Naruto's arm and seemed to smile before it dispelled. Naruto smiled. "Good night, Ten-chan, I love you," he said softly before leaving the room, not without looking back once more as he was closing the door. "Love you too, Naruto-kun, nighty-night," she said, watching him until the door closed. Naruto closed Tenten's door with a smile before turning around, seeing Fu and Hinata almost carrying an unconscious Tuya up the stairs. He quickly went to them and knelt in front of Tuya, letting Hinata and Fu place her on his back with a sigh of relief. Naruto stood, feeling Tuya subconsciously hug herself to him as he turned to the other two girls. "Which room is hers?" he asked quietly. Hinata pointed to Kin/Gaara's old room, and Naruto nodded in. "Thanks, I'll be right back, do you guys want to wait downstairs for me?" he whispered. The girls nodded and Hinata turned to walk downstairs. Fu followed behind her happily. Naruto turned to Tuya's room and pushed it open with his foot. He walked in and slowly sat on her large round bed. "I don't think I've ever seen a bed that's circular. Where do I tuck her in?" he thought as he looked to his left and right. Tuya's grip on Naruto loosened and she fell back onto the bed, snoring softly with her mouth wide open. Naruto stood and turned to look at her and had to hold in his laughter as her deeply unconscious expression. He saw that there were a few pillows behind her, so he lifted the blanket and picked her up bridal style to lay her underneath it, placing her head softly on the comfy-looking pillow. He stood back and watched her roll to her side and hug one of her pillows before sighing happily and muttering in her sleep. "Love you, Naru-kun," she said between breaths. Naruto smiled and leaned down to her eye level. He stroked some hair away from her eyes and cupped her cheek with his hand as some of the lightning from the storm lit up the room, giving him a beautiful view of her face. "I love you too, Tayu-chan." "Good night," he whispered. Tuya smiled and rubbed her face into her pillow. Naruto stood and left the room quietly, closing the door as soft as he could before he went downstairs. Naruto walked into the lounge room to see Fu and Hinata talking softly on the largest couch. "I think they like me, I'm honestly not sure," Fu said quietly with a small smile. Hinata nodded. "We like you, Fu-chan, you're part of the family now," she said with a kind smile as she saw Naruto sat on the arm of the couch behind Fu. Naruto slinked his arm around Fu, who turned to look up at him. "Are you girls tired? Or would you like to stay up?" he asked with a kind smile. Hinata tilted her head. "I am feeling pretty," she yawned widely. "Tired," she said with a small smile. Some rolling thunder moved over Konoha, making Fu shiver as she saw a flash of lightning. Naruto felt the shiver and looked down at Fu in concern. "Fu-chan? Are you okay?" he asked, knowing about her fear of natural lightning and flames. Fu shakily shook her head. "And not really, but I should be soon," she muttered, cringing as another clap of thunder shook the sky. Naruto looked up at Hinata. "I think I'll let Fu-chan sleep with me tonight." That was the only way to comfort her on the training trip, Naruto said while standing. Hinata sighed and nodded. "All right then," she muttered, a little disgruntled that it wasn't her that was going to be in Naruto's embrace all night. Luckily for her, Naruto noticed. "Would you like to join us, Hinata-chan?" "We'll just be sleeping so I don't mind," Naruto said with a smile. Hinata blinked happily before looking at Fu to see if she minded. Fu reached out her hand, welcoming Hinata, who smiled and took the offered hand before the three of them walked up the stairs. Naruto gave Fu a hug before stepping up to his door and turning to the girls. "Go get changed into your night wear, I'll come back out when I'm ready," Naruto said. The girls nodded in agreement and went to get changed as Naruto did the same. 2 minutes later, Naruto stepped out of his room wearing a long-sleeve light blue shirt and some slacks. At the same time a flash of lightning and a crash of thunder sounded. He stumbled back as Fu wrapped her arms around his chest in a hug, seeking the protection of his arms, which he happily gave, only now noticing her lime green flannelette pajamas. Hearing another door close, Naruto looked up to see Hinata wearing a violet singlet and matching sleeping pants. She walked over to the two and opened Naruto's bedroom door, letting them in before she followed behind. Naruto let go of Fu to prepare the king-sized bed, spreading out the pillows and lifting back the blanket as thunder clapped louder. Naruto turned, expecting Fu to be mid-run for him, but smiled as he saw Hinata holding Fu and patting her back, making Naruto be reminded exactly how tiny Fu is for her to be burying her head in the crook of Hinata's neck without having to bend at all. Naruto smiled to Hinata and, thanks to happily smiled back. She held Fu close as Naruto lifted the sheets for them, letting them stay in their hug as they lay down. Naruto climbed in the other side of the bed and moved over to them as he pulled the sheets up. He lay down next to them, behind Fu, who was still holding on to Hinata's torso as the brunette rested her head on one of the plush pillows. Naruto lay down and lay one arm across the two, curving his body to Fu's while hugging Hinata. The three slept in the warm, comforting embrace as the storm rolled overhead, the only competing noise being Tuya's drunken snores from a few rooms away. Hash. Crash. Naruto instantly shot up at the loud noise, making Hinata and Fu stir as they slowly woke up. Naruto leapt out of bed and ran downstairs ready to beat the fuck out of any thief or intruder, only to see Tenten picking up the shards of plate from the kitchen floor. Naruto went over and pulled Tenten back, setting her in a seat as he looked at her face that was stuck in a frown. "What's wrong, Ten-chan, are you okay?" he asked. Tenten nodded before her shoulders slouched. "My hangover hurts. I'm starving and don't have time to cook, and if I don't get to the Anbu headquarters in 10 minutes I lose my privilege," she said on the verge of breaking down. Naruto placed a green glowing hand on Tenten's head, causing her to look up at him as he smiled. "In 10 seconds your hangover will be gone. Go upstairs and get ready. I'll have some food here for you and then I'll take you directly to Anbu headquarters. You have 9 minutes, go," he said as he pulled his hand away. Tenten smiled as she suddenly felt much better. She hugged Naruto before standing. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, I'd be lost without you," she said before running up the stairs. Naruto smiled as he watched her go before stepping over the plate shards and turning on the tap, using the water as he formed a single one-handed seal. "Water clone jutsu," he declared. A water clone appeared and started picking up the remainders of the plate as Naruto looked through the cupboards. He found some bread and tossed it into the toaster before grabbing some butter from the fridge. He placed it on the table before unsealing two of his tri-pronged kunai from the emergency ring he always wore on his right pinky finger, which held 3 of his kunai. Hinata and Fu came down the stairs, not hungover in the slightest but curious about the water clone that was walking out the front with a small plastic bag in one hand and one of Naruto's kunai in the other. "What happened, Naruto-kun?" Fu asked softly as her and Hinata approached the kitchen table. Naruto smiled to them and held a finger as the toast popped. He began spreading butter onto the toast as his clone came back in and reached into a cupboard, taking out a shinobi sustenance bar. Naruto turned and walked out as the water clone sat at the table and began to explain. "Ten-chan is stressing out a little about a mission she's starting in." It glanced at the clock. 3 minutes. "She dropped a plate and stuff but the boss is handling it," the clone said. Hearing someone running down the stairs, the two girls looked over to see Tenten in Anbu attire but without the mask. She took the toast and inhaled it before grabbing the bar and hugging the original Naruto. Flash, 1. The two girls looked back at the clone for an explanation. "It just placed the second tri-pronged kunai on the table in front of it. He's just dropping her off," it said before standing up and leaping out the window, dispelling in midair onto the flowers. The two girls looked at each other and blinked in slight confusion. Flash, 2. Hash. Flash, 1. Naruto and Tenten appeared in a flash of light of the Hirashin, appearing on the Anbu headquarters rooftop next to the kunai that the water clone had thrown when it was outside. Naruto kissed her lightly. She turned to leap down before he smacked her butt lightly, causing her to jump in shock and turn to face him. He just chuckled before stepping back. 3 minutes, Ten-chan, good luck today, just stay calm and you'll do perfect, he said with a smile. Flash, 2. Hash. Flash, 2. Naruto appeared sitting at the kitchen table, grasping the kunai in front of him. The two girls looked away from each other and looked at Naruto, who smiled before sealing the two kunai back into his ring. "Get it?" he asked with a grin. The two girls giggled and smiled at his two-part explanation before they heard a groan from the bottom of the stairs. Naruto looked up to see Tuya mid-stretch before she relaxed and rubbed the sleep in her eye. Why are you shouting? She mumbled as she walked over and fell into the seat next to Naruto and leaning against his shoulder. Naruto smiled and placed a green glowing hand on her forehead as Hinata stood. Naruto and Fu looked up at her in confusion as she smiled. What would you guys like for breakfast? Should we go out? She asked. Naruto pulled his hand away from Tuya, who smiled as she seemed fully awake. Yeah. Let's go to Uchiraku's, she said with a smile. Fu smiled at the girl's behavior. I'm so different to her, I wonder why Naruto likes people like us. She thought. Naruto nodded as he stood. Let's go get dressed then head out, Naruto said as he turned to the stairs. Naruto walked with Fu while Tuya and Hinata led the way. Tuya was asking about Hinata's training with her father. Fu held Naruto's hand and looked up at him. Naruto-kun? She asked. Naruto turned to her and smiled. Yes, Fu-chan? She smiled timidly. I really like it here, with you, she said as she blushed. Naruto knew of Fu's timidness and smiled. I love you too, Fu-chan. Fu smiled timidly and curled into herself while glowing like a tomato, feeling a little embarrassed at his straightforward proclamation. Naruto's smile turned into a grin as he watched her reaction. He then looked up to see Hinata and Tuya turning to them. We're here, Tuya said happily as she practically skipped up to the entrance. Naruto chuckled at her behavior as they entered the establishment. Upon seeing Tuya, a waiter practically ran over to seat the group. Tuya-chan. It is good to see you again, he said with a bow and a grin before ushering the group to a table near the back. Naruto watched as all the workers in the establishment seemed happier when Tuya came in. Fu looked up at him in confusion as they followed behind the redhead. Why do they seem so happy to see Tuya-chan? Fu asked. Naruto shrugged. I'm not sure, he said before the four of them sat at a table. Naruto turned to Tuya, who had just finishing ordering a pitcher of water and 4 glasses. Taiyu-chan, why does everyone here seem to know you? Naruto asked. Tuya turned to him with a grin before pointing to a wall at the back. Naruto turned to look and his jaw hit the floor. On the wall was a picture of him when he was younger. He was giving a thumbs up while holding his chopsticks at the old Ichiraku ramen stand. The number 38 was above his picture on a white board. To his horror, and the reason his jaw was on the floor, was that there was a picture of Tuya on the wall above his picture, the number 50 written on the white board above it. Tuya laughed at Naruto's expression. Care for a challenge, Naruto-kun? She said with a challenging smile. Naruto turned to Tuya completely serious in a way that only Tenten had seen before when Saimata accidentally cut her hand. Bring it, he said darkly as his eyes became slits. Tuya grinned and turned to the waiter who just placed down the pitcher of water. I've found another challenger, and this one is gonna be for real, she declared. The entire restaurant went quiet as the waiter nodded. Right this way please, he said happily as he led the two of them over to the 6-person bench that faced directly into the kitchen. Naruto looked in to see Ayame smiling at him. Hey Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun said you'll be by to visit, she said happily as she leaned over the bench and pulled him into a sisterly hug. Naruto grinned and they separated. I'd love to chat Ayame-ne-chan, but Tuya needs to learn who the ramen king is around here, he declared loudly. Ooh. The waiters and chefs of the restaurant, as well as many of the customers, said in unison. Tuya just laughed. Whatever sweetie, it's nice that you feel confident in yourself. She taunted right back. The waiter looked into the kitchen. Tuchi-sama. This newcomer has challenged Tuya-chan, he yelled. Tuchi stepped out of a separate room into the kitchen and approached the bench. He smiled as he saw Naruto. This is no newcomer, this is Naruto Uzumaki. The boy who'd eat 20 in a row before he was 7, Tuchi declared as he pulled up his sleeves. The crowd oohed again while Tuya turned to Naruto in shock. Is that true, Naru-kun? She asked. Naruto smirked at her darkly, sending a shiver up her spine. I take my ramen seriously, he said before turning to Tuchi. Think you can keep up, old man? He asked as he grabbed a pair of chopsticks, Tuya mimicking his movements. Tuchi grinned as he turned to his staff. I want a person each on noodles, broth and ingredient preparation for the both of them. Place you things in my pot for Naruto and Ayame's for Tuya. This will be a hard one to keep up with, are you ready? He yelled to his chefs and cooks. They all bowed. Hi Tuchi-sama. They chanted before moving to their stations. Within moments, the first bowl of ramen was set in front of the two Uzumaki. The original waiter held his arm up, causing most of the visitors and employees to hold their breaths in anticipation. Ready? Naruto and Tuya snapped their chopsticks apart. Set. They pulled their first bowls forward and prepared. Go. 20 minutes later found Tuya beginning to slow down. The waiter had pulled a megaphone from somewhere as he gave the blow-by-blow to the crowd. She's broken her old record. Tuya is currently on her 51st bowl of ramen. She has now had 2 of each kind of ramen and an extra seafood, he yelled as Tuya placed the bowl down. Another, Tuya yelled. 52. The waiter yelled. Everyone was focused on the champion, until Hinata and Fu cheered out over the crowd, Naruto. Slow down. Everyone looked at them in confusion, except for the waiter who looked at Naruto, unbelievable. People looked at Naruto and gasped as the waiter continued, Naruto Uzumaki, the bottomless ramen pit, has just finished his 60th bowl. Naruto was keeping pace. At the beginning, Tuya was much faster than Naruto, but as she slowed, he caught up and in the last 2 minutes had overtaken her, all with a smile on his face. Naruto slammed down an empty bowl. Keep coming, old man. Boy, your ramen's gotten even better than ever, he said with red slitted eyes as he gulped the whole of the next bowl in 2 gulps. Next, he yelled with a laugh as Tuya slammed down her 52nd. Another. Tuya sucked down her last noodle in the bowl, then slid it forward with a groan. The crowd gasped in anticipation as she glanced to Naruto. He was still steadily moving forward, eating only slightly slower than he was earlier. This caused Tuya to sigh and rest her head on the counter. I'm done, she said quietly. The waiter stood tall. He's done it. Naruto has defeated the unbeatable Tuya, he yelled loudly, causing the restaurant to burst into cheers. Naruto turned to the crowd and gulped down his noodles as the waiter stepped up to him. Naruto. You are amazing. Tell me, what is your secret? He asked before shoving the megaphone into Naruto's face. Naruto blinked, his eyes returning to normal now that his title was back. I just like ramen, he said before smiling. The crowd cheered at Naruto's simple statement before the waiter asked another question. Is there anything you'd like to say in victory? Naruto grinned and rubbed the back of his head, which is when a camera flashed his picture. Yeah, can I get another pork ramen? The crowd burst into cheers and laughter as Naruto received his bowl and gulped it down in a moment before grabbing a toothpick. Thanks for the challenge, Tayu-chan. Thanks for the ramen, old man Ichiraku, Naruto said with a grin as he stood and stretched. Tuya grumbled as she stood and leaned on Naruto. I barely finished bowl 76, what about you, Naru-kun? She asked. Naruto smiled as he hugged Tuya with one arm. Not too many more, you did really well, he said with a smile. Ahem. Naruto turned to Tucci, who was smiling. The bill, Naruto? Tucci asked with a gesture to the huge piles. Naruto blinked before swearing under his breath. Shit. Okay, how much? Naruto asked as he rested his hand on the sheath he wore across his lower back. Tucci smiled and wrote it down on a piece of paper that he gave to Naruto. Naruto's eyes bugged out in shock before he sighed and reached into his sheath seal. He passed Tucci a whole scroll. This is blood sealed. Just a drop of your blood will open it. There's a small tip in there for you and your staff as well. And I mean small literally. I didn't know your prices would have gone up so much, he said before turning back and linking arms with Tuya. Let's go, Tayu-chan, he said as he walked out the door and met up with Hinata and Fu, who had finished their breakfast nearly an hour earlier. The 4 left the establishment as people got back to their days. A person ran out from the back room with Naruto's new picture and a pen. He took Tuya's picture and put it over Naruto's old picture, rubbing out the old number, then writing her 76 in place. The employee stuck up Naruto's picture in the top frame, then rubbed off the old number. He shook his head in awe as he wrote the new record. 101 bowls consumed. Is there anything you girls have on today? Or something you want to do? Naruto asked as the 4 of them walked aimlessly forward. Hinata spoke up. Actually, Jirobo wanted to see you at some point today. Naruto raised a brow. I wonder what for. He thought out loud as the group came to a stop. Where can I find him? Tuya grinned. The fat ass has his own business now. He's a builder as well as the first successful patient of your mechanical body implants, she said proudly as she led the way back through the Uchiha Market District. Naruto's brows rose in shock. Wow, that sounds awesome. Do you know who performed the surgery? Naruto asked as Tuya led them into a building. Tuya shrugged as Hinata answered while they walked up to the first floor. It was Shizune-san. She has become somewhat of a specialist in the amputee field of medic arts, she said as Tuya led them down the small hallway and knocked on the office door at the end. Come in. Tuya opened the door to see Jirobo glance over at them. He was much fitter than before and wore a white dress shirt that was rolled up to his elbows and suit pants. He smiled at the group and gestured to seats along his wall with his silver arm. Thanks for coming, you guys. Could you have a seat? We can talk when I'm done helping the Nigatsu family, Jirobo said with a friendly smile before turning back to his customers. Jirobo sat at table opposite a young couple, the woman obviously pregnant. As the four sat off to the side, Naruto looked on in confusion as Jirobo rested his hands on his desk, which Naruto realized had a large rectangle of stone sitting as the top of it. Jirobo smiled to the couple. Since we have finalized your blueprints, I have the final product prepared. Feel free to tell me if you want anything changed, Jirobo said as he focused chakra through his arms. Naruto stared in awe as the stone from Jirobo's desk morphed into a model of a small one-story house. Surrounding the house was a small picket fence and the stone even stuck up in a display of foliage and grass. Jirobo stepped back and smiled. How's this? He asked the couple who were looking at the little stone house in amazement. The man nodded. It's exactly what we wanted, he said with a smile. The woman smiled. My friend said that we can see the inside as well? She asked. Jirobo nodded and walked around to the set of the large table. He casually rested his hand on top of the house and its outer walls sunk back into the desk, showing the inside of the house down to the detail of the light switch. The couple wowed in awe as they looked through. The woman pointed to one of the rooms. Look, honey. Even the cradle is here, she exclaimed happily as she poked the tiny stone cradle. Jirobo smirked and stepped back to his seat while aiming small lights at the house. One moment please, he said as he flicked a few switches under his desk. Small tricked-out lights turned on, coloring the house in the requested colors. As you can see, the only real difference I made was adding a back balcony. The estimated cost is a maximum 74% of what you wanted to spend, he said with a smile at the happy couple's expressions. What do you think? The woman hugged her husband as they smiled. It's perfect. Thank you, Jirobo-sama. The husband said as he stood and shook Jirobo's hand gratefully. Jirobo smiled. I'm just doing my job. What time would suit you for the construction? It should be 20 minutes to take down your old house, half an hour to work out the utilities, a minute or so to build the house, then finally I'll have my men paint and input everything you requested, which will take the longest out of everything. I estimate the full process to be approximately 3 hours, he said confidently. The man helped his wife to her feet and she smiled widely. You're truly amazing, Jirobo-san. Thank you so much, she said while bowing slightly, her husband doing the same. Jirobo grinned. It's times like this I'm glad I stopped being a ninja, he said happily before pulling a piece of paper from his desk drawer. If you'd sign this and write down the time you wish for it to be done, our business is finished and I'll collect payment after I ensure that you are happy, he said while passing a pen to the husband. The man nodded and signed away. He then turned to his wife. We are going to your mother's house for breakfast next Saturday, should we make it then? He asked. The wife nodded. That would be great, she said happily as her husband filled in the time slot and gave the form back to Jirobo. Jirobo rested the sheet on top of the house and signed it before shaking hands with the husband and wife respectfully. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, and don't worry, he said with a wink, it'll be done by lunch. The couple laughed at Jirobo's pun then nodded. Anytime, Jirobo-sama. We'll see you next time. The couple said as they left. As the door closed, Naruto moved up to the model and looked at the intricate detail. Jirobo, this is amazing, Naruto exclaimed as he reached onto the little balcony and swung the hanging chair back and forth. Jirobo smiled as Naruto stood tall. Thanks, Naruto, he said before raising a brow and grinning. Hee, you're not a shrimp anymore. You're as tall as I am. The orange-haired man said with a laugh before putting his hand on his desk again and pulsing his chakra, letting the small house turn back into an average stone slab. Naruto grinned as well and shook the guy's metallic hand. How've you been while I was away? And how do you plan to build a whole house in only a few hours? Naruto asked. Jirobo smiled. I've been great. I wanted to see you so that I could thank you for my arm and leading the mission that took me to this village, he said before he gestured to the table. As for building a house in a few hours, it's easy if you know what you're doing, Jirobo said with a grin. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. You should be thanking Sakura Ne-chan, she's the one that saved your life, Naruto said with a smile. Jirobo laughed. That's almost what she said about you when I did thank her. Naruto laughed with him until he remembered something. Oh yeah, I was curious, what's so funny about your done by lunch statement? Jirobo just raised a brow then pointed out the window. Naruto looked out the window to see a moderate-sized billboard advertisement with Jirobo on it with a smile. He stood in front of a beautiful stone shrine and stone duplex house. Printed over the picture was the words, "Done by lunch, instant builders at minimal prices." Naruto laughed as he noticed the billboard and finally understood Jirobo's joke from earlier as Tuya turned to Jirobo. "Yo fatty, have you seen Kimi-kun around?" she asked. Jirobo sighed and placed a hand on Tuya's head, ruffling her hair and showing her how short she was in comparison to his muscular built frame. "I may have, but I ain't telling you till you stop calling me fatty," he said with a grin as Tuya frowned at his actions. Tuya knocked his hand off her head with a frown. "But I've always called you fatty, it's too late to change that now," she explained with a nod. Jirobo chuckled and turned to Hinata and Fu as Naruto began walking back over to them. "Hello Hinata, I'm sorry I don't recognize your friend," he said with a polite smile as he held his hand out in offering. Fu bowed to the large man timidly, not shaking his metal hand, causing Naruto to place an arm around Jirobo's shoulders. "Sorry Jirobo," Fu-chan gets intimidated easily. "But trust me, you do not want to be on her bad side when she gets mad," he said with a chuckle. Fu blushed as she pouted. I said I was sorry about that Naruto-kun," she said timidly. Jirobo smiled at the green-haired girl. "Welcome to my shop Fu-san, how do you know these three?" he asked. Fu looked up at Jirobo before looking at her feet and mumbling her answer. "I'm one of Naruto-kun's girlfriends," she said. Jirobo burst into laughter and slammed his hand on Naruto's back in a friendly way. "You sure do have varying tastes Naruto," he said with a chuckle before moving to his desk, while gesturing Naruto over. Naruto raised a brow in confusion before following. Jirobo sat and folded his hands together under his chin, entering his business mode. "Naruto, I was wondering if there was a way for you to put your wood-style chakra into a seal or something that someone else could then use. Do you think it's possible? And would I be able to buy some off of you?" Jirobo asked. Naruto raised a brow. "Funny you ask that, Sasuke wanted to know the same thing," Naruto said as he unclipped his sheath and set it on the table in front of him, reaching into his seal as he talked. "He couldn't find a way to use my chakra for any jutsu, but I could form a jutsu with my chakra and he'd absorb the energy into a seal like this one," he said as he pulled out a seal and placed it on the table. Jirobo leaned forward and glanced at the seal before turning to Tuya, who was looking over his shoulder at the seal. "What will it do?" he asked her. Tuya frowned a little as she read through the seal work. "As far I can tell, it is like an elemental seal, but he's modified it to catch the jutsu instead of the element. Like, if someone launched a fireball technique at you, most elemental seals would take the fire and the chakra would therefore dissipate. With this one it takes the actual fireball, chakra and all," she explained. Naruto blinked in shock. "Wow, you really are good with seals Taiyu-chan," he said as his mouth formed into a smile. Tuya grinned back at him at the compliment as Jirobo talked again. "So what technique is in this seal Naruto?" he asked. Naruto smiled. "That's just one of my plant stimulation jutsus. It's a general one that causes grass to grow from nothing to almost needing to be mowed in minutes and gives a little extra health to existing plants in the area," he said as he looked over to one of the plants Jirobo kept in his office and held his hand out. He pulsed his wood chakra and Jirobo nodded in appreciation as the small plant became fully bloomed and healthy. Very good," he said with a smile. "Can I buy some off of you and Sasuke?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "Sure, you want to keep this one for free and I'll talk to Sasuke Ni-san about it?" Jirobo grinned. "Sound like a plan to me," he said as he and Naruto shook hands in agreement once more. Poof. Everyone looked to the dissipating cloud of smoke to see an Anbu messenger. "Naruto-san. You have been drafted for a AA rank mission. Please report to Hokage-sama and Sarutobi-sama immediately," he said as he rose from his crouch. Naruto smirked slightly as everyone but Hinata was focused on the Anbu. "Sure thing, I'll head there now," he said with a nod. The Anbu nodded in reply before disappearing in another smoke cloud. Naruto turned to the others. "Sorry guys, guess I'm off," he said as went to leave. "Taiyu-chan, would you mind introducing Fu-chan to Ino? I think they'd get along well." "Oh, and if you can't find her then definitely Shino," he said with a smile. Hinata interrupted his departure. "Shino-kun is in the stone village on the exchange program Naruto-kun," she said before walking over and grasping his hand. "Can we please talk in private before you go?" she asked. Naruto raised a brow before nodding. "Sure Hinata-chan, what's up?" he asked as the door closed behind them. They began walking down the hallway before Hinata stopped and hugged him to the wall. Naruto raised a brow in confusion before hugging her back. "Hinata-chan?" he asked. She stepped back and onto her toes before she pulled him into a deep kiss. He returned it, but felt the desperate and worried feeling from Hinata. She pulled away and held his face between her hands. "Whatever your plan is, whatever you are going to do. Please remember those who love you. Remember that no matter what, I will be here for you, she said seriously. Naruto nodded. I know that Hinata-chan. Where did this come from all of a sudden? He asked. Hinata frowned as her eyes started to get teary. I can see you, Naruto-kun. I've seen your hidden glares and dark grins, she said, making his eyes widen in shock. Just promise me when your plan comes to its end, we'll still be together. No matter what, she whispered as the first tear fell. Naruto wrapped Hinata in his arms and embraced her. Hinata-chan, I swear on the grave of my mother and father, I will never let us come apart, he said before kissing her deeply, trying and succeeding in conveying his emotions. Which Hinata mirrored as her tears slowed. After a minute in each other's embrace, Hinata stepped away. Go on your mission, Naruto-kun, come back to me, she said softly. Naruto smiled and gave her a thumbs up as he winked, always and forever. Flash. Hash. Flash. Reporting for duty, Ba-chan, Naruto declared as he appeared in Tsunade's office. Tsunade smiled at his entrance as Sakura and Sasuke turned to face him along with a third person. Sarutobi spoke from his place next to Tsunade. We received intelligence from a contact of mine and Jiraiya's. The Akatsuki's spy among Orochimaru's ranks is supposed to meet up with Sasori at Tenchi Bridge in 2 days. I am positive that none of the Akatsuki will try to fill in for the dead man, so you will go disguised as Sasori and capture the spy. This will give us the perfect chance to steal both Orochimaru's and the Akatsuki's secrets. He explained as he passed the scroll to Sasuke. You are in charge, Sasuke, let's see your hunter skills in action, but Kakashi will be meeting you at the gate, Tsunade said with a smile. Sasuke nodded as Naruto raised his hand. This is cool and all, but who's this guy? Naruto asked as he gestured to the pale Chunin standing near Sakura. He turned to Naruto and smiled in an obviously fake way. My name is Sai. I hope we can work well as teammates, Naruto-san, Sai said. Naruto took a step back and glanced at Hiruzen, who nodded. You can trust him, Naruto. I am sure Sai here will have some interesting techniques, he said, implying that Sai was the ninja who once spied on the Uchiha household. Naruto nodded. Should we go, Ni-san? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded. You have 20 minutes, we'll meet at the main gate and head off as soon as possible, he said before fading from existence in his mirage sunshine. Sakura's legs glowed rainbow and suddenly she was gone. Naruto was about to disappear when Tsunade spoke. Hold on, Naruto, I have an official resignation letter from Iruka here for you. He knew you were about to go on a mission, so he said he'll talk to you afterwards, she said as she held out the letter for Naruto. Naruto took the letter with a smile. So, are Paikon and Iruka-sensei tying the knot? He asked. Tsunade and Hiruzen chuckled, then Sai burst into an obviously forced laughter and stopped just as suddenly. The group glanced at him oddly, so he just smiled weirdly, again. Hani appeared from the genjutsu behind Tsunade. Naruto-kun, maybe you should take Sai-kun with you. I know he is already prepared for this mission, so you should go get ready as well, she said before stepping away. Tsunade laughed at Sai's face, which went blank as he noticed Hani appear and disappear. Suddenly, Hani's ruler came out and whacked Tsunade's forehead, causing Hiruzen to laugh and Sai to watch, not understanding what was going on. Back to work, Hani declared as Tsunade rubbed the red mark. Feeling a grip on his wrist, Sai looked to his right to see Naruto grinning at him. Off we go. Flash, Chapter 7, A Plan Begins, Meeting the Spy, Lightning Strikes. Flash. Sai fell to his knees as the two appeared atop the gates of Konoha. He looked up to Naruto as the blonde stood from next to the kunai he had stabbed into the top of the wall. That was the fourth Hokage's technique, Sai stated. Naruto nodded before stepping forward, looking towards the afternoon sun. Sai, you were the one who broke into the Uchiha household and spied on my brother, Naruto said as fact, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Naruto knew for certain. Sai's face remained blank. I cannot confirm that statement, he said as he stood tall and reached for his blade as he took a step forward towards Naruto's unprotected back, past the tri-pronged kunai. Flash. Naruto appeared next to his kunai once again, one hand holding the back of Sai's head and the other holding his wrist as his hand was clasped around the handle of his weapon. Sai froze as he realized Naruto could kill him in a second. He closed his eyes as he felt Naruto move. Sorry, Danzo, brother. He thought as his dying words. To his shock, Naruto just stepped away. Sai turned in confusion, dropping his combat-ready state of mind. Naruto-san, why did you not kill me? He asked. Naruto smirked and placed a friendly hand on Sai's shoulder. Sai, we're gonna be friends someday. I'm not going to do anything to you, he said with a smile. Sai merely watched Naruto in confusion, unsure of how to reply. So, Naruto spoke again, I'm not going to kill you or Danzo. But I am guessing he gave you orders to contact Orochimaru in some way during this mission? Naruto asked. Sai frowned, feeling frustrated that a stranger knew about him and his father. I cannot confirm that statement, he said. Naruto nodded, I know. I just wanted to ask if you could deliver something for me to Danzo when you get back here, he said as he pulled out his letter from Iruka and opened it, letting Sai see it as he read out loud. Hey Naruto. First and foremost, congratulations on everything you've managed to do in the past few years. I'm so proud to have called you my student. I hope we can catch up when you return? We'll get ramen, my treat, D. Unfortunately, I have some bad news. I have to resign as your stand-in as clan head. If Paikon and I are going to be together, then I have to become Iruka Nakatomi. I can't explain how happy I feel in mere words. But, yeah, I'm sorry I have to resign. Do you mind finding someone to replace me? From your sensei, Iruka. Naruto folded the paper and turned it over. He held out his hand to Sai, pen. He ordered. Without even realizing how implicating his actions were, Sai unsealed his ink brush and passed it to Naruto, who smirked. Chakra ink, Naruto said, causing Sai to actually acknowledge his practical confession about when he spied on the Uchiha household. Naruto wrote on the back of the letter, reading aloud as he did so. It's your time to get back in action, Danzo. I need a rep, and it's you. I love my grandmother, I also love the village. That doesn't mean I think my grandmother is fit to run the village. He wrote before drawing a smiley face with fangs and slitted eyes. Sai's brow rose as Naruto put the letter back in the envelope and passed it to Sai. Make sure he gets it, Naruto said as Sai sealed his brush away and slipped the letter into the inside pocket of his shirt. Naruto turned and looked past Sai, who watched him with a blank face as Naruto's serious expression became one of a cheery adolescent. Ni-san. Over here, Naruto yelled with a wave. Sai turned to see Sasuke and Sakura landing just in front of them. Sasuke looked around with a frown. Where is Kakashi-sensei? Ba-sama said he'd be meeting us here. Sasuke muttered in thought. Probably lost on the road of life. Naruto and Sakura said in unison, causing the two of them to burst into laughter. Sai tilted his head curiously. Where is this road of life? I am not familiar with it, he said. Poof. You are standing on it, Sai. It is everything and everywhere you have ever been and ever will be, Kakashi said as he stepped up to the group and rested his hand on Sai's shoulder in a friendly gesture. I hear you were a junior Anbu agent. It's good to meet you, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Sai's facial expression was frozen in a blank face as he tried to decipher what Kakashi meant. It's good to meet you too, senpai, Sai said, trying to be respectful to the copy ninja. Kakashi just smiled before turning to Sasuke. I hear you got lead on this one, Sasuke. Feel free to ask for advice from me, but unless I severely disagree with your decision I will follow your commands, he said. Sasuke smirked. Thanks sensei, he said before clearing his throat as he walked to Naruto's previous position looking out over the wall, bringing the group's attention to him as he stood in front of them. As you all know, we are to capture a high-level spy. We do not know of their strength level, or what the exact plan for the meeting is supposed to be. Therefore, he said as he pointed to Naruto, you will disguise yourself as Sasori since out of all of us you had the most interaction with him, and wait on the bridge at the designated meeting time. Until we arrive at the area, that is the plan. Do you all understand? He asked. The group nodded and Sasuke turned while throwing down one of his ceiling capsules. In a poof of smoke, Sasuke was revealed on his hoverboard. Get ready for high-speed travel, and I do mean high speed, he said with a smirk as his Sharingan blinked on. Sai blinked in confusion before looking around the group. Sakura's back was covered by a rainbow glow before mechanical wings and a jet funnel appeared from the glow. She hovered in midair as the flames lifted her and she used the wings to keep stable. Naruto just lifted his hood up over his head and his outfit became entirely white, except for his sheath. His wind funnels then pushed him into the air next to Sakura. Kakashi unzipped his Jonin flak jacket, revealing his Jonin edition chakra armor, same as Dodo's chakra armor, wings and all. He reached over the back of his head and unzipped a new line on his vest, which the black mechanical wings grew out from. Sai looked up at the four airborne ninjas with wide eyes. Sasuke smirked down at him. I said get ready Sai, I was told you have some kind of fast flight ninjutsu? He asked. Sai nodded and whipped out his scroll and drew a falcon at an incredible speed. He pulsed his chakra and suddenly the falcon came to life and flew into the air. Sai leapt up onto it as it circled the group. Ready to go Sasuke Teiko, Sai said. Sasuke nodded. Naruto was right, he has been trained by the paper guy. I have to find out where he was trained so I can find out who it is. Sasuke thought as the fictional story Naruto told him began to make sense. Sasuke hovered to the front of the group, his board lowering through the air as it could only hover, not fly. As he fell off the wall, "Follow me," Sasuke yelled as he shot forward, dropping down through the tunnel under the tree defense wall with Naruto behind him. The other three followed over the wall before nose-diving to catch up. Sakura was easily in lead with Sasuke followed by Naruto, who was acting as a wind buffer, creating a slipstream for Kakashi and Sai to keep up. Sasuke touched down at around midnight. The rest of his team landed next to him as his board disappeared back into its capsule. Naruto, cabin. Sasuke ordered as he turned to the group while Naruto walked behind him into the center of the clearing. Sakura, your phoenixes are too well known now, so Sai is going to be the one to canvass the meeting site on his falcon. Sasuke began as Naruto slammed his hands on the ground behind him. Wood style, travelers den. Sasuke smirked as the small wooden house materialized, and Naruto will go with you and use his scope seal to get a closer look. Sensei, I want to discuss tactics with you. Sakura, would you mind getting some food ready for us? He asked. Sakura rolled her eyes. I swear, you guys would have died from starvation if it wasn't for me, she said as she walked to the house to get started. Naruto walked over to Sai. Want to get going? He asked as his suit turned black as the night sky. Sai nodded and leapt back onto his bird and the two flew off as Kakashi and Sasuke moved towards the house to begin their planning. In a few minutes, Sai's bird was high in the night sky over the bridge, circling it as Sai looked around the area. He glanced to his right to see that he could no longer see Naruto anywhere near him. Sai circled again and searched. Where did he go? Sai thought as he continued searching the area. Naruto floated in mid-air underneath the bridge, feeling outward with his chakra. He smirked as he felt a nearby snake. He stealthily flew into the trees near the bridge and landed, and he let his own snake chakra flow out. Within a few moments, the small black snake slithered up to him. Naruto bent down and lifted the snake with a smirk. So, he sent you to canvass the area just like Sasuke did with Sai and I. That means the snake definitely knows about the meeting. I hope he'll be here personally, Naruto said to the snake. The snake's tongue flicked and hissed in the language of the snake. I will have to tell him I ran into you, Naruto-sama. I am unable to lie to him. It said. Naruto nodded. I know, I have something I want you to give him, he said as the snake slithered up his arm so that he could reach into his pouch. He pulled out a small piece of paper and a pen and began writing. This will ensure he will be here. I hope it doesn't backfire on us though. Naruto muttered as he wrapped the note around the snake and placed the snake back on the ground. The snake reared up and bowed to Naruto, who nodded back before it left. He smirked and turned back to fly to Sai. Come and get us, Orochimaru. Naruto thought. The next day. Go out, Naruto, the spy will be here in 3 minutes, Sasuke said to Naruto, who had used wood to make a replica of the outer shell of the Hiruko puppet wearing an Akatsuki cloak. Next to him stood Kakashi, who was in a high Anbu level of the transformation technique to appear as Deidara. The head nodded and slowly, Sasori trudged out with Deidara, who stopped to lean against a tree with his arms folded as Sasori approached the bridge and stopped halfway across. Not a minute later, a ninja jogged onto the bridge from the other side, before approaching Sasori in a slow walk. Naruto smirked from inside his puppet while the disguised Kakashi frowned. That is the Jonin combat medic that managed to hold off Ba-chan. This will be a challenge, he thought when he spotted Kabuto. He blew out a deep breath as he went over the plan Sasuke had discussed with him. Flashback. Sensei, what do you think the chances are that someone would accompany the spy? Sasuke asked. Kakashi closed his eye and thought before talking. In all likelihood, Orochimaru probably knows about the spy and is using this chance to attack the person who sent the spy into his ranks. So there could be an army awaiting us or maybe even Orochimaru himself. Thought that particular outcome is not as likely, Kakashi said before opening his eye and nodding. Sasuke frowned. That's what I thought. Damn, I was hoping I would be wrong. Sasuke muttered. Kakashi shrugged. We both very well could be wrong. Maybe Sasori's spy was good enough to go undetected, then it'll be easy for the 5 of us to capture them. Sasuke's eyes widened. let's plan for everything just in case. If it's just the spy, we'll let Naruto and you start since you two will be obvious, then we'll swoop in and knock them out, he said as he folded his hands under his chin. Kakashi nodded. And if the spies followed? He asked. Sasuke looked to Kakashi and sighed. As much as I would like to capture the person myself, you and Sai have more experience in Onbu than I do. And this mission isn't really one where we can just hope for the best, so you two will focus on the spy while Naruto, Sakura and I fight off the other person or persons. We'll come back to help as soon as possible though, Sasuke said. Kakashi nodded. Sounds like a plan. Kakashi nodded to himself. If no one else appears this'll be simple, but I haven't fought alongside Sai before, so I'm not sure how well we can complement each other's fighting styles if other people appear. He thought as he watched Kabuto finally come to a stop and bow to Sasori. Kabuto rose from his bow. Master Sasori, I have the information on Orochimaru's experiments that you wanted, he said as he reached into his shirt and pulled out a folder. Naruto made the puppet nod as he imitated Sasori's voice. Good Kabuto. Also, I need you to tell me Orochimaru's current location, he said. Kabuto nodded as he held the folder out to Sasori, who suddenly pointed out his arm as if he planned to launch his puppet fist. Kabuto dropped as someone slashed through folder. Kabuto leapt forward just as a shadow appeared behind him, spinning to stand in front of Sasori in a protective stance. Kokukaku, why don't you ask me yourself, Sasori-kun? Orochimaru said with a smile, one arm folded cockily and the other holding a folded piece of paper. The puppet Hiruko's eyes slid back, letting Orochimaru see Naruto's slitted blue eyes inside. Hello Orochimaru, Naruto said in his own voice. Orochimaru smirked as he and Naruto glared at each other for a moment. Flashback. Orochimaru opened his eyes as the small snake slithered into his bed. He felt the snake move up his body before coming to a stop on his lap. Orochimaru sat up and raised a brow at the piece of paper the snake had in its possession. What is this? He asked as he took the note. His eyes widened as he read it out loud. Hello Orochimaru. Sasori is dead. If you want the last Uchiha, let the spy venture freely and you'll have your chance. I will be waiting. Orochimaru grinned as he folded the note neatly and held it in front of him as he looked at it. Kokukaku, is someone calling me out to play? He asked the snake as he petted it. He then turned and looked at a piece of paper on his wall, showing the eyes of the Sharingan. They certainly know how to grasp my attention, he said as he stood from his bed, letting the snake climb up his arm onto his shoulder. Orochimaru walked over and opened his door. He turned to walk down his dark hallway with a chuckle. Kokukaku, very well stranger, I will play your game. And I will win as usual, he said as he disappeared into the darkness. Orochimaru chuckled. Well, it's my move, he said with a snake-like grin. At Orochimaru's grin, Kabuto span around, swiping at who he believed to be Sasori with one of his medical kunai. Sasori merely raised his puppet arm and let the kunai stab into it before the top of the puppet opened up and Naruto shot forward, punching Kabuto in the chest and launching him back to the other side of the bridge. Deidara hesitated in shock at the move when Sasuke and Sakura leapt out. Sensei. Get Kabuto. We'll hold off Orochimaru for as long as he can, Sasuke yelled as he faded from existence and Sakura blurred at the snake. Naruto and Orochimaru watched each other and Orochimaru raised the paper in the air. The nine tails. I guess it's your turn, he said with a challenge as he crunched the paper and dropped it. Naruto grinned. A game is it? He asked before ducking. Barely missing Naruto's head was the boot of radical good speed that shot at Orochimaru. Shocking burst bullet, Sakura yelled in exertion. Orochimaru used his snake-like agility to dodge the powerful strike that destroyed the bridge behind him. He leapt back and pushed off of Sakura's shoulders to make it over the gap back to solid land. He looked up at Sakura and Naruto, who both stood on the portion of the bridge that was barely holding on. Where is my Sharingan? Orochimaru thought as he scanned the other side of the bridge. Unknown to Orochimaru, Sasuke faded into visibility behind him, mid-stab with his Kusarigama. Clang! Orochimaru turned and kicked past Kabuto, who had blocked Sasuke's stab with his own kunai, and his foot hit Sasuke's chest, knocking the Uchiha away and letting Kabuto stand back to back with him. Orochimaru smirked. You know Kabuto, this is your best chance to kill me, Orochimaru said. Kabuto nodded softly. I keep telling you that I do not want that Orochimaru-sama. What would you like me to do in this situation? He asked, facing across the bridge. Orochimaru smirked as Sakura appeared on one side of Sasuke while Naruto just landed from a leap to land on Sasuke's other side. I sense two little mice across from you. Go have fun, I will handle my Uchiha and his friends, Orochimaru said with a fanged grin. Kabuto nodded and watched as Kakashi stepped up and stared him down. There's one. Where is this second person? Kabuto thought as he suddenly sprinted forwards and leapt across the valley, swinging his kunai at Kakashi, who knocked the blow aside with his Hatake Tanto. Orochimaru smirked as he took a relaxed stance, which Naruto recognized as the most advanced form of the Black Mamba fighting style. Damn, that's the final teaching of the Snake Summoning Clan. I'm only on the 30th, not even close to the 50th. Naruto thought. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and swapped his Kusarigama for his combat umbrella as he spoke. We'll play it carefully. Do not hesitate, he said. Naruto bent low as he extended bone blades from his wrists that were a meter long, which he had dubbed bone spears. Sakura's claws appeared in their rainbow glow accompanying her boots as she took a taijutsu stance while Sasuke stepped back and rested the now open umbrella on his shoulder. Orochimaru grinned. This will be challenging, a fine game indeed. He thought as he turned his head upwards, his neck bulging as something began to come out of his mouth. His Kusanagi sword shot out of his mouth, stretching across the distance towards the trio. Naruto stepped forward and crossed his bone blades and caught the blade at the intersection before pushing it upwards as Sakura crouched at his side. Streak, she yelled as she blurred towards Orochimaru, who bent inhumanely out of the way of the attack. Naruto pulled his blades from Orochimaru's as Sasuke tapped the elongated sword with his glowing palm. Chidori current, Sasuke yelled, sending electricity up the blade. Orochimaru let the blade fall free of his mouth, letting him move unharmed out of the way as he formed three hand seals, earth style, multiple mud pellet jutsu, he yelled as he spat a continuous stream of small mud balls at the two boys. Naruto stood tall in front of Sasuke and flexed, letting his bone armor fend off the barrage as Sasuke formed hand seals behind. At the same time, Sakura had turned to face Orochimaru, mid-swing with her extended arm, whip fist. Hearing the attack coming from behind him, Orochimaru flicked his fingers, calling his blade to fly into his hand as he span, blocking the strike. He raised a brow in interest as his unstoppable blade merely cut a millimeter or so into the gauntlet. Naruto ran low to the ground just as the last pellet bounced off his chest. At the same time, Sasuke had finished his hand seals, fire style, phoenix flower jutsu, he yelled as he spat forward multiple flame balls, over Naruto and towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru realized he was completely surrounded and unable to stop the attacks. Doesn't mean I can't dodge them, he thought as he grabbed Sakura's extended gauntlet and dropped underground. Naruto's eyes widened as Orochimaru's maneuver had pulled Sakura forward towards Sasuke's fireball barrage, which was passing over his head. So Naruto flung out his bone spears in a cross slash and destroyed most of them before breathing in powerfully with his wind chakra, sucking the last few fireballs through the air from centimeters in front of Sakura's face until it was put out in his mouth. Orochimaru used the opportunity to leave Sakura's arm buried and shot up in front of Naruto, kneeing him in the face solidly before disappearing in a sunshine, slashing his sword at Sasuke as he moved past him. Thanks to his Sharingan, Sasuke managed to knock the strike upwards with his combat umbrella. He span to face Orochimaru, who was standing on a tree branch with a smirk. Naruto and Sakura stopped next to Sasuke as Orochimaru began chuckling, "This is a fun game. To think that all three of you managed to hold off my blade, though I may not be fighting at full strength," the Snake Man said with a smirk. Sasuke frowned. "Orochimaru of the Sannin, we will end you today," he said as his Sharingan span. Orochimaru's grin stretched across his face as he watched the three. Sakura and Sasuke seemed focused and ready for battle. But even though Naruto's body was completely in an offensive stance, his face was stretched by a grin, similar to Orochimaru's own. Orochimaru licked his teeth in challenge, so, he lets Sasuke take lead in the attack even though he obviously is confident that he is stronger. "I want the Sharingan as soon as I can take it, but this child intrigues me. I will push them as far as they can go before I bring an end to this game," Orochimaru thought before something in his throat moved. Sasuke's Sharingan picked up the minuscule movement and he held his umbrella open in front of him, using it as a shield from the tongue that battered it. The tongue then reached around and pulled the umbrella from Sasuke's grip, causing Sasuke to smirk as Naruto and Sakura ran out to opposite sides of Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced left then right as he pulled Sasuke's weapon towards him. Let's see how else he can fight, Orochimaru thought, not noticing as Sasuke held a ram hand sign. Wind style, slicing funnel. Orochimaru's eyes snapped to the umbrella as a spiral of small wind blades shot at him from it, cutting up his tongue on its way to him. He barely dodged with a substitution that landed him behind Naruto, who he instantly threw a fist at since he had dropped his sword before the substitution. Naruto heard Orochimaru land behind him as Sasuke destroyed the airborne log. He span and swiped with his bone spear, which Orochimaru slithered under before his fist collided with Naruto's stomach. Naruto was launched back as he did not expect the lithe form of Orochimaru to be so physically strong. As he flew backwards, Sakura blurred past him while she slashed at Orochimaru with her claw in an obvious strike. Orochimaru moved to hit Sakura's wrist to knock the blow aside, but she used her chakra hop to flip over him at the last second and flipped to land a kick to his head. Orochimaru barely ducked the strike in time and then had to jump horizontally as Sasuke stabbed forward with his Ocean Naginata. For a split second, Sasuke was fully off balance from his full power swing and Sakura was unable to move as she was airborne and hadn't molded her chakra, with Orochimaru between them. So with a smirk, Orochimaru pushed his arms out while he was still mid-spin in mid-air, striking shadow snakes. A group of snakes reached out from either of his sleeves, wrapping around Sakura and Sasuke as he completed his spin, throwing them around and slamming them each through a tree. He pulled his snakes back to him only to be stabbed through both the knees by Naruto's bone spears. Orochimaru span at the hips and his neck grew as he planned to headbutt Naruto from the long distance. Slam! Orochimaru stared in shock as his head collided with Naruto's, both of their necks stretched over the meter gap. Orochimaru blinked as he finally realized that Naruto had used one of his own personal jutsus, which he hadn't taught anyone. Only a snake summoner can use this technique, so how did? Slash! Orochimaru's eyes looked up at Naruto's face, who suddenly was staring at him with an angry glare, as Orochimaru's own head fell to the ground. It rolled to a stop as his body fell, severed at the neck, thanks to Sakura and her executioner's blade. Naruto's bones returned to his arms and his neck snapped back into place as he glared at Orochimaru's head. No. I was supposed to absorb him. Naruto thought angrily. Sakura smiled as she fell to her knees. She had moved at full speed to land that strike. Yes. We did it. She thought in victory. The pinkhead and the blonde stared for a moment at the head, until Sasuke came running from the trees, drawing both of their gazes to him as he sprinted frantically at Sakura, his eyes pulsing. Move, he yelled as he dove and pushed Sakura to the side. Schlink. Naruto stared in shock as Sakura fell to the ground, blood splattering across her. Tears began falling as he watched Sasuke fall to his knees, Kusanagi stabbed through his chest as it glowed slightly blue. Sakura began shaking as Sasuke fell to his side, before gasping as she looked past Naruto at Orochimaru's body. Naruto turned, his eyes flashing red in rage as a new body grew from the severed head. Orochimaru shrugged, and here I wanted to kill the pink girl. It's a shame, I really wanted that Sharingan, he said with a sigh, as if it was only a minor occurrence. Sakura pulled the sword out and to Orochimaru's shock, threw it to Naruto before she formed hand seals, Phoenix Art, healing tears, she yelled as her tears began pouring into Sasuke's wound, trying to keep him alive and heal him. Naruto caught the blade and glared at Orochimaru before the sword suddenly disappeared in a yellow flash, causing Orochimaru's eyes to widen. Minato's jutsu? He thought while leaping back as Naruto leaned back with a deep breath, his eyes flashing red with rage. Uzumaki water style, shredding tidal shockwave, Naruto yelled as he spat forth a huge amount of water which began destroying everything it touched, trees, stones and the log Orochimaru had substituted with before he began sprinted away through the trees. Naruto released the jutsu and glanced back at Sakura, who was continuously crying to heal Sasuke. She nodded to him as she saw the demonic shroud of Zabuza form over his head. Show him hell, Naruto, she whispered. Naruto turned to the destruction he made, using his sight enhancement seal to see that almost 3 kilometers away, Orochimaru finally came to a stop at the edge of his jutsu. Naruto quickly unsealed one of his tri-pronged kunai and blew a green wind onto it as his right arm began to turn gray and grow denser with muscles. He shouted in effort as he pitched the kunai as hard as he could, making it clear the entire distance in 12 seconds. Orochimaru stood on the opposite side of the crater. He had barely caught his breath before he heard a tearing sound. He looked up to see one of Minato's kunai flying at him at an unprecedented speed. Shit! He cursed as he quickly held a single seal and blew out a jutsu. Fire style, fire python jutsu. A python of flames shot forward, intending to melt the kunai upon contact so that it couldn't be used. But to Orochimaru's horror, the wind upgrade on it let it burst through the fire and barely miss his face, cutting some of his hair as he stared as it passed him. No. Flash. Universe. Bam. Naruto appeared mid-punch next to his kunai and slammed his fist into Orochimaru's face with a blow strong enough to crush his entire skull on impact, but all it did was cause the log Orochimaru substituted with to be shattered into pieces. Naruto took a deep breath through his nose before turning to his right and glaring at Orochimaru, who was standing on the side of the crater as he threw his head forward, snake style, infinite snake pit, he yelled as he spewed forth an uncountable amount of snakes. Naruto jumped into the air and activated his wind funnels. He twitched in pain as he felt something in his body pulled towards Orochimaru. To Orochimaru's interest and Naruto's confusion, from the funnels of his feet shot two streams of fire instead of wind funnels. Naruto quickly used the new discovery and kicked out, burning the snake clones as they leapt up at him. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals for a jutsu he wasn't certain he should use, but it'll distract the boy so that I can get at Sasuke. He reasoned as he slammed his hands on the ground. Forbidden technique, summoning, reanimation. Naruto flipped around and spat out a wind jutsu at the flames from his feet, enhancing the fire into a larger attack that cleared the area before he looked up at Orochimaru and the coffin that stood vertically next to him. Naruto's eyes narrowed as the lid fell off the coffin. Who is that? Naruto thought in confusion. Orochimaru smirked. It was hard to find this man's DNA, but it was worth it. Orochimaru thought as he stood straight and pressed a kunai to the back of the ninja's head. The man's eyes snapped open and he began to become revitalized as Naruto looked over him. He was a tall, dark-skinned man with a largely muscular and well-defined build. He had a full head of white hair which flowed into his back along with a long beard. He had unusual eyes, which had green irises, dark sclera and no pupils. His face had pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes, and a prominent crease across his forehead with a mole above his right eyebrow. His canine teeth were also slightly elongated. He had the kanji for lightning tattooed on his right shoulder. And finally, he had a prominent lightning bolt-shaped scar that runs across the right side of his chest. Naruto frowned as Orochimaru yelled, "Have fun with the third Raikage. I've won this game," Orochimaru shouted in glee before chuckling evilly and running back towards Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto instantly shot towards Orochimaru, his flames propelling him forward at a faster rate than his wind funnels did. Just as he got within a meter, the Raikage was there, covered in armor made of lightning that shocked Naruto, before the Raikage's fist pushed him back. Naruto flipped in mid-air and landed on his feet as he shook off the lightning. Damn! This Raikage is really fast. Naruto thought before being punched in the face by the lightning fist. Naruto realized he was nowhere near fast enough to combat the Raikage in taijutsu, so as he recovered from blow he whipped out Seimata and rose it up just in time to block the Raikage's punch. Naruto grinned in victory as the lightning armor was sapped into his blade. The Raikage hesitated, giving Naruto the moment to activate Seimata's scales. The blade turned from a sleek dark blue version of Kubikiri Bocho into the Fang Seimata, which Naruto pulled across the Raikage's arm, shaving the skin and muscles from his forearm down to the bone. Naruto grinned at his little victory, but he was so wrapped up in landing the strike to the Raikage's right arm that he accidentally left his own right side open for attack. Hell Stab, Four-Finger Nukite Technique. Naruto gasped in pain as the Raikage's hand plunged into shoulder, electrocuting him immensely before Seimata ate the chakra and gave Naruto the chance to kick the Raikage away. Thanks to Naruto's adamantine power, the Raikage was launched far out of sight, giving Naruto the chance to breath in nature chakra and direct it to his left hand. Sage Medic Art, Mystical Palm Healing. Naruto gasped out as he began recreating the muscle since his bone had already regrown, thanks to the Kaguya bloodline. Boom! Naruto looked up at the Raikage finally impacted something in the distance. Naruto used the small amount of time he had to activate his sight enhancement seal and look over to his family, who was fending off Orochimaru now that Sasuke was conscious again, using the basic tactic of Sakura's up-close speed at full tilt since her armor was almost entirely active and Sasuke attacking Orochimaru from a distance. Lightning Style, Black Panther. Naruto turned and his eyes widened as black lightning ran at him in the form of a panther, the Raikage standing calmly behind it as his arm slowly regenerated. Naruto instinctively used the first technique that came to mind as he formed hand seals and punched forward towards the black animal. Ice Style, Black Dragon. The two black elemental attacks shot at each other and collided, exploding ice shards all over the area along with a few strikes of black lightning. Naruto's eyes widened. Black Lightning, this is the guy that fought the Eight Tails single-handed. No one's ever heard him before. Naruto thought as he held his arms up at the Raikage, whose arm had just fully repaired. Flame Streams. Two plumes of fire shot forward from Naruto's palms directly at the Raikage, who pushed his own arms forward and began running forward. Hell Stab, Two-Finger Nukite Technique. Naruto's eyes widened as the Raikage cut his way through his attack with merely 2 fingers of each hand. Naruto knew that the Raikage would try to continue the super fast attack and try to strike him through, so he quickly swapped from fire to wind chakra and added a handful of chakra strings to the mix. Decapitating airwaves, netting. The sharp blades of wind cut into the armor, but still didn't touch the Raikage's body as the man continued running forward at an immense speed. Naruto grinned as the Raikage appeared before him and the Raikage yelled in exertion as he thrust his hands forward at Naruto's chest. The hand stopped mere millimeters from Naruto, causing the Raikage to look down at his body in confusion and notice the minuscule chakra strings that had tied him down. Raikage looked up in time to see Naruto's fist turn gray and enlarge as bones spiked out of his knuckles and a piston appeared on his elbow while he channeled the last of Hashirama's Sage Mode into his fist. Piston Punch, Universe. The ridiculously powerful uppercut to the Raikage's chest launched Raikage high into the air completely out of Naruto's view until he activated his sight seal, but Naruto was still electrocuted because of the man's reactivated armor. Naruto saw Raikage righting himself in the air as his chest came back into existence. The Raikage turned in midair and his armor turned black as he nose-dived straight down at Naruto while yelling. Black Lightning, Hell Stab, One-Finger Nukite Technique. The man yelled as he pushed all of his power into the single finger. Naruto realized he probably didn't have much that could stop the attack, so he channeled his wood chakra and resorted to his strongest defensive move, wood style, half turtle shell. The dome of wood surrounded Naruto just in time as the Raikage slammed his finger into the shell. Naruto's eyes widened as the finger actually managed to get through, making a hand-sized hole while the finger came so close to poking his head. Naruto quickly slammed his hand on the shell, wood style, full turtle shell, Naruto yelled, activating the jutsu again but with his chakra inversed. The shell formed around Raikage in a sphere and Naruto punched the ball away from him. Naruto looked on with a frown as the ball rolled to the edge of the crater before rolling back to him since he was at its center. How do I hurt this guy? Naruto thought as he went over the battle in his head. Naruto suddenly jolted and smirked. He deactivates his armor when he uses that finger stab. That'll give me a chance to hit him. Naruto thought as he watched the ball closely. Naruto swiped his left hand past his containment seal and pulled out a tri-pronged kunai. He grinned as he saw the Raikage's hand stab through the shell again. Naruto leapt up into the air as the ball moved underneath him. He threw down his kunai as he moved over the hole in the shell, stabbing it to the inside of the shell. Naruto landed and span, his arm extending and grabbing the ball before he lifted it, any second now. He thought as he pulled it back towards him. He felt the buildup of chakra and quickly pulled his hand back, just in time as the Raikage stabbed a black lightning-covered finger through the shell and struck at him, pushing the whole ball the last meter at Naruto. Naruto looked through the hole and saw his kunai embedded against the inside of the shell. He grinned as he thrust his own hand forward to clash his Rasengan against the Hell Stab. Black Lightning, Hell Stab, One-Finger Nukite Technique. Demon Pulse, Giant Rasengan. Scree. Naruto winced at the noise as Raikage began cutting through his attack, so Naruto held until the last second. Hold it. Hold it. Naruto thought before seeing the Raikage's finger just pass halfway through his attack. Naruto's Rasengan dissipated as the Raikage's hand moved towards Naruto's chest. Naruto looked down, watching as if in slow motion as the Raikage's hand has about to pierce his sternum, a one-shot kill. Naruto closed his eyes as he held his arms out to his sides in defeat. Flash. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he appeared behind the Raikage, inside his own shell of wood, swinging his outstretched arms forward as his bone blades reached out. The Raikage barely started turning around as Naruto's blades sank into his neck, an instant death blow. Unfortunately for Naruto, he forgot that the Raikage was already dead. The Raikage's lightning armor sparked, painfully electrocuting Naruto, who was anchored to the Raikage because of his bones. Naruto screamed through the pain and pulled his arms apart, beheading the Raikage and making his lightning armor stop for a brief second as Naruto grabbed the head. Flash. Naruto fell to his knees next to the original kunai he had thrown and slammed his palm on the Raikage's forehead. Your speed, your lightning. I want it, Naruto yelled as he channeled his chakra in victory, a grin spreading across his face. Ninja Art, Soul Drain. Hash. Striking Shadow Snakes. Orochimaru's snakes finally managed to get a grip on Sakura's leg and he swung her into Sasuke, who was mid-seal. The two rolled across the ground tangled as Orochimaru leapt forward, swinging his Kusanagi to kill Sakura. Clang! Orochimaru stared in shock as a lightning covered Naruto. The only difference other than the lightning armor was that the top of his right sleeve had been ripped, showing the kanji for lightning. Naruto was holding off Kusanagi with merely his bone blade, which was significantly stronger because of the lightning chakra surrounding it. He smirked before kicking out at a speed that was second only to his sister's maximum speed. Orochimaru was launched back as Naruto glanced over his shoulder to see Sakura and Sasuke staring at him in shock. Though Sasuke seemed worse for wear, Sakura had almost no chakra left. He looked back to Orochimaru who had just climbed to his feet, so Naruto flexed his body, his lightning armor becoming black as he formed 4 hand seals. Lightning style, Black Panther, Naruto yelled as the lightning chakra took form and ran at Orochimaru. Orochimaru bit into his thumb before he slammed a hand on the ground, summoning Rashomon. A Rashomon gate appeared and the panther slammed into it, bursting the gate open but dissipating upon impact. Orochimaru looked up through the gate in shock as a tri-pronged kunai appeared mere centimeters to the left of his head. Flash! Naruto appeared and grabbed Orochimaru's face and began compressing his chakra, ninja art, Su. Orochimaru's tongue shot out of his mouth, the simple maneuver pushing Naruto's hand off of his face as he stepped into the Black Mamba stance and landed 2 swift blows that pushed Naruto back. Orochimaru gasped as he felt his chakra return to normal size. This is impossible. For those 2 chunin to push me this far and this brat then defeated the 3rd Raikage and somehow leaned his techniques? It's impossible. He thought in fear as he took a step back. He felt a grip on his arm and looked down to see Kabuto, looking up at him urgently. The snake nodded before the 2 disappeared in a sunshine, barely dodging Naruto's punch. Naruto looked left, then right, then sniffed deeply for Orochimaru's scent. Damn it! Nothing, he yelled while panting from the exertion. Naruto turned back towards his siblings and deactivated his armor. He started seeing black dots in his vision. Whoa! He thought before falling forward, barely seeing as a second copy of Sasuke catch him before he blacked out. 20 seconds earlier. Kabuto slashed low at Kakashi, forcing the Konoha nin to jump up high. As Kabuto finished his swing, Sai sprinted under the airborne Kakashi with his tanto in left hand, stabbing at the medic. Kabuto leaned back as far as he could. Sai leapt over him seemingly in slow motion. Kabuto's narrowed as he looked up at Sai. The pale ninja was sticking his tongue out so that Kabuto could see the seal on his tongue, Root Ninja. Kabuto thought as Sai continued moving over him. Kabuto watched Sai's left hand fly overhead, his blade in hand. Only to feel a punch to his chest delivered by Sai's right fist. The punch slid Kabuto back, but as he rolled onto his feet, he realized Sai had slammed a scroll into his chest. He quickly tucked the scroll into his shirt before realizing he was standing on the very edge of the cliff. All of this happened in the span of 6 seconds, Kakashi only just landing and looking over at the 2, not even seeing the exchange. Kakashi began forming seals. Sai. Anbu Maneuver 12, Kakashi yelled before holding his hand low and grasping it with his other hand. Sai leapt up over Kabuto again, throwing a handful of shuriken down at the medic ninja, who was forced to parry them as he rolled forward since if he moved any other way he would fall off the cliff. Lightning Blade. Kabuto looked up to see Kakashi only a meter away, fist full of lightning as he took the final step before hitting Kabuto. As Kakashi's foot moved to hit the ground, a small ink rat stepped under it, causing Kakashi to stumble for a moment, which Kabuto used to shunshine away. The lightning blade stabbed into the ground, destroying a fair chunk of it and letting the evidence of Sai's interruption be lost into the river underneath. Kakashi stood to his feet as Sai landed next to him. Where did he go? Sai asked. Kakashi felt outwards with his chakra, only to feel another shunshine somewhere in the distance. They're both gone. We failed, he said as he pulled his headband down over his Sharingan eye. Sai nodded. Danzo-sama will be hearing from you soon, Orochimaru-san. He thought to himself before turning to his right where 2 Sasukes landed with Naruto and Sakura in their grasps. Kakashi ran over. What happened, Sasuke? He asked. The second Sasuke placed Naruto onto the ground as the first began talking heavily. Short version, we fought Orochimaru and almost lost, then Naruto saved us, then they fled, he said as he clapped hands with the second Sasuke, letting them become one again. Kakashi surveyed the damage with a frown before talking. Well, Captain, mission failed. What do you want us to do now? He asked Sasuke. Sasuke frowned. I'll get us some transport home, he said before his curse seal covered his body. Summoning jutsu. From the large cloud of smoke, a tiny toad appeared, Where would you like to go, Sasuke-sama? It asked in a tiny voice as his curse mark receded. Sasuke smirked. Back to Konoha, the front gate, he said before closing his eyes. The toad nodded before its tongue suddenly shot out, grabbing everyone in a single swipe and swallowing them whole. The toad then turned and hopped to the edge of the cliff before diving into the river far below. It would be a few hours until they reached Konoha, so the team took the time to rest and heal. Mindscape. Raikage-sama, Naruto said in welcome with a respectful bow as the man stood to his feet. The dark-skinned man looked down at Naruto with respect. You are quite an amazing child. You managed to defeat me single-handed, though I must admit I was far from full strength. It is still quite an amazing feat, he said with a nod as he walked past Naruto towards the huge cage of the Kyuubi. The fox looked down and chuckled, so you're the third Raikage. I hear that you were able to fight one-on-one against even the Baiju'u and survive, Kyuubi said. The man bowed. I am humbled to be in your presence, Kyuubi-sama. I do not think I would be able to stand up to your might, but I did manage to wear down the 8 tails on multiple occasions, he said. Naruto and Kyuubi were shocked to see the man's respect for the demon, Naruto more so than Kyuubi. Raikage-sama, I wish for you to become a part of my dream. Will you help me? Naruto asked as he stood between the fox and the man. Raikage nodded. My time has passed in life, I guess it would be nice to see your journey before I disappear from this world once again, he said before crouching slightly, making it easier for Naruto to approach him. Naruto smirked as he walked forward and placed his hand on the Raikage's forehead. I have one last question. How is it that someone as powerful as you died? The Kyuubi asked. Naruto looked from the Kyuubi back down at the Raikage, who was looking at the two from between Naruto's fingers. I fought against a full shinobi army for just under 75 hours straight. I eventually ran out of chakra and used the last of my energy to activate a chain of explosive notes that collapsed a valley and destroyed the last battalion of my enemies along with myself, Raikage said. Naruto's eyes widened. Whoa! And here I thought I was a stamina freak. Naruto thought before pulsing his chakra. Thank you, Raikage, Naruto whispered as he finished his jutsu. Soul drain complete. The Raikage's inner soul and chakra was taken from his body, both of which Naruto absorbed into himself. He then knelt and lifted the Raikage's corpse and threw it towards Kyuubi. The fox crunched down on its meal, enjoying the meaty man immensely for the moment as Naruto assimilated the knowledge through his mind, taking merely a minute or two instead of the previous waiting time. Naruto stretched with a yawn inside his mindscape. Hey Kurama, how long has it been outside? Naruto asked. The fox scowled. I already told you, you do not have the right to call me that until you've managed to use my chakra properly, it said. Naruto sighed, and I've told you, I don't know what this properly shit is. Why won't you just tell me? He asked. Kurama ignored him and answered his earlier question. It's been just under 4 hours and you are currently being taken to the hospital since you haven't woken yet. Naruto grinned. Aight, guess that's my cue to go then, Naruto said before turning as he faded from his mind. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around. Ni-sensei, what happened? Naruto asked from his place on Kakashi's back. Kakashi seemed startled at Naruto's sudden conscious state. Oh. Good to know you're up, Naruto. According to Sasuke, you just collapsed after Orochimaru and Kabuto ditched you 3, he said as he set Naruto on his slightly unstable feet. Naruto nodded. Where are those two anyways? Oh, and Sai? He asked. Kakashi smiled. Sasuke is giving his mission report, which will be classified as a failure. Sakura went with him and Sai said he had to return home. Kakashi explained as he and Naruto began walking side by side. Naruto grinned at his sensei before a small glint caught his eye. He looked down at Kakashi's hand and stared in shock as he stopped walking. Kakashi took a few more steps before he realized Naruto had stopped. He turned and blinked as he realized Naruto was staring at his hand. Kakashi lifted it up and I smiled as he gestured to his ring finger. Didn't you notice, Naruto? Anko-chan and I are kind of close now, he said with a chuckle. Naruto stared at the small gold band. It was simple but Naruto knew what it symbolized, so he expressed himself clearly. How and when the fuck did you get married? Ayame looked up from the window of the Uchiraku kitchen as she heard Naruto's voice. Did he say something about marriage? She thought as she stood on her toes to glance around outside. She saw Naruto and Kakashi talking animatedly as Kakashi explained something to Naruto while gesturing to his hand. Must be talking about his wedding with Anko-san, she thought with a smile. The blonde boy nodded for a moment and asked something while seeming embarrassed. A few moments later, Kakashi nodded and pointed to a small place across the road from Uchiraku's. Naruto and Ayame both looked over and Ayame gasped as she realized it was the jewelry store. Ayame gasped, "He's not." She thought as Naruto asked Kakashi something else. The gray-haired man nodded before the two walked over to the store. "Oh my god, is he buying a ring?" Chapter 8, Information Gathering, Insects and Shadows. Jiraiya woke up with a grin as he glanced out the window, seeing two birds dance through the sky as the sun rose up behind them, that's kinda bright. He thought as he squinted to see out clearly. Jiraiya glanced down at his side to see Tsunade unconsciously turn away from the light, burying her face deeper into the blankets on his chest. He smiled as he stroked her cheek with his hand softly. "I made the right decision, and my books have become more popular with the ladies since I started adding actual relationships into the story." He thought as he continued stroking his partner's cheek. Tsunade moaned as some of the light hit her closed eyes. She opened her eyes finally to see Jiraiya looking down at her smiling. She smiled up at him and rested her head on her crossed arms that sat on Jiraiya's chest. "Mornin' Jiraiya-kun," she said groggily. Jiraiya smiled and sat up, bringing her up with him. "Morning Suheim, how did you sleep?" he asked as he began stroking her back. Tsunade made a groan of approval before smiling. "Very well, thank you," she said before seeing the clock on Jiraiya's bedside table and frowning. "I have to start work in an hour," she complained before dropping her head sadly. Jiraiya laughed and lifted her up into his arms, causing her to gasp in shock as he began walking across the room. "Guess we better have a quick shower then," he said with a laugh as he stepped into the bathroom with a happy Tsunade in his arms. A suspiciously long shower later. "No more plate Tsunade," Hani said as she smacked Tsunade's wrist with her ruler, making her let go of Jiraiya's hand in shock. Tsunade frowned as Jiraiya laughed, earning himself a smack on the forehead. "Thank you for getting her here, even if it was 20 minutes late," Hani said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded as Tsunade blushed. "Better late and prepared than early and dead," he said with a laugh. Tsunade practically fell into her chair with a sigh. "Another day of the same old stuff," she said. Jiraiya smiled at her and walked around the Hokage's desk and kneeled at her side. "Don't worry, with the progress you and your clones have been making you'll get the weekend off. That's only 2 more days away," he said with a smile. Tsunade nodded before glancing around. Noticing only Hani was nearby, she leaned forward and shared a kiss with Jiraiya. She pulled away and smirked. "Time for you to go, big boy. You have spies to contact and such," she said as she rolled her chair to her desk. Jiraiya grinned and nodded. "I'll be back for dinner. I am contacting one of my vital spies. He's on an errand in the Land of Fire for the next 2 days," he said as he stood tall and walked over to the open window. He hopped onto the outside roof before turning back and looking in. "See you later, Suheim," he said before leaping off into the distance. Jiraiya landed from his leap on top of a building before looking around. "Now, I want to finish introducing Sasuke to my spy network, so I'll take him with me to this contact." Jiraiya thought before scratching his head. Where would he be at this time though? Jiraiya stood for a moment and thought before shrugging. "I won't find him just standing around. Guess I'll take my usual shortcut to finding someone." He thought as he turned towards the east. He should be getting up about now, he thought before leaping across the village. A few minutes passed and Jiraiya landed in front of the Sarutobi compound lightly. He waved to the small monkey dangling from the gate's frame. It waved back before taking out a key and unlocking a small lock beneath it. The gate clicked and Jiraiya began walking through as another monkey ran to the gate to meet him. "Good morning, Jiraiya-sama, how may I help you?" the average-sized spider monkey asked as it climbed his ponytail to sit on his head. Jiraiya grinned up at the small monkey. "Just gotta find someone again, is Sensei awake?" he asked as he began walking towards the center building. Boom! Jiraiya stopped walking and blinked in shock at the dust cloud lifting from the back of the district. He instantly used his toad hop to leap over the entire compound and land next to Asuma, who had just run out the back door to investigate the noise. The two glanced at each other before focusing on the dissipating dust cloud, unsure of what to think as it finally cleared. Asuma sighed as Jiraiya frowned. "Konohamaru, what are you doing so early in the morning? Shouldn't you be meeting with your team soon anyway?" Asuma asked. The short scarf boy grinned as he walked out of the small crater. "Sorry uncle, morning Jiraiya-sama," he said while holding his sore hand. Asuma was about to scold him when Jiraiya stepped forward and grabbed Konohamaru's shoulder. "Do it again," he ordered. Konohamaru blinked in confusion before glancing at his uncle who nodded. Okay Jiraiya-sama." Asuma watched in confusion as the genin walked over to the river in their yard once more. What exactly was he training with anyway? I know he's earth-focused with his chakra, but I wasn't aware of any techniques he knew. The Jonin thought as the boy stopped walking. Konohamaru took a deep breath as a shadow clone appeared next to him seamlessly, causing Jiraiya to lift a brow in interest as Asuma's jaw dropped in shock. The two Konohamaras began twirling chakra in the original's left hand, making Jiraiya smirk, just as I thought. Rasengan. The shadow clone grabbed Konohamaru by his right arm and threw him forward, letting the original slam his ball of chakra into the river bank, making another explosion upon contact. Jiraiya nodded as he stood, watching as Konohamaru fell to his knees in exhaustion. Who taught you that, Kono? Jiraiya asked. The boy smiled. Naruto ni did. But he can do it with one hand while I need a clone's help, he said before swaying slightly. It takes a lot of my chakra though, he said before Asuma placed a hand on his shoulder to hold him up. Asuma smiled. You are an amazing kid. Tell you what, I'll do my best to help you increase your chakra reserves and control after your team missions and training. Deal? He asked. Konohamaru smiled. Yeah, he said as he jumped to his feet with a shout of happiness. Asuma and Jiraiya smiled and laughed with him as the three walked inside. Asuma turned to Konohamaru. Go get your ninja gear, I'll walk you to your meeting before I head off. The old Team 10 is going to meet up with Shikamaru. He's returning from the Land of Wind today, Asuma said with a smile. Konohamaru nodded and ran upstairs as Jiraiya turned to Asuma. Have you heard any news about the secret clan he was looking for? Jiraiya asked. Asuma nodded. Apparently he found them some time last year. He was welcomed as part of the group and spent a month or so with them before he and one of the clan members returned to the Hidden Sand. She and his girlfriend are following him back here as well, Asuma said. Jiraiya grinned. That's great, he said. The two then turned to the stairs as Konohamaru returned. Ready, uncle, he said with a grin and began dragging Asuma away by his hand. Bye Jiraiya-sama, he yelled. Asuma waved over his shoulder before the two disappeared from his view. Jiraiya then looked up at the monkey still on his head. So, as we were before? He asked. The monkey nodded. In his study, he's looking up stuff on the third rakeage for some reason. The monkey said, You got it from here? It asked. Jiraiya nodded and the monkey puffed away. Jiraiya made his way up the stairs and walked to the second door. He knocked twice with a smile towards a small potted plant near the door. Yes, Jiraiya? Jiraiya pushed the door open and smiled at Hiruzen, who sat comfortably in a chair, attaching his prosthetic foot. Hey sensei, I need to find Sasuke to introduce him to some of my higher-up contacts in the spy network. Feel like helping? He asked as he took a few steps over to the man and helped him attach the foot. Hiruzen nodded in thanks as he stood and channeled his chakra, waking up the mechanical nerves in the foot before walking around his office and back to his desk. Sure thing Jiraiya, he said as he sat once again in the same chair. Jiraiya stood to the side as the Sandaime placed his hands on the orb in front of him, making its view change from the plant in the hallway to skipping through millions of leaves a second. After a minute or so, it stopped on a leaf that was falling through the air towards the village. Jiraiya shook his head in amazement at the display as the leaf was picked up by a draft of wind and began floating down towards the Uchiha district, landing outside of Sasuke's house as he and Karen stepped out. He said something which made Karen laugh before the two kissed. There he is Jiraiya, if my guess is correct he'll be on his way to Uchiraku's for his standard breakfast ramen, Sarutobi said as Sasuke and Karen split and walked out of the orb's view. Jiraiya nodded. Thanks sensei, would you mind taking Sasuke off the mission board for the day? He asked as he began walking over to the door. Sarutobi nodded. Of course, I'll see you later Jiraiya, he said. Jiraiya nodded as he closed the door behind him and began his small journey to Uchiraku Ramen. Jiraiya stepped into the restaurant as it was just starting up. He nodded to the waitress and began walking up to the bar, where Sasuke sat talking with Ayame. Jiraiya saw Sasuke place down his chopsticks as he sat down next to him. Good morning lovebirds. Where's the rest of your nest? He asked with a smile. Ayame and Sasuke turned to the aged Sannin and smiled as Sasuke greeted him. Good morning sensei, what do you need me for? Sasuke asked. Jiraiya raised a brow. What makes you so sure that I need you for something? He asked in return. Sasuke smirked, because you already would have had breakfast with Ba-sama this morning so you're not here to eat. I'm the most likely reason. Sasuke explained as he rotated on his stool to face the Sannin. Jiraiya laughed. Yeah you got me. We have a little errand to run, it's time I introduce you to my information network, he said with a grin. Sasuke's eyes flashed in recognition. Alright, What will I need? He asked as he stood. Your usual ninja stuff, nothing fancy really, he said with a grin. Sasuke nodded before turning to Ayame. I'm sorry for leaving so soon, Aya-chan, love you, he said with a wave before fading from existence in his personal sunshine. Ayame smiled, love you too, she yelled to the fading ninja. Jiraiya smirked, so, I hear you have some secret news concerning Naruto? He asked. Ayame's eyes widened before she leant forward secretively. How do you know? The only person I've told is Dad, she whispered. Jiraiya smirked, just don't blow it for him, okay? I think he's going for it tonight or tomorrow. Sasuke and I will be back in the morning. Can you wait that long before telling anyone else? He asked. Ayame nodded before smiling. Well, maybe I can, she said while reaching into her backpack under the bench, if you do a favor for me? Jiraiya raised a brow as she lifted out a large folder and placed it in front of him. Can you, sign this for me? She asked while making sure no one was eavesdropping. Jiraiya opened the folder in confusion before grinning widely as he saw the limited gold edition of his Icha Paradise series in protective wrapping along with the mini travel versions of each of his other books in their own sections. He nodded to her as he signed the inside of the cover of the folder, thus declaring it one of a kind with the full collection. Ayame smiled widely as she took the folder and placed in her bag. Thank you so much, she said excitedly while showing him a necklace she was wearing. Jiraiya chuckled as he saw the I.P.4 Eva necklace. I had no idea you were a fan, Ayame-chan. I better remember this for my group of pre-release friends, he said with a wink. Ayame grinned and bowed. Really? Thank you so much, she said happily. What has you in such a good mood, Aya-chan? Sasuke asked as he faded back into existence on the stool next to Jiraiya. Ayame smiled as she turned around. Nothing, Sasuke-kun. Don't you have a mission to go on? She asked as she tucked the necklace back into her shirt. Sasuke smirked at her odd behavior and turned to Jiraiya. Let's head off, Uro-sensei, Sasuke said as he and Jiraiya stood. Sasuke turned back to the counter and Ayame met him in a soft kiss. She pulled away as Jiraiya disappeared in a sunshine, Sasuke following after him. 6 hours later, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It appears as though nothing has changed. A hooded man said to the blonde holding his hand. She nodded. I'm not really sure since I haven't been here myself. I am surprised at the large trees, she said as she looked up at the gigantic trees surrounding the village. The man nodded. It seemed a logical idea at the time, he said as the two began walking forward. Is that Yoshino? The tall man and short blonde turned around at the voice to see Shikamaru and 2 women accompanying him. Shikamaru stepped forward and smirked. It is you, good timing Shika said as he stepped next to Shino and held out his hand. Shino shook the offered hand and nodded. It would seem so. Would you like some quick transport to Tsunade-sama? Shino asked as the group began walking forward. Behind the 2 boys, the 3 girls met up, Shino's blonde talking first. Hello, I am Mitsubachi from the Stone. Shino-kun is my soon-to-be husband. It is nice to meet you, she said with a kind smile. I'm Temari from the Hidden Sand, Shika's girlfriend. This is Kuriyami, she is from the Bachatsu clan of the Land of Wind, Temari said as she gestured to the tall slender girl in what was basically a bikini and thigh-high combat boots. Mitsubachi nodded before hearing Shino's voice. Excuse me ladies, we'll be reporting to Tsunade-sama now. I wish not to be rude, but I ask that you remain silent unless addressed directly, he said as he held out his hand to Mitsubachi, who took it gingerly. The two disappeared in a burst of Shino's kikaiku. Shikamaru smiled as he grabbed Temari's hand. Kuriyami, just follow our lead, he said before he and Temari fell into their shadows. Kuriyami nodded before following behind in her own shadow. Naruto knelt in front of his bed, looking over the 4 small boxes in front of him. Sensei said to just ask them, but that doesn't feel right. He thought. Then take them out for a date first or something if it bothers you that much. I don't really see the point though, after you mate with them what else is there? Naruto twitched in annoyance. You stupid fox. I'm not asking to have sex with them. I'm asking them to marry me. He thought as he picked up the boxes and wrapped them carefully before putting them in the top drawer of his bedside table. Even so, how is keeping those in that drawer going to help you achieve this goal? Naruto sighed as he closed the drawer. I have to organize a memorable night first, then I'll do it. He thought back to the fox. I still don't get your human marriage thing. Procreation is the important part, so what's with all the formalities? Naruto facepalmed, "Oh my log Kurama, don't you ever shut up?" he said out loud. The fox growled, "Do not call me by my name." Naruto shook his head, "Look, no one cares and I'm the only one that'll listen, so I think I can call you whatever I want for log's sake. You aren't worthy to call me by anything more than my title until you can control my chakra properly. And that log thing, I do not understand what you are referring to it so much for lately," it asked, honestly curious this time. Naruto raised its brow, "Don't you remember when I studied the book? The log is our partner and savior," he thought as he walked from his room. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned and caught Fu in a hug as she leapt at him. He smiled as they span around and he placed her on her feet. "Hey Fu-chan, how are you?" he asked as he turned to the stairs. She smiled up at him, "I am very good. Could you please help me with something though?" she asked as she climbed onto his back, sitting on his sword sheath that was across his lower back while she rested her head on his shoulder. Naruto nodded with a smile. "What do you need?" he asked as he began to walk down the stairs. "Tsunade-sama sent me an Onbu messenger. Apparently there is going to be 2 people having an exhibition match in the village arena and she wants me to, and I quote, watch and learn about insect manipulation. I don't understand, did I do something wrong when I showed her what I could do against Asuma-san?" she asked as the two reached the bottom of the stairs. "Maybe you are gonna see an Aburame in action? They manipulate their bugs separately while yours flow with you naturally as a defense," Tenten said as she rolled off the couch and onto her feet. Naruto smiled, "You wanna come as well, Ten-chan? As far as I can tell anyone can watch since it is an exhibition match," he said. Tenten nodded, "Okay," she said with a smile. Fu tapped Naruto's shoulder, My favor was that you take me there as soon as possible, because it starts in 5 minutes and I'm not quite sure where to go," she said, feeling a little ashamed in herself that she couldn't remember. Naruto nodded, "Okay, we'll take the scenic route so that you can't forget," he said before turning to Tenten. "I hear your parachute is still usable?" he asked. Tenten grinned, "Wait outside. I'll be there in a second," she yelled as she ran upstairs. Naruto smirked as he walked outside. "What's a parachute, Naruto-kun?" Fu asked. Naruto's smirk grew as he lifted slightly into the air. A piece of rope dangled in front of him from the front balcony. "Hold on to me, Fu-chan," he said as he grabbed the rope in his hands and began flying forward, holding it behind his lower back under Fu. They began moving forward before there was a jolt and then they moved steadily. Fu looked back and up to see Tenten floating through the air on in her parachute, grinning as she moved from side to side breezily. Fu looked down and smiled as she shared this moment of peace and tranquility as they flew to the stadium. "I'm so glad, nothing could ruin this moment," she thought happily. They made the journey in just under 5 minutes, sharing the beautiful view of the village together. As they started to lower into the arena, Tenten saw something to her left. She looked over to see the horizon covered in black clouds, slowly moving towards the village. Somewhere in the land of fire. An old man yawned as he sat at a table in a local restaurant. It was a simple setting, nothing stood out at all. He yawned as he saw 2 men in black cloaks with red clouds enter the restaurant. The gray-haired one with a huge scythe was glaring around the room until his taller companion turned to him and said something while gesturing to a poster on the wall. The gray-haired one smiled widely before nodding and ripping off the poster and leaving. The one that remained looked around the restaurant before spotting the old man. He walked over and joined him as the old man finished his tea. A pulse moved over the establishment and time seemed to freeze inside the establishment as the cloaked man arrived at the table. He sat down. "Hello Moji-san. What can I do for you?" the Akatsuki member stated as he glanced out the window, seeing his partner start to run down the road towards his prey. Moji smiled. "Hello Kakuzu, what have you sent him to do this time?" he asked in return. Kakuzu chuckled, "There is another bandit group nearby. Hidan will stay quiet about our visit if he's distracted by trying to please his god, so that is what I gave to him," he said before folding his hands under his chin and leaning forward. "You have 10 minutes, he said seriously. Moji nodded. "Akatsuki's plans, Itachi's whereabouts and the leader's location," he said. Kakazu sighed. "I still haven't been able to confirm if the leader is based in the Hidden Rain or not. But that is where I met him and it's the same for Hidan. Leader has sent our duo to take down the Gobi Jinchuriki and get the bounty on him from the black market after taking her for the ceiling," he said. Moji frowned. "Where will the bounty station be?" Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. "Why do you ask?" Moji and Kakuzu had a stare-off for a moment before Moji got up and walked away, making Kakuzu close his eyes with a sigh for the next minute. A moment later, he heard two people sit down in front of him, causing his eyes to open. Kakuzu raised a brow at the boy accompanying his employer. "I thought you said I won't ever be revealed until I feel like quitting, Jiraiya-san," Kakuzu said. Jiraiya grinned. "Yeah, well, this guy will be taking over my information network in a few years. So I figured now would be a good time to introduce you," he said with a gesture to his companion. "This is Sasuke Uchiha." Kakuzu nodded with a hum. "So, you're Itachi's little brother," he said. Sasuke's eyes flashed his Sharingan. "He is nothing but a stepping stone to me," he said darkly. Kakuzu chuckled. "Well, that is practically what I expected," he said. Jiraiya spoke seriously. "The bounty station?" he asked. Kakuzu sat in silence for a moment before sighing. "It is the northwest land of fire outpost. We will be there in approximately 5 days, he said. Sasuke spoke up. "And Itachi?" he asked harshly. Kakuzu ignored him and looked at Jiraiya, who nodded, making Kakuzu sigh. "He is waiting for you, Sasuke," Kakuzu said. Sasuke and Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Waiting for him? Why?" Jiraiya asked. Kakuzu's eyes steeled. "After witnessing what he did from Sasuke's teammate, Itachi believes that you'll be coming for him soon. So he practically tossed us aside in favor of waiting for you at the old Uchiha hideout in the Land of Earth, near Kanabi Bridge," Kakuzu said, obviously not liking that he had to tell so much. Sasuke looked down in thought as Jiraiya nodded. "I want you to communicate to him somehow that your information network has found out that Sasuke, by himself, has gone out in search of Itachi," he said. Kakuzu scoffed. "I have yet to see any reason why I should," he said while folding his arms. Jiraiya smirked. "Any man can be bought, the only question is the price," Jiraiya said as he pulled out a small scroll and rolled it across the table. The scroll rolled into Kakuzu's hand. "This is almost as much as my usual monthly pay." "Just for this information?" he asked, suspecting something was wrong. Jiraiya smirked. "Shikamaru has returned to the village yesterday," he said before nudging Sasuke with his knee. Kakuzu stood. "Do not send him to our battlefield," Kakuzu practically demanded. His world warped as Sasuke's genjutsu flared. He found himself looking at Shikamaru how he was when he arrived at the village. "So Shika, you've grown strong," Kakuzu thought with a frown. The scene warped again and Kakuzu found himself sitting at the table with Moji again, who pushed another scroll forward. "Jiraiya-sama said that your partner has finished his business and that he hopes you'll make the right decision when the time comes," Moji said with a withered smile. Kakuzu sighed as he grabbed the scroll. "His opinion of what is right isn't necessarily the same as my own. I will do what will profit me the most, and if that means working with Akatsuki till the bitter end then so be it," he said as he once again stood and turned to leave. Moji smiled. "So long Kakuzu-san, this may be the last time we meet," he said. Kakuzu stiffened before turning to Moji, who was smiling kindly at him. "I've been working with you for 63 years and not once have you said farewell to me or anything of the sort," he said. Moji nodded. "Times change. And so do hearts," he said. Kakuzu felt a shiver in his chest and he felt through his body, frowning as he felt one of his hearts run out. "Has it been that long already?" he asked with a shiver. Moji stood and walked up to Kakuzu. "That partner of yours has only 6 people left, one of them is a fire user and the other earth. You better be quick," he said as he walked out of the restaurant. Kakuzu sighed before disappearing in a sunshine. The restaurant suddenly unfroze and life continued, the only difference from before being the now empty mug of tea that was once full. "Tsunade-sama," Fu said with a bow as she arrived in the arena stands. Tsunade smiled and waved Fu over as Naruto and Tenten entered behind her. "You brought some friends I see," she said with a smile. Fu arrived and sat in a chair in front of Tsunade before looking up at the two behind her. "Hello Mr. Shikaku." "Hello to you as well sir," she said with a polite smile at Shikaku and Shibi, both of who sat to the right of Tsunade. Naruto and Tenten arrived and it only took a few seconds for everything to click in Naruto's mind. "So Shino and Shika are back? I guess this is their match then?" he asked as he took a seat. Shibi nodded as Shikaku spoke. "Got it in one," he said before nodding to the arena. "It's starting." The group turned to the arena and watched as the two young men walked in from either side calmly. "How do you want to do this, Shino?" "Tsunade-sama just wants to see our skills so I don't think we need to be hurting each other," Shikamaru said as he cracked his neck from side to side, now standing in a normal Chunin outfit, the only difference being a short blade resting on his upper shoulder. Shino stood calmly, wearing an outfit nearly identical to Shikamaru's. The only differences being that he wore a long green cloak over his outfit and he had two side-by-side cylinders of some sort down either side of his back. That seems logical. Would you like to be on the attack while I merely defend? We can swap after our repertoire is shown adequately, Shino said. Shikamaru nodded, sounds good, but I think I will defend first. Go when you're ready, Shino, Shika said as he moved into a defensive stance. Shino nodded. The Aburame clan was known as one of the four noble clans of Konohagakure, and are characterized by their use of insects as weapons. At birth, members of this clan are offered to a special breed of insects such as kikaiku as a nest, residing just under their host's skin. These insects will then live in symbiosis with their host, being used from a distance for multiple purposes. Which is why many people were shocked as Shino dashed forward towards Shikamaru, a lance appearing from his right sleeve that stood nearly twice the length of his arm. Shikamaru dodged under the stab before continuing his dodges from Shino's straightforward stabs. He slowly began to get faster and faster, forcing Shikamaru to start using chakra to dodge before he substituted just in time to avoid getting stabbed through the chest. Shino span and aimed his left pointer finger forward. Bee stinger! He almost shouted. A bee shot out from the end of Shino's finger with a burst of chakra. It almost stabbed Shikamaru right in the leg, but the shadow user deflected it with a kunai. The two stopped for a moment as Shino explained his tactic. That breed of bees have a subtle paralysis agent, thanks to a chakra detriment. One sting does minimal effect in the short term, but after a few moments the limit struck would be unusable for a day or so, he said. Shikamaru nodded as Shino lifted his lance above his head. It seemingly fell back into his sleeve and disappeared. Must be some kind of sealing mechanism. There is no way that huge lance could fit in that sleeve. Tsunade thought from her place in the stands. Shino began forming hand seals, insect style, swarm. Numerous kikaiku appeared from Shino's sleeves and began flying towards Shikamaru in small groups. Shikamaru formed hand seals for a defensive jutsu as he reached down and grabbed his own shadow. Ninja art, shadow method reversal. To the amazement of many in the crowd, Shikamaru swapped places with his shadow, letting the bugs casually fly through his shadow, unable to grasp him since he was now a 2D image on the ground. The shadow formed seals as Shikamaru's voice rang out, shadow port. And suddenly, he was gone. Shino pulled his bug balls back to him, unsure where exactly Shikamaru's technique took him. He heard his bugs yelling, so he stopped and looked over at one of his bug groups that was a little under 10 meters away. The shadow of the ball was oddly thicker than all of the others. Disperse! Shino ordered to that group of bugs. The bugs moved, no longer providing a shadow for Shikamaru to use. He popped out of his shadow and leapt away with a smirk. Good work, Shino, he yelled as he landed safely at a distance. Shino nodded as he formed hand seals, insect style, bullet ant, devour. Shikamaru frowned as he noticed no movement from Shino, but he saw movement downwards, causing him to glance at his feet. He leapt high into the air as he noticed the whole ground around his previous area was covered in ferocious bullet ants. They followed after him as he began running around the arena to Shino's left. Everyone was very surprised at the speed in which the bullet ants moved, managing to keep up with Shika even as he used chakra to push forward. Shikamaru then sighed before turning to face the ants head-on with a single seal, dark style, black pit. Everyone was shocked to hear Shikamaru's declaration of dark style techniques. They watched as every ant's shadow became a black pit of nothingness that the ants fell into. Within moments, each ant was long gone. Shikamaru turned to Shino who asked, "What did you do to them?" Shikamaru smirked, "They appeared at the bottom of the pit. I can open the roof of the pit and let them out at any time I want, so no need to worry." He explained, "Are you done attacking? Or would you like me to start?" he asked. Shino smirked under his cloak. "I have a few more maneuvers," he said while reaching behind him and flicking open the cylinders on his back. Shino began making hand seals, unlimited insect style, army of one. Shikamaru swallowed nervously as bullet and fire ants appeared from the ground and came together to lift Shino into the air with 6 leg-like appendages. Kikaiku flowed from Shino's clothes and formed 2 large wings from Shino's mid-back that glittered in the sunlight. Bees flowed from the cylinders on his back and formed a large praying mantis-like blade on each of his arms. Finally, a large cluster of Hercules beetles climbed over his whole body, using their chakra-enhanced unbreakable shell to give his actual body a solid defense. Shikamaru blew out a deep breath as the bugs all shouted in unison, making a distant screeching noise that made Shikamaru cover his pain-filled ears. Everyone stared at the beast that Shino had become in shock as it displayed its awesome powers by swinging its wings, causing a gust wind that carried bee stingers towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru frantically formed hand seals, dark style, stealing shadows. Shadows from all around the arena, including the shadows of each bug, moved towards Shikamaru and formed a semicircle of darkness around him that seemingly absorbed the attack. As soon as the barrage ended, the shadows returned to their right places and Shikamaru held a hand seal, reversal. From the shadows, Shino's attack burst out back towards his bug form. He simply crossed his mantis talons in front of him to hold off the barrage. Shikamaru frowned as he watched the display. It's not moving as intelligently as before. He thought for a split second. He suddenly felt a weight on his left shoulder. He turned to see Shino standing behind him, his lance resting on Shikamaru's shoulder. "I have got you," Shino said before reaching up and adjusting his glasses with his other hand. Shika nodded and the bug mass exploded into its lesser beings. Shino then leapt back as Shika did the same. "My turn to launch an attack then?" Shikamaru yelled. Shino nodded calmly as he landed and knelt low, his lance sticking out to his side. Shikamaru smirked. "I can't kill him, looks like I'll just have to not land the killing strikes." Shikamaru thought as he formed hand seals. Dark style, shadow darts. From Shikamaru's shadow, 10 or so small darts of darkness shot towards Shino, who used his bugs to create a shell to protect him. Shikamaru formed more seals, dark style, shadow punch, he said as he swung a punch. To Shino's surprise, the shadow made by his own bugs formed a fist and decked him, launching him out of his shield. Shikamaru formed another set of seals, dark style, shadow ball. He held his hands in front of him and his body's shadow moved up his body and formed a dark ball in his hands. He pushed it forward and it shot towards the off-guard Shino at Mach speeds. Shino swung around his lance as he held a one-handed seal, arachnid art, slicing web, Shino yelled. From the end of his lance came a web net that caught the shadow ball. It would have sliced it through as Shikamaru didn't take quick action, Katsu. Boom! The explosion made Shino instinctively raise his arms in a guard. This made Shikamaru smirk as he moved back to his clan's simplest move, ninja art, shadow possession jutsu. Using the shade of the explosion, his shadow stretched out and caught Shino. Shikamaru walked forward casually, making Shino approach him in the same manner. Shikamaru smirked as he reached up to his shoulder and pulled out his oddly placed blade, making Shino move the same but pull out nothing. Shikamaru lifted his blade as if about to strike at Shino. "I win," the shadow user said with a smirk. Shikamaru frowned as Shino's mouth moved into the tiniest smirk. "Not necessarily." Shino spoke quietly. Even though Shino couldn't move, he sent a message to his bugs, which made them burst from the collar of his jacket at Shikamaru. Shikamaru ducked under the first barrage of bugs and stabbed his blade into Shino's shadow. "Shadow bind," he yelled before using substitution to avoid the bugs. Shino spoke even though he couldn't move. "Indeed it is my turn to defend, but sometimes a good defense is a strong offense," he said as he let all of his kikaiku fly at Shikamaru. Shika ran, letting the stream of bugs fly at him across the arena. The shadow user leapt away and spanned towards the stream of bugs as he held a seal. "Shadow port jutsu," he yelled as he dropped into his shadow. The bugs flew over the shadow and Shino realized his mistake. Since the bugs flew out in a continuous stream for the attack, the moment Shikamaru's shadow melded with the bug's shadow, he was able to pop up behind Shino while grasping his knife instantly. He rested his arm across Shino's shoulders, holding his knife to the ninja's neck. "Nice comeback, Shino," he said with a smirk, which Shino nodded to. The two stepped away from each other as all of Shino's bugs came back to him and Shino sheathed his blade, followed by Shino who did the same. They turned to Tsunade and bowed, showing that they were done. Hash. Shikaku stared in shock at Shikamaru's abilities, and here I thought he might be behind since he wasn't here to learn clan jutsus. He thought before snapping out of his daze as Tsunade clapped. "Very good you two. I understand that you obtained the rank of Jonin Shino? And that you were asked to compete in the exams Shikamaru?" she yelled. The two nodded and Tsunade turned to their fathers. "Please take them home and have them spread these techniques and teaching out to the rest of your clans. I would also like a list of their skills if possible," she said with a smile that the two men nodded at. Tsunade turned to Fu. "At some point in the near future, I would like you to learn a little from the Aburame. They communicate with their insects on a level that I believe you could definitely learn," she said. She then cleared her throat before talking to the whole arena. "Everyone can get back to what they were doing now. I will be calling each of you to my office at some point in the near future," she said before disappearing in a poof of smoke. Hash. Naruto landed in front of his and the girl's house, placing Fu on her feet and making sure that Tenten safely on the upper balcony before he began talking to Fu. Do you know where Hinata and Tuya are today, Fu-chan? He asked. Fu turned from opening the door and blinked in thought. I think Taiyo-chan is teaching a class on genjutsu at the academy until 4. I'm not sure about Hinata-chan though, she said apologetically. Naruto brushed it off and placed an arm over her shoulders as they walked into the house together. I'm sure we'll find her eventually, Naruto said. Find who? Tenten asked as she slid down the handrail and landed in front of the two. Fu looked up. Naruto-kun wants to know where Hinata-chan is, she said with a smile. Tenten nodded. She said she'll be back around 2 after having lunch with her sister. They are apparently organizing Hanabi and Gaara's honeymoon, Tenten said. Naruto frowned. So, if someone else received a proposal anytime soon that would kind of take the thunder from Hanabi-chan, wouldn't it? He asked thoughtfully. Tenten shrugged, while Fu looked up at Naruto in slight surprise. I don't think so, they have to wait until Hanabi is legally an adult anyway. So either Ninja 16 or Civilian 18, Tenten said with a shrug. Fu looked down as her mind raced. Why is he thinking about proposals? I know he and I talked about getting married, but so soon? She thought with a nervous smile. Naruto nodded, not realizing that Fu had discovered his plans. Okay. Can you two please do me a favor? He asked with a grin while scratching the back of his head. The two nodded. What do you need, Naruto-kun? Fu asked. Well, I haven't really gotten any real training done since we returned from the Tenchi Bridge mission, so I want to go out and train for a while. But I got a booking for us all tonight at 7, so do you think you could all dress up a little and be ready by then? And I mean a little, it's nowhere fancy, but I don't think ninja attire is necessary, Naruto said with a grin. Tenten and Fu looked at each other with a smile before nodding, which made Naruto's grin grow. Awesome. I'll be back here to get you girls at 6:45 then, he said before kissing each girl on the cheek and stepping back. Flash. Hash. Flash. Naruto appeared in his room and reached into his bedside table drawer, pulling out 4 small boxes while making a wood clone. He turned to the clone and gave it the boxes. Go to my puppets, see if you can finish the jutsu I've been designing for them. And make sure these are kept safe. Naruto ordered. The clone nodded. Hi boss. Flash. Naruto nodded to himself as the clone disappeared. He then turned to his window and opened it before throwing a kunai out towards the right of his window. He then turned to his closet and pulled out a pair of nice jeans and a button-down shirt. He laid them on his bed before cupping his chin and thought, something is missing. He glanced at his bedside table and grinned as he grabbed the small piece of material that he placed on top of his shirt that was resting on the bed. There we go, bow ties are cool. He thought with a nod of satisfaction. He turned and grabbed a normal jacket and lay it next to his picked-out outfit before grinning. And off I go, he said to himself as he felt his kunai land. Flash. Hash. Flash. Naruto fell to his knees with a smirk as he glanced around the training field. No one here, time to train my new techniques. Naruto thought with a smirk as he stood and formed a hand seal. Wood clone jutsu. From the ground next to him grew 2 clones. He walked in front of them and nodded to the one on the left. You take the Rasengan. Then practice the black lightning. He ordered. The clone nodded before sitting down and focusing his chakra to his hands in a similar manner to Naruto's elemental Rasengans, but with his new lightning chakra. Naruto then glanced to his other clone. Sync with the Raikage's memories fully. Then see what techniques we can mix with that lightning armor, he said before turning away. He froze before turning back. After an hour or so, both of you disperse. I have an idea, he said before walking away from them. His clone flexed, activating the lightning armor before disappearing in a blur. Naruto paused as he came to the edge of the clearing. He unsheathed his sword and held it vertically in front of him, between his 2 palms. He took a deep breath in and out. Now, let's see if it'll work. Naruto thought as he moved his chakra in an ovular shape around Seimata Bocho. It began to glow a low light and Naruto grinned as his hands slowly began to be pushed apart. Yes. He thought in victory. Hash. Knock knock. Come in please, Tsunade said with a smile as she stamped a sheet. The door opened and she looked up to see Kuriyami Bachatsu take a bow. Hello Tsunade-sama, what is it you need from me? She asked before standing. Tsunade stood and walked over to the window while waving over the 18-year-old. Kuriyami, I was wondering why you wanted to join Konoha? Tsunade asked. Kuriyami raised a brow. Gee, live in a boiling hot desert that I've loathed my entire life with people who have a violent dislike for me? Or actually have a chance at a normal life in a place with actual foliage, she said while looking up at Tsunade with a raised brow. Tsunade blinked. Why weren't you liked back with your clan? She asked. Kuriyami sighed. Because I am somewhat gifted, she said with a shrug. Tsunade raised a questioning brow, making Kuriyami sigh before she continued. My power with shadows is a bit more unnatural. Well, at least in comparison to the rest of my clan, she said. Tsunade waved her to a seat. What do you mean? She asked. Kuriyami fell into the chair, stretching against the soft cotton of the cover while she began talking. I cannot form any of the clan's shadow jutsus. They are just a part of who I am. She explained vaguely. Tsunade sighed. Sorry for being forward, but I really need you to tell me what exactly I am dealing with when it comes to you. I can't have anyone put in danger, she said seriously. Kuriyami shrugged. All right, long story short. My abilities with shadows have been compared to those of the One-Tail's abilities with sand, like this, she said with a wave of her hands. Shadows moved around the room and wrapped around the spare chair next to her. She clenched her fist. Dark burial. The shadows compressed on themselves and a large crack was heard before the shadows became two-dimensional again, leaving mere splinters on the floor. Tsunade nodded. I see. That's very impressive, she said with a kind smile, which shook as she noticed Kuriyami's expression. She bit her lip. The main reason they hated me, it's because I'm kind of cursed. She confessed. Tsunade's brows shot up. Cursed? The girl nodded. Yep, when I was born my powers tore apart the woman who gave birth to me, and the man who had impregnated her committed suicide, cursing my existence with his last breath and leaving me in the destroyed remains of her stomach. It was a few days before the clan elder heard me crying and found me. Everyone blames me for what happened when all I did was be born, she said with a shrug. Tsunade stared at the girl in shock as she casually talked about her violent birth. Oh my log, wait a second, how does she know that's what happened if she was just a baby and no one found her for a few days? She thought as she filtered the story through her head. Well, that's certainly an interesting story. Tsunade started before leaning back. On another note, the Sand Village told me that they gave you a short evaluation while you were over there. They think even though your skills are Jonin level, you don't really think or act like a ninja, she said. Kuriyami nodded. That's cause I don't want to be a ninja. She deadpanned. Tsunade blinked in shock. Really? She asked, completely taken by surprise at the notion of someone so gifted and powerful not wanting to use their powers. She nodded. Like I said, I just want a normal life, she said with a sigh. Tsunade frowned. Damn. I wanted her to become a ninja for Konoha, now what? She thought to herself before thinking of a question to buy her some time. So, what would you like to do as a career then? Tsunade asked. Kuriyami blinked owlishly. I don't know, I've never been asked that before. She admitted. Tsunade folded her hands and thought, how can she benefit the village without her fighting for us? Tsunade thought. Maybe this is what Shikamaru meant when he gave me this. Tsunade looked up to see Kuriyami pull an envelope from the shadow of her arm. What's that? Tsunade asked. Kuriyami shrugged. Shikamaru said that when I truly think of my future, that I should give this envelope to the person I'm talking to, she said before looking up at Tsunade and shrugging. I guess that's you, Tsunade-sama, she said as she held out the envelope. Tsunade opened the envelope in confusion before reading out loud. She likes children and she knows more than just the basics. A teacher. She likes using her darkness to bring light to people through her art. There is another who knows what a curse and a dark clan is like. She does need someone's guidance. Tsunade looked up at Kuriyami and smiled. Well, a Chunin instructor is stepping down from his duties for a while starting next month. How would you like to fill in for him for the 3 months he'll be gone and see how you like teaching at the academy? Tsunade asked. Kuriyami blinked before reading the note for herself. Whoa, he really is a genius. She muttered before looking up at Tsunade. Well, sure, I guess I can give it a go. But who's this other cursed person? She asked. Tsunade frowned in thought. Cursed and from a dark clan, maybe Kimimaro? She thought out loud. Kuriyami shrugged. Well, whoever he is, I do need a village guide and escort till I know my way around properly, she said with a smile. Tsunade chuckled and nodded. I'll send for him to pick you up from your place with the Naras tomorrow morning then. He'll take you to the academy and show you around. I think this'll be good for both of you, Tsunade said with a smile. Kuriyami raised a brow questioningly. Why is that Tsunade-sama? She asked. Tsunade shrugged. Kimimaro wasn't originally from this village either. It might be good for you to see everything with him leading you because he'll understand best how you're feeling, she said. Kuriyami nodded. Sounds cool, so now what? Now, you go back to the Nara clan house and settle in. Do you know how to get there? Tsunade asked. Kuriyami shook her head. Not at all, but I can feel Shikamaru and Temari's shadows. They haven't moved since I left, so I reckon they're still in the compound gardens, she said before standing. Guess I'll see you later, Tsunade-sama, she said with a salute. Tsunade nodded. So long. And Kuriyami fell into her shadow, which dispersed into other surrounding shadows and disappeared. Tsunade smiled as she leant back. Shikamaru sure is amazing. I know who I want as our next head strategist after Shikaku. She muttered to herself before looking down at her desk, seeing there was only a few more sheets for the day. She sighed as she sat forward and counted the pages. 12 more papers and more than half of them are stapled. My lucky break, she joked to herself before grabbing her pen. Tsunade finished filling out a sheet and slammed her stamp down before she heard a wet slapping sound. She stopped and looked up to see her door open slightly before she heard the sound a few more times. She stood and looked down to see a small orange toad look up at her. It opened its mouth to ridiculous proportions and out calmly walked Sasuke and Jiraiya, and that's why we use toad travel. Absolutely no chance of us being interrupted before we get here, Jiraiya said with a smirk towards Sasuke. The Uchiha sighed, and I told you, my board and some anti-grav seals would have gotten us here half an hour ago. We could have just walked here and I could have avoided being covered in toad saliva, Sasuke said as he pulsed his chakra into a seal on the back of his left thigh which evaporated the liquid from his body. Ahem. The two men looked at Tsunade. Yes, Suheim? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade frowned. If you two were in such a hurry to get here, then what was so important? She asked, slightly irritated that they couldn't have come just 20 minutes later once she had finished her paperwork. Jiraiya turned serious as Sasuke began talking. I will be getting Naruto and Sakura. We will be leaving as soon as possible, Ba-sama. Please don't worry, we'll be fine, he said before fading away. Tsunade frowned. Where is he going? What did you find out, Jiraiya-kun? She asked as she stood. Jiraiya turned to her fully. My network has informed me of two things. 1. An Akatsuki duo will be entering Fire Country in less than a week with the corpse of the five-tailed Jinchuriki. And 2. Itachi has formally challenged Sasuke. Jiraiya informed her. Tsunade's eyes widened. We can't send them by themselves. Itachi is an S-ranked ninja. He killed a clan of killers in a few hours completely unnoticed. He doesn't stand a chance against them, Tsunade. Jiraiya cut in. Tsunade stared at him in shock as he continued. Naruto showed he was stronger than a Hokage. Sasuke only needed 50% of his power to beat Kakashi, and Sakura decapitated Orochimaru and took down a whole ninja village, he said seriously. If anyone can do it, they can. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.